We just didn't consider it a big enough feature that we wanted to talk about it on the roadmap with the other big features we were talking about there.
Okay. That's cool, that's cool. Comble, how do people design new maps? On real places, or you do stuff?
It's a mix of references, yeah, real-life references from old buildings that we look at, of the type of building that we want to build, and also some concepts in there to take a twist on those buildings, make them work with the gameplay. Then we block them out.
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Last Epoch. It's Friday.
And then art comes in and makes them pretty. That's the process in a nutshell. There's a lot of iterating on that, of course, and a lot of playtesting. But yeah.
Can you ask if tier 3 hunters can be ever purchased without weapons and traits?
It isn't on the plan, but I like the idea, and I want to do other things to separate the tiered hunter skins from the loadouts, which is basically what they're asking for.
Yes.
So good idea, I like it. It isn't on an official roadmap, but it's the kind of thing we are considering doing eventually.
Yeah, we talk with like Hornet and stuff, and
yeah,
for every skin, if you reach like level 50 with that skin, you're gonna unlock it, that you can buy it for $100, you know? And then like it comes without loadout, without perks, same as like legendaries kinda.
Yeah, that's almost the exact mechanic that I'm considering. Something about.
Yeah.
First you roll it, you get it to level 50, and then there's some kind of option to convert it. Like, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah. There we go, man. There we go.
Yeah, because there's tier 3 hunters I like better than legendary hunters.
Yeah. But you don't see them often. On top
yeah,
of
and
the
like I like a lot of the military soldier hunters.
Top of the chat.
You know, we only have Bridgewater.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a top performer, so there's soldiers that you can roll up and, you know, quick play or tier 2 or tier 3 that I like even better.
Shooting range. It got confirmed, no? On the roadmap.
Yeah. It'll be out in the next update. Can't even believe the super secret powerful stuff Tom was working on.
Whoa. Trials the cell. Oh my
Kata.
god.
The Sal is not gonna happen.
Welcome to my channel.
Like ever.
Like ever.
Wow.
I had one of our own community mods thought I was joking when I said it on stream. They were like, oh, he's just kidding. I was like, no, I'm not.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Never gonna happen.
Yeah, it's better like that.
So
I tend to just tell the truth and not beat around the bush.
Yeah.
It definitely helps.
So do you have any plans with it, or is it just gonna stay like this?
For trials?
Yeah.
We're looking at other modes, like that's where we've talked about. We want to prototype some other types of, you know, maybe smaller PvP modes, or even other PvE modes. But you know, we did trials. It's been around for a few years. We've gotten a pretty good measure of how much engagement it gets and what people use it for. And it's just not showing us that it's worth doing it again for DeSalle or any other map.
Yeah.
Also, it's not like the whole trials was an entire waste. We also reused the system for the trials for the new tutorial, for example. So
right.
Tech that
all development is good, even if we just learn what works and doesn't.
Roxasy.
Yeah, that's good.
Welcome to my channel.
I'm not sure about this, but Hunt is progressing with the time, no? Like the lore and stuff. Like let's say in 3 years, it's gonna be 1900 or something.
Yeah, that's actually, again, you're generally ahead of the curve on the things we're secretly planning. And I don't get in trouble, you know, except maybe my staff gets mad at me if I leak things that we haven't announced. But
I mean,
that's a concept we have. Like right now, the game is set in 1895, but it's been 1895 for the last 5 years, right?
Yeah. I mean, in lore there is some like 1896 and stuff, so makes sense a bit. Yeah, a lot of people say that. When is David Fifield with the beard coming in Hunt like a skin?
I don't know. That comes up from time to time.
Yeah.
So there are a bunch of bearded hunters on the way. I guess I'll note that just from what I've seen.
Nice. What general manager actually do in a video game?
General manager runs the entire franchise, so everything to do with Hunt reports up to me, whether it's running the game, publishing the game, promoting or marketing it, and then all the development producer leads and directors report to me to get their jobs done. We do look at the player reports, so report cheaters, but if you make a lot of reports that aren't actually cheaters, your reporting loses credibility. It's
That's interesting to know. David, what do you think about matchmaking?
It's something in every game I have ever worked on that you're always working on to tune to get the best result. There's no perfect answer. You're just always tuning it against the size of your population, and rarely is everyone happy. But you can tell if they're really happy just by your engagement numbers and how long people play. So that's how we do matchmaking. A lot of data science that goes into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I see people in chat are talking about the whole skill-based versus unskilled versus, you know, protected. And yeah, we're making adjustments to get the best matchmaking tools we can. Part of it's about bringing in the wildcard contracts, is that means we need to change how matchmaking works. Just to get better pools for matching.
Bloodless trade here if you want.
You know what's my problem with the matchmaking that we had like discussion about?
Yeah.
It's only like, it's very minimalistic because it's only like for solos. But basically, when I'm playing solo against trio, you know, I have like the modifier that is lowest MMR. So like I can be 5-star, but I'm in match with 3 stars, right? And then I can have like 4 kills, but then I die once, but I still lose MMR, you know? Because like, I don't get much for killing them, but I lose a lot.
You lost to a star, yeah. So that's something we have talked about, is a longer term version about how you make the elo skills go up and down. And right now I'll acknowledge that it goes up and down a little too fast. And so like one game shouldn't matter that much. And what it is in the current system is every single game winds up mattering quite a bit to let it go up and down based on what you just said.
Yeah.
But for somebody who has 8,000 hours in the game, one match shouldn't matter that much.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so that's just a matter of changing how the math works. Right now it's almost a straight rip of the elo chess system, where every single match does matter.
Yeah. Is there more info? What can the new engine do? Maybe like dynamic weather. Would that be possible?
Well, we talked about adding a weather, actually even prior to the engine integration. We're going to have some weather in the next update. And what the engine can do is part of the roadmap, like I talk about, that we'll have HDR and FSR and solid state memory and some other things in there.
What's this here?
So the first kind of integration of the new engine and that release is largely about graphical enhancements and rendering stuff that goes into both PC and the Gen 9 console. Thank you. I get left quiet.
Gwyn, you know that Tomble tasted Mad Monk when you were in Germany?
Nice. One more in the cornfield.
Where do you shoot me from?
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
A serpent? I don't.
Tag me.
It's only one team left. Oh, someone fired.
Ne, sluš. Može.
Last one inside, I think. But there is team like behind there.
Izbacio sam bio, čuješ? Izbacio sam bio sve tepihe odavde i ovo sam i džogericu. Jer stvarno nije bilo smisla.
He's up the front.
Yeah, shot from behind. Killian's Chan.
He's gonna
Nice.
How many close? One? Or...
No, all three.
Oh, okay.
Full team, 3 close.
I get a bounty. Oh, it's actually 2 teams. It's 4.
It is. Yeah.
Oh my god, man. I get insane hits, now I cannot hit anything. There we go. Just one tap.
Ah.
Oh yeah, 2 in the field.
Come on.
I know they are together.
Yeah, except I fell off the pipe.
Wait, that did fall damage? Oh no.
Yeah, yeah.
What? Doesn't seem
The
that high.
one's far here in the house.
How is that fall damage? Okay.
And one in the field, and one up in the house.
Yeah. Happens.
Crack sniper, 76 feet.
I don't see that guy, man.
You still in the window?
No, somewhere in the field.
No.
Yeah, in the field, not the window.
One is pushing up. From metal. Wait, they're fighting. Oh, because... Wait, it's 2 here. He ran towards me.
Ah,
Oh, it's another bounty. I didn't realize what's going on.
Everybody wants to play.
Do you have scan?
one's in the compound, I don't.
No one do res. It's resing. Oh wow. Did they rest?
You burned the other guy.
Yeah, I need to loot.
Oh, he's beetling. Oh, I didn't hit it.
Yeah. Oh. What's the bottom, man? This fire is so annoying because you cannot cross. Nice. Can you res maybe?
Lurks.
Hyper's dead,
Welcome
yeah,
to
we'll
my
go
channel.
res.
Yeah, so that's the other bounty team.
Mm-hmm.
I crouched into it, Anaki.
Ah,
The carcass was down, by the way.
okay.
But this was down.
Take a look at these 2 guns. Tell me, which one would you say fits better into the world of Fallout? Well, if you answered this one, Then congratulations, you're a certified Chad Fallout enjoyer. But if you answered this one, then I'm sorry to inform you, but you're probably a 1 intelligence build who doesn't understand Fallout's deep lore. Now I understand that some of y'all may be flabbergasted at this news. You may be thinking, wait, I thought Fallout was a fantasy game set in a hyper-stylized 1950s retro-futuristic world. How can real-life modern guns like this fit into the game? Well, your confusion is perfectly understandable. So, allow me to explain as I answer the most controversial question in the Fallout community. Do modern guns belong in Fallout? So here's the thing. The 2 guns I showed you from earlier are both from Fallout games. This one is from Fallout 4, and it's called the Assault Rifle, which is kind of hilarious because it's not even named properly. It's a weird mutated mishmash of random machine gun parts. On the other hand, there's the Marksman Carbine from Fallout New Vegas, which is based on the M4 with custom attachments. Now I'm guessing you can see the problem. There's obviously a huge conflict of aesthetics, and that's exactly why this issue has become so controversial. Because the guns in Fallout used to look like this, and now they look like this. Yeah, that's quite a huge downgrade. Players hate these new guns so much that the first thing they do right after installing Fallout 4 is immediately download modern gun mods to completely replace the vanilla ones. As a result, these gun mods have become extremely popular. They show up on the trending page all the time, and basically every month, at least one of them ends up earning a spot in the top 5 highest voted mods of the month. However, there's also some backlash from those who say that these modern guns do not belong in Fallout. They say these guns are not lore-friendly, and that they don't exist in Fallout. But oh boy, that is just objectively wrong. Clearly, these naysayers have never played the older Fallout games. Those who have only played Fallout 4 or 76 have the wrong impression on which guns truly belong in the Fallout universe. If you've only played those 2, then you would probably assume that all the guns in Fallout are supposed to be goofy-looking knockoff Walmart toys that are based purely on a retro fantasy aesthetic. And I can't blame you for assuming that. Fallout 4 and 76 do a terrible disservice to Fallout's wonderful and diverse arsenal. On the other hand, if you take a look at the older Fallout games, there's plenty of real-life modern-day guns to go around. Some examples include, but are not limited to, the Desert Eagle, the Beretta M9, the P90, the MP5, the G3, the FAL, the Steyr AUG, the L85, the M249 SAW, and of course, the iconic AR platform. But when you look at Fallout 4 and 76, they don't have a single one of these guns. The most modern gun they've got is the minigun, and that's about it. So, that begs the question, what happened to all the modern guns then? Why aren't they present in Fallout 4 and 76? Well, Fallout 4 was kind of like a soft reboot for the franchise. A lot of things got retconned, and the aesthetics were completely overhauled. They basically took the retro-futurism slider and turned it up to comically high levels. Now everything just looks like it's straight out of an episode of The Jetsons. The buildings, cars, and the firearms especially all look super goofy and cartoonish. From an artistic perspective, it makes sense to have everything follow a central theme. And if your central theme is a highly fantasized, cartoonish 1950s retro-futuristic aesthetic, God, that was a mouthful, then yeah, real-world modern firearms don't really fit that theme too much. If you install a modern gun mod for Fallout 4, then it just looks out of place. So as it turns out, I lied. Modern guns do not belong in Fallout. Fallout 4 and 76 specifically, that is. But the real issue isn't that modern guns don't belong in Fallout. It's that Fallout 4 and 76 don't belong in Fallout. If you take that very same gun from earlier and put it into Fallout New Vegas, then it fits in perfectly fine. That's because the older Fallout games don't feel so cartoonish. Don't get me wrong, there's still plenty of wackiness, but overall they feel much more serious and gritty. Of course, the series has always had the 50s retro vibe too, but it's just different in the older games because they also mixed in elements from the modern day, so it feels much more familiar. Real-life modern guns work perfectly fine with this art style, and that is exactly why the developers of the older Fallout games decided to include them. Plus, they just look really cool, and the fans absolutely love them. And to be clear, the term modern gun can refer to any gun made after World War II, because that basically marks the beginning for the modern era of firearms. I know it may sound odd to call a 50-plus-year-old gun modern, but the reason why is because those half-century-old designs are still in use today. So again, using the AR platform as the prime example, it was first designed and produced in the 1950s, and that core design is still in use today. The heart of the weapon is essentially the same. The main difference really are the accessories. Like a Vietnam-era M16A1 looks quite different from our current-day AR-15 derivatives. I'm sure most of us can agree that the classic M16 and M4 belong in Fallout. But as for something like the Honey Badger, well, that's more questionable. We've established that modern guns are canon in Fallout, but just how modern do things get? Is the cutoff point at the 90s, or does it keep going? At which point do the firearms in Fallout diverge from our universe? After all, the world of Fallout is set in a divergent timeline. Technology and computers developed drastically different from our world, but there's nothing stopping firearms from developing as normal. The divergence point for firearms specifically could be much, much later on. To find the answer, we can just look at which guns have been present in previous Fallout games. I would say the Marksman Carbine from New Vegas is the best example of just how modern Fallout's guns can get. Just look at this thing. It's got Picatinny rails, an adjustable stock, and a hybrid ACOG sight. Now that is quite a tactical modern firearm. The M4 which it's based on was first produced in 1993. This is easily the most modern-looking gun in the entire franchise. So, you could say that 1993 is the year of firearm divergence. But another thing to take note of is that it's got custom attachments on it, which are from the early 2000s. This adjustable PRS stock was made in 2005, and while the original ACOG sight was made in the 90s, a hybrid variant wouldn't surface until 2007. So, we can also say that some accessories from the early 2000s are canon in Fallout. Additionally, we should also take into consideration that Fallout New Vegas
Welcome
was
to my
released
channel.
in 2010, so
Slayer
this was
over
still
the wall.
new in our world when the game was being developed. The same goes for the classic Fallout games, which were made in 97, 98, and 2001. At the time, they were including current-day pop culture firearms. New Vegas simply continued the tradition. If these old Fallout games were made today, then it's entirely plausible that they would have included next-generation weapons such as the MCX Spear, but that's just speculation. So another question is, should Fallout officially include these newer guns, or should things just stay as they are? Well, the only way I can answer that is after talking about today's sponsor, Manscaped. Listen up, man. It's 2023. We are not cavemen. We are gentlemen, so we best act like it, and groom like it too. That is where Manscaped comes in. The performance package from Manscaped includes all your manly grooming and hygienic needs. The Lawnmower 4.0 will allow you to trim down all that unnecessary fur with no fear or discomfort. And with the Weed Whacker 2.0, you can whack away all those tiny nose and ear hairs with extreme precision. There's also the Soothing Crop Preserver and Reviver. Oh yeah, buddy, this stuff is good. So what are you waiting for? Use my promo code BrandyBoy at manscaped.com for 20% off your order, plus free shipping and 2 additional free gifts. Trust me guys, your body will thank you. Big thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Now, let's get back to talking about manly things. You know, like guns. Guns are very manly. So as I was saying, what do the fans think about having modern guns in Fallout? Well, to find out, I hosted a couple of polls on my YouTube channel. With the first one, I asked the question, do you think modern guns belong in Fallout? And with 15,000 votes, 93% said yes. Further breaking that down, 77% said that the gun should diverge somewhere in the 90s, but an extra 16% took that even further and said they want to see current-day guns from the 2000s and onward. Meanwhile, only a measly 7% prefer the pure retro fantasy guns from Fallout 4. And to really put the nail in the coffin here, I asked the fans which game had their favorite assault rifle. Fallout 4's assault rifle got 4% of the vote. Fallout 3's G3 did a little bit better though, with 20%. That's kind of respectable. But of course, New Vegas's AR absolutely wiped the floor with 73% of the vote. Now that is quite a huge landslide victory. So it's pretty obvious that the community doesn't like the switch up. Overall, it seems the community just wants to stick to the guns that have already been established in the previous games. The sheer variety seen in these arsenals is what makes them so interesting. There's guns
Welcome
from the
to
Wild
my
West,
channel.
World War I and II, the Cold War era, and even some from the early tactical days of the 90s and early 2000s. Plus, there's also the futuristic guns that were produced later in the 21st century. You could totally justify squeezing in some real-life guns from the 2010s and 2020s. After all, it's only the next logical step in firearms development. Like, there's no reason why guns like the Mark 18, Honey Badger, and MCX can't exist. It's only a small evolution from the M4. But of course, those guns are not officially canon. Feel free to make whatever headcanon you like though. As for me, I just like using these current day guns in my game because they have cool animations and lots of customization. And now that I think about it, that's probably the biggest reason why these mods are so dang popular. They're simply the highest quality mods out there. And at the end of the day, most players don't want to use some garbage mishmash gun mod that doesn't have high quality textures or custom animations. They want something that is professionally made. And for some reason, the highest skilled mod authors tend to focus on making tactical gun mods. As a result, there's quite a huge oversaturation of them. And that's probably why some people like to hate on them. They're just sick of seeing tactical gun number 42069 hit the hot mods for the umpteenth time. While I do think these mods are awesome, I can totally understand that sentiment, and I would definitely like to see way more Cold War era guns in Fallout. Mods aside, when it comes down strictly to established lore, we can safely say that most, if not all firearms made during the 20th century are canon in Fallout. It's only at some point in the early years of the 21st century do they fully diverge from our real-world firearms. After that point is when Fallout's futuristic fantasy guns come into play, with guns such as the 10mm pistol, the 12.7mm SMG, the sniper rifle, the combat shotgun, and of course, the laser and plasma guns.
Mokuda GA Benz
Some
Mark
of these do
Kujab.
look a little bit goofy, but whatever. I'll save that energy for another time. There are some really good examples though, such as the laser RCW. They took a Tommy gun, mixed it with modern tactical, plus futuristic sci-fi, to make one of the coolest looking weapons in the entire franchise. This is the literal definition of retrofuturism. It's perfect for Fallout. More of this, please. Just take an old design and spice it up with Fallout magic. That's honestly the best way to go about making these futuristic fantasy guns. There definitely needs to be more of them too,
Me and
because
a
it seems
Volson
like
secret I
there's
take
just a
O2.
huge gap in firearms development during the 21st century. Like, according to Fallout 3, these guys are still using HK-G3s as standard issue up until the Great War. That's the equivalent of a modern-day soldier using a M1 Garand in Afghanistan. Kinda goofy, yeah. So if anything, there should be more of these futuristic guns to further flesh out Fallout's pre-war arsenal. After all, our modern-day guns would be considered antiques that would no longer be in active military service. Unless they got really desperate due to the resource wars. In that case, it's totally understandable that they would pull out old guns from storage. So actually, that makes modern guns even more relevant in the Fallout universe. I'm not saying that every raider in the Wasteland, though, should be running around with a brand new shiny M4. That would just be silly. I always found it odd that there's barely any post-war handmade weapons in these games. Mostly everyone is using pre-war firearms instead. For an apocalyptic setting, you'd expect most people to be using handmade weapons, while the pre-war firearms would be treated as extremely rare, high-tier loot, especially if it's kept in good condition. Because, you know, after 300 years of abuse, these guns would be worn down quite a bit, and may require some handmade replacement parts. But in Fallout, all these guns are perfectly fine for some reason. Well, the explanation is that the gun runners produce pre-war firearms, but I doubt they can reach every corner of the Wasteland. Either way, it would simply be more characteristic for Fallout to have way more crude handmade weapons. Funnily enough, Fallout 4 is the first game that attempted that. Good idea, but terrible execution. Anyway, all of this is beyond the scope of this video. I should get back to the main point. So to truly answer the question, do modern guns belong in Fallout? Well, it depends on which developer design philosophy you agree with. If you're an enjoyer of Fallout's original aesthetic made by Black Isle and Obsidian, then yes, by all means, modern guns belong in Fallout. But if you prefer Bethesda's goofy art style, then no, modern guns don't really fit that aesthetic. But who likes this art style anyway? Clearly, not too many. But since Bethesda owns the franchise, they can do whatever they want. they can retcon as much as they like. They haven't outright said that modern guns are retconned out of Fallout, but seeing as they haven't included any in their past 2 titles, then we can only assume that's what they're trying to do. After all, it doesn't make any sense that these 2 god-awful abominations would somehow overtake the M4 and G3 as standard issue. Unless those 2 guns just never existed in the first place. It seems that Bethesda is trying to push back the firearm divergence point from around 2000 all the way back to 1945. That's the only way guns like this would ever exist in this universe. But even then, it still wouldn't work. The assault rifle is heavily based on machine guns from the First World War. This gun has the functionality and aesthetic of a heavy machine gun from the 1910s. So it doesn't even work with the 1950s style that Bethesda was trying to go for. They don't even understand their own intended art style. Hilarious. If they just simply included a Lewis gun, then it would be fine. But the fact that it's supposed to be a futuristic assault rifle from the 21st century is what makes it so baffling. Even if Bethesda would restrict Fallout's guns to a purely 1950s aesthetic, then they would still have to include modern guns, because that's when they started relevant. You know, like the AR platform. It was literally made during the decade that they're going for, but they just completely ignored it. They even tossed out the beloved G3 from Fallout 3, but it's still shown in perks and signs in-game. Absolutely brilliant game design right there. But wait, as it turns out, these guns do still exist in Fallout, as paid weapon skins in Fallout 76. Bethesda finally recognized how much we want those guns back, so they gave them back. But you just gotta pay for it. Definitely seems like something Bethesda would do. They're not unique weapons either, just reskins of the handmade rifle with the same rigging and animations. God damn, what a lazy cash grab. If the guns in Fallout looked like this from the start, then nobody would really care or complain all that much. But since modern guns were canonized in the previous games, and are now being taken away, now that is the problem. That's the real reason why so many people passionately hate the guns in Fallout 4. Not because they're simply bad on their own, but because they're a massive downgrade from the previous games. It's obvious that the community wants their modern guns back, and that's exactly why these mods are so popular. Fans are just trying to restore what they had in the previous.
Da. Uzmi slobodno.
Čega ti je veliki katanac? Uđe neki katanac.
Katanac?
Da.
Za šta? Možda za... ne treba mi to.
A žabe kad nema ključa.
Ključ je na priveskoj vratu.
Ja?
Verovatno. Ali ne znam šta će ti katanac.
A od čega? Nije to od tortilja, ne?
Svaka kaseta ima svoj ključ i ne znam, radi toga, radi inspekcije oni to ne drže zaključano.
Da, mora imati ključ, ali ne mora biti zaključano, da. Dobređa, ništa, ti se tamo potkupi oko pola 6, ja idem za Beograd. Ono očisti, ne moraš ti čaviti ni popova, znači... A Simo će čupu da pomoze posle. Znači onaj boks s desne strane, gdje su Brena i onaj...
S desne ili s leve kad se uđe? S desne.
S desne. Znači gdje vežemo čupalu pa do nje, gdje se penje Brena, gdje su ja.
Znam.
previous games. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to cleanse my eyes from the Fallout 4 Assault My Eyes rifle by playing a nice long session of Fallout New Vegas.
Let's have me.
The majority of you who've been reading for the last 5 or 6 years have been reading, I mean, with regard to me and my life, the majority of what you've read is fantastically, horrifically written fiction.
So JD calls out AH and her lies, calls out the media, oh, and he calls out Hollywood too. Check this out.
I don't have much further need for Hollywood myself. I don't know how you guys feel, but yeah.
Now there's a lot more to this too. JD calling out Hollywood, Warner Brothers, AH, the media. Oh, it is golden here. You and I, we're gonna look at all of that today. Fun times, huh? Fun times indeed. All right, so hey there, by the way, let's get started.
Mentioned in an interview in the Sunday Times back in 2021 that you felt boycotted by Hollywood. Do you still feel that? Do you feel that the tide is changing toward you doing major studio films again?
So you notice that is a two-part question, by the way. Number one, do you still feel boycotted like you did in 2021? And number two, do you think that you can actually return to making Hollywood films?
It's not my tide that we're discussing. Did I feel boycotted by Hollywood? Well, I mean, you'd have to not have a pulse to feel at that point, to feel like, no, none of this is happening. This is actually just a kind of a weird joke. You've been asleep for 35 years. So just let the weirdness commence. Of course, you know, I mean, when you're asked to resign from a film you're doing.
So right there, I mean, when you're asked to resign from a film you're doing, that's putting Warner Brothers on blast. I mean, them point blank there because of what happened with Fantastic Beasts. Plus, I mean, you could throw Disney into the fray as well because of what they did with Pirates.
Because of something that is merely a bunch of kind of vowels and consonants floating in the air.
Right there, too. I mean, you're calling out all of these false accusations. I mean, that's what they are. They're just a bunch of vowels and consonants. They're floating through the air. We don't actually have any proof anything transpired, but that didn't matter at all.
Yeah, you feel a bit boycotted. Do I feel boycotted now? No. not at all. But I don't feel boycotted by Hollywood because I don't think about it.
Now that's the first part of the question, though. Do you feel boycotted by Hollywood? Notice that. Not talking about do you feel boycotted by the every person out here. Do you feel boycotted by Hollywood? No, not really. Why? Because of success. Because I'm out here, I'm doing my own thing, and this leads, to the most epic part of this, in my opinion.
I don't think about Hollywood. I don't have much further need for Hollywood myself. I don't know how you guys feel, but yeah, I think it's a very strange, funny time where everybody would love to be able to be themselves, but they can't because they must fall in line with the person in front of them. You want to live that kind of life? I wish you the best.
Now, on top of that, you had this question as well, talking about the quote-unquote controversy returning to Cannes. Check this out and check out the answer.
Johnny, we know that Cannes is a wonderful place for movies, but it's also a great mediatic circus. So how do you feel coming here, coming back on the spotlight, a lot of controversy, not especially talking about the movie. How both do you feel with that sometimes toxic surrounding? Thank you.
I first came to Cannes, it was like 92 or something. I came to Cannes accidentally, to the festival accidentally with Emir Kusturica, and it was absolutely a circus like nothing I'd ever seen. It remains the same, and I think that's very good. Different faces, same actions, same everything, and so the circus part is the weirdest part, because it's sort of like you say, you know, folks out there want to, well, I mean, you believe what you believe. The truth is the truth, you know. As far as it being a positive or a negative to the film, all this sort of abstract whispers, you know, but all that does is it. Maybe people talk about the film in this way, or they will talk about your work in a certain way, up to a certain point. But the fact is, like, we're all here because we made a film, not because we have a product to sell, but we made a film. Everything that the majority of you who've been reading for the last 5 or 6 years have been reading, I mean, with regard to me and my life, the majority of what you've read is fantastically, horrifically written fiction. So, the fact is, as I was saying, we're here to talk about a film, but, you know, it's like asking a question. How are you doing? But what's underneath in the subtext is, God, I hate you. Do you know what I mean? So that's the sort of media thing. But the focus should be simply on the fact that it's a miracle to get a film made that you care about in the first place. So you succeed there, you win right there. But to get a film like this made, and with the caliber of people and the vision of absolutely, you know, a forward-moving artist. That's the focus. That should be the real focus.
And you also had this from Variety. I talked about that yesterday, but listen to how he handles this altogether.
Deb, related to what you said earlier, there has been a bit of controversy about your presence here in Cannes regarding your past legal matters, personal legal matters. What would you say to those who think you should not have been here at the festival?
So we're talking theoretically about what would I do if there were people who didn't want me to come to the Cannes Film Festival? What if one day they did not allow me, under no circumstances, no matter what, I cannot go to McDonald's for life? Because somewhere, if you got them all in one room, there'd be 39 angry people watching me eat a Big Mac on a loop. Just for fun. Who are they? Why do they care? Some species, some tower of mashed potatoes covering the light of a computer screen, anonymous, with apparently a lot of spare time. I don't think I'm the one who should be worried. I think people should really think about what it's all about, really.
You better stick around. I don't like cowards. One shot, one kill. One shot, one kill.
Wow. No, how about no? How about no? Jesus Christ.
What's up, everybody? This is the Act Man here, and today we're diving into a very controversial subject. Is Capcom censoring Resident Evil? The short answer is kind of, but also yes. In addition to this video, Act Man versus Resident Evil fans, and Resident Evil hot takes. While it seems most people have been pretty unanimous in their praise for the RE4 remake, apparently there are quite a few people not so thrilled. So about a month ago, I made a series of tweets about the Resident Evil 4 remake, and I'll put those up on screen for you. I just discovered there's a group of people with a weird obsession of wanting to look up Ashley's skirt in the RE4 remake. Goddamn, just go watch porn at this point. LMAO, such degenerates. I got some pushback for these tweets, and I was quite surprised by that. Yes, I know this drama is ice cold at this point, but I wanted to clarify some things. A lot of people interpreted these tweets as me being a hardcore advocate for censorship. Supporting censorship, eh? Since when did Actman become an apologist for censorship? So if you read the tweets, it definitely comes across as inflammatory, but nowhere in any of these statements do I advocate for censorship. I never have and probably never will. So I got some pushback for these tweets, and what it showed me is that a lot of people have some pretty valid complaints about what Capcom has been doing to Resident Evil and the changes they've made for suspicious reasons. Some might say sus. It seems like there's this ongoing cultural change within Capcom that is causing a great divide, if you will, between them and the Resident Evil fan base. And I wanted to address that in a more thoughtful way than just shit posting on Twitter. If you don't use Twitter, mentally you're probably better off than the rest of us, so congratulations on the good health. But if you did see my tweets, I want to make it clear, I don't think you're a degenerate if you liked the RE4 upskirt Easter egg, or if you think it should have been in the remake. I don't think you're a degenerate if you download sexy Resident Evil mods.
Oh my god.
Whatever you want to play, that's up to you, man. Now, the people I was trying to call degenerates is what I thought was an extremely small minority of people who are boycotting the Resident Evil 4 remake because they can't look up Ashley's skirt no more. For all the things this game is doing right, it's censored, possibly even downright removed. The thing people most wanted. It murders an aspect of her character, rendering it essentially non-canon. This is dishonest and suggests a lack of soul and attention to detail on the developer's part. No panties, no buy. Simple as. I find it quite interesting that any part of the Resident Evil fan base would consider boycotting a remake of one of the greatest games ever made because of a pair of panties. This is the type of person I was trying to make fun of, and I do sincerely apologize for not making that explicitly clear. You know, so there's people who like made comprehensive lists of every possible way you could look up Ashley's skirt in the original game, and I just, you know, I enjoy a glass of water myself, but this is too much thirst for me. So, you know, it's like a very small but dedicated and extreme group of people. You know, people that say stuff like, to be fair, no one likes Ashley Graham outside of porn. Wouldn't it just be better to not include her in the remake? I agree. Resident Evil 4 should be renamed Resident Evil 4 The Great Chicken Rescue, and it should focus on Leon trying to rescue a chicken that lays golden eggs. I think if they change the plot to be that, it'd be much better. What I find so bizarre about this situation is there were people trying to call me out, being like, how did you arrive on this website, Actman? How did you stumble across Senkaku Complex? You know, it's a porn website, right? You discovered these guys, huh? Where did you just happen to stumble upon them? Well, you can just type these comments into Google and find out they're from Senkaku Complex, which is effectively a porn site that you cropped the name out of. What were you doing there?
Just want to know, what are you doing on this page, Kelly? And how did you stumble across it?
You still haven't explained what brought you to a porn forum to begin with, let alone why you'd be surprised that people there are being horny. Where did I stumble upon a website? On the internet? And it's like, dude, why are you pretending like this is your first day on the internet? Why are you pretending like you don't know how search engines and Google work, okay? Do you need a refresher? If you want to know, you can type in certain words and key phrases into a search engine and it will show you relevant results based on what you searched for.
I don't believe it!
For example, if you type in RE4 Remake Ashley Skirt Controversy, you'll get, oh my gosh, a link to Senkaku Complex on the first page of the search results.
I don't believe it!
How is this a gotcha moment against me? You guys are the ones pretending like you're fucking exceptional individuals and don't understand how Google works. With that being said, what's all this hoopla about Ashley's skirt? Why is it so important? Why is this such a controversial issue? Is this just Capcom censoring the remake to appeal to a modern woke audience? Well, this is going to be a hybrid video. We're going to have a conversation about censorship mixed together with some hot takes and some dumb tweets to make fun of. I think it's important to establish what censorship is when it comes to video games, because it varies between country to country. Believe it or not, the original Resident Evil had its violent opening introduction scene censored in the US and European versions. They removed depictions of smoking in the US and European versions, which are present in Japan.
Chris Redfield.
You know, it's like different cultural taboos. Now, there's a difference between censoring things for localization reasons, Germany and the swastika, and censoring aspects of a game across all countries, all versions of the game, because of cultural reasons within the company. So a perfect example of censorship in Resident Evil that I think was completely unnecessary is the VR port of RE4. In it, Capcom removed pretty much all of the flirty banter between Leon and Hunnigan. They got rid of the post-credit scene where he asks Hunnigan for his number. Luis doesn't make a comment about Ashley's ballistics. There's a slight change with text on a mutilated corpse, like very small things that removing them doesn't make the game any better. It just like draws your attention to it. You know what I mean? Because you're like, why are they getting rid of all of these things? And then you play the remake and you're like, hold on a second. All of these things they removed from the VR port were also removed from the remake.
But as one trained in the Force, you know that true coincidences are rare.
Now, I don't hold remakes to the same standard of ports, because the goal of a port is to offer basically the exact same experience on a different platform, introduce new features maybe, and other content, while fixing some bugs. Ports should always be equal or more. If you start taking out lines of dialogue and hope the audience doesn't notice, then yeah, that comes across as censorship for no good reason. Another thing people have brought up about Capcom and censorship is that they seem to be specifically removing nude mods of Ashley. I used the word mods, but it might just be singular because I've only seen one mod they've explicitly taken down. Now, in my opinion, unless someone is making money off of a mod, or this mod is having a huge impact on an active player base, like the Nostarius WoW servers, then it's pretty dang rare to see a game publisher or developer go out of their way to take down mods, because most of the time they're harmless. What it comes down to with mods is if you ain't breaking the law, then I don't really care what mods you make. Unless you're that one guy who's like, I love Fallout 4. Here's a mod where I got rid of all the black people. That might be a bit much. I've also heard that Capcom has taken down mods that added Ada Wong and Wesker as playable characters, and while that sucks, this at least does make some sense as the content is unreleased and it is planned. I think it's clear there is a new cultural direction with Capcom that isn't really vibing with current fans, and that's why this great divide has sprung up. I think people are more upset about what these changes to pre-existing games imply for the future of Resident Evil than they are upset about those changes, if that makes sense. This series has sex appeal, and to people like me, that might be a smaller part of the franchise's identity, but clearly a portion of Resident Evil fans have latched onto that. It's not degenerate or gross to think people are hot and to, you know, make funny mods. I mean, if there's a horny competition and you put Resident Evil fans up against the Overwatch community, oh man, that's going to be a fight for the ages. So is Capcom censoring Resident Evil? Well, it depends on your interpretation of the word, but to many, yes. All right, now for the juicy part. Let's talk about Ashley's skirt. This is top tier content, by the way. Please subscribe. I honestly didn't think I would put this much thought into talking about an Easter egg, but I got so much flack for this, I feel like I need to address it. So in the original RE4, this was a fun little Easter egg where you could look up Ashley's skirt and she would call you a pervert. Almost as if the game developers knew people would try this and they wanted to call you out on it. Now here's my opinion on the removal of this Easter egg. It makes sense.
Boo! You stink!
Now hear me out. In the original RE4, Leon never spoke during gameplay. And the only time Ashley said anything was when she got captured, started screaming her head off, and assaulted your eardrums.
Welcome to my channel. Ito sad ti nesmihu nestakusai rekkad jai dem isig jepad. Ito I'm sad.
Look at that rock. If you shoot it, I bet it'll fall on the El Gigante and do some damage. Oh, Leon, look at those levers.
Look, there's a crank over there.
I bet if we pull them, we can progress to the next area of the game. This dialogue
To byl
was
samo
never about
sarkazam s moje
furthering the
strane.
story or building up the dynamic between Leon and Ashley. But that's all changed now because the remake treats gameplay as an extension of the story instead of two separate things. right? In the original, you had your gameplay, and then you had cutscenes. Now, if you plop this Easter egg into the remake, it doesn't really make sense in the direction. And in my opinion,
Cad ti prego vor ti cause cee triple Milan IDE isto is bookhand.
Interrupt the conversation, would the conversation resume and play out normally? Would you miss out on dialogue? I can see the developers looking at this and being like, yeah, I don't want to fucking deal with that. Let's just get rid of it. I can also see them removing it because of this new cultural direction. Whatever the case, I think overall it's the right decision. You know, Capcom downplaying the romance between Leon's sex appeal Kennedy and all the other women, removing all the sexual references. That stuff I understand why people are upset, and I don't like it either. You know, on a surface level, someone at Capcom might see Ashley asking Leon for overtime and being like, oh, well, that's just sexist. But in reality, it's not a line for perverts to fantasize about them fucking. This indicates that Ashley has kind of fallen for Leon over the course of their horrific adventure, but Leon is still a professional and rejects her delicately. It's an interesting dynamic. A subtle nod to this reference at some point in the game would have gone a long ways. You can complain about it, criticize it. I got no issues with that. But if you think that the removal of this Easter egg is worth boycotting, then yes, I am going to make fun of you because you are such an easy target. To be quite honest, I didn't expect so many people to care
Us very Nemoses da bit godisenji novi radnik New York fish.
Ne, imamo kolektivni godišnji, ako baš te
I might
zanima.
as well put some thought into it. Alright, now let's make fun of some dumb tweets and hot takes. Woke content? Wait,
Meni se
Zami?
iskreno ne ide.
Is this you?
Možda.
Zami, sorry. I'm hesitant on
Stu.
buying any more remakes
Ne idem
since
se.
Dead Space because of
Previše mi je velika gnjavaž.
Malo se okupes.
Ma, kakvo
Can you
kupanje.
imagine being so soft and fragile that you let a bathroom sign stop you from playing a video game? Well, my question is, did they add
Nije
any
stvar u
woke shit
kupanju,
to this
stvar je
remake?
u...
Is this game
Stone
woke?
Jabaza.
Good God. Interested in buying. Can anyone playing tell me if this game is being
Ne volim kad sam drugim ljudima na grbači.
Jutro senja paragel.
Between Dead Space's woke bathrooms, Hogwarts Legacy's woke genders, and RE4's woke soundtrack,
Poplati
I'm starting to
smestage.
doubt if I'll be able to play any new games this year. Dude, you guys are making calling things woke super fucking cringe. What is a woke soundtrack? Are you talking about like that Bill Nye song where
Evra
they sing
na
about
dan
how like,
Ido.
pussies bleed when they have their period?
Sexuality's a spectrum, everyone is on it, even
Ne, ne ide mi se samom, razumiješ? Nemam, o tome se radi. Jedini, glupci čovjek, jedini razlog zašto bi otišao u Crnu Gore da vidim rođake, jedini razlog zašto ne bih otišao u Crnu Gore zato što sam onda na teretu, zato što mora neko da me dvori. Ne volim kad iko mora da me dvori. Ajde da idem sam negde na smeštaj. Ne radi se o trošenju para, nego radi se da što idem onda, razumeš. Mogu da uzmem... Ne, mogu da odem i recimo u Bačku Topolu na privatni smeštaj. Iznajmim sobu pored jezera i 3 dana idem na jezero, kupam se, eto. Navaram dalje ići od Bačke Topole. Znaš, taj rad.
Alternity more.
Ma kako more, si ti bolestan čovjek. Nikad gore se nisam preveo nego na moru. Sklup si čovjek. Nije stvar o moru, da ti odeš sam na more. Fore da odeš sa nekim na more. Zato ti kažem da si glup čovjek. Nije fora otići na more, fora otići s nekim na more. Trenutno, ja društvo nemam da idem na primorje.
A toj zato sto neznazi bas je fora sam da se odmaris.
Fora da si sam, ja ću da budem sam kući i odmorit ću se. Znaš, to je meni odmor. Da mi niko ne dolazi u goste, da s nikim ne pričam, to je meni odmor.
I find it hard to get riled up over the lack of panty shots, but I do understand people being annoyed at the increasing removal of sex appeal. Yeah, I agree, and that's just something I didn't really get across in my tweets because nuance is kind of hard on Twitter unless you want to post like a fucking 20-tweet thread explaining every caveat and nuance. Now, some people took my tweets as they were meant to be taken as just like satirical, over-the-top jokes. If you talk to girls IRL, you're not a real fucking RE fan. Fucking facts, my brother. Real women are gay as hell. Can I get a W in the chat, please? Doing a 180 to save face, huh? My nose did a 180 into that skirty poontang, and you bet it changed my life. Sure, buddy. Care for a sniff? I highly recommend. Seriously, I don't know if this is a bit or not. It's not a bit. Absolutely no sarcasm here whatsoever.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes. But no one is specifically saying they didn't buy it because there weren't any upskirts in the game. At least not in the context you provided. But it was in the post that you were replying to. No panties, no buying. I've seen Ackman do this a bunch of times. If he receives any amount of pushback from his fan base, he just goes into silly pants mode and poisons the well like this, making any kind of discussion impossible. Yes, sometimes when I encounter really dumb statements on the internet, I use those statements and take them to the next level to point out their absurdity. It's this little known concept called satire. And I'm sitting here wondering why I'm explaining the concept of satire and how search engines work. Like, you guys can't be this stupid. I like Ackman. For me, it's not what he said that's the problem. It's how he said it. Yes, agreed. I've messed up. I'm sorry, Resident Evil fans. He's specifically gone to the comments section of a hentai site, grabbed the comments of people upset about Ashley's panties, and ascribed that to everyone who's disappointed. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that this extreme group of Resident Evil fans are representative of everyone who's upset about, like, the removal of sex stuff. Yeah, I was mostly just trying to make fun of people on the hentai site. If you go to that website and you go to some of the comments sections, it is racial slurs galore down there. I tell you what, this is what I said. Just looked up Ashley's skirt. I see the light. Gamers should be allowed to look up the skirts of every female character in gaming. This is not up for debate. To people who watch this asshole, why do you let this exceptional individual sabotage all discussion like this? Fucking piece of shit. It's like I'm clearly being satirical. No panties, no buying. No panties, no buying. Say that with a straight face. Eggman started it when he called the people complaining about the removed mods porn addicts. This is the type of shit that upsets me, is when people put words in my mouth and pretend like I said shit that I didn't say. I never called anybody a porn addict. And if you can find a tweet of me calling the Resident Evil fanbase porn addicts, I will give you $100,000. Go and find that tweet for me, please. $100,000 for you. You know, so find that tweet, or maybe you were just making shit up. Ackman is trying to troll everyone after he got pushback for calling people porn addicts. That's in quotes. You're putting those words in my mouth. I didn't say that.
You're a liar! You're a liar!
Oh, what's that? This guy Zero Dozer? Oh, yeah, he told me that all the people making mods and shirtless sexy mods of Leon and Ashley, you guys should all go to hell, and Capcom should take down your mods and sue you to the fullest extent of the law. What's that? Am I making up lies about somebody I don't like? Nope, couldn't be me. I'd never do that. I'd never put words in someone's mouth. You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Remember when you doxed a guy for Call of Duty lobby talk and thought it was totally fine, and then when Quantum TV talked to your mother, you lost your mind? Double standard, man.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
The hacked man should have never gotten his channel back. Come on, man. It ain't that deep. We should have been able to do the thing you could do in the original game in the remake of that same game, unless the vision changes and that thing doesn't make sense anymore. Within the first day of RE4 remake coming out, there were thousands of naked Leon mods. Where's the outrage over that?
What?
Why would I be outraged over that? Like, what reason would I have to be outraged over that? You decide whether to install the mod and play it or not. I don't fucking care. I don't want to watch porn. I want to look up her skirt. There you go, man. Just be honest. Be true to yourself. If that's all you want to do, more power to you, man. I support you. So no comment on the boner mod for Leon? You don't get to play holier than thou, Act Man. Everyone gets sexualized equally.
Looks like a bug was in his brain, sir.
They sucked his brains out.
What do you mean, Act Man? You didn't know there was a mod where you could play through the RE4 remake where Leon has a massive throbbing erection from start to finish? Is this supposed to be common knowledge? Yes, Mr. Bug is back with his brain dead takes. No comment on the boner mod? Typical act, man. You really want my opinion on the Leon Boner mod? For starters, I don't know what that is, but it sounds really, really funny. Like, I remember seeing screenshots of mods for Village where Chris Redfield is just butt fucking naked, and in the beginning he guns your wife down and his dick is just hanging out, and it's like, that's some of the funniest shit ever. If they wanted to watch porn, they'd watch porn. They just want to look up Ashley's skirt. Godot, you always come in with the best wisdom, man. I loved you in Trials and Tribulations. Porn is when you don't want censorship in games, I guess. This also isn't the take you think it is, since you're basically implying any girl in the real world that wears a skirt must want to be viewed like porn as well.
Huh?
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes.
Wow. You know what? That's a Bikram yoga stretch. You stretched the hell out of it. Good job. Good job. I'm not even going to answer that. That's just silly.
We did it in OG, and we want to do it in the remake. And yes, I'm also viewing porn of her in mouse form. Also, Salazar, it's a mod. Don't like it? Don't download it. Isn't that what you pro-censorship weirdos said when people modded trans flags into games? I like how this guy is like, it's a mod, don't like it, don't download it, but he's also bitching about a mod that he doesn't have to download.
That's what you call ironic.
Like, who cares, dude? As long as you're not the guy who's removing black people from the game, I think you're in the clear. Ugh, why is this unfunny loser on my timeline? We get it. You hate fun and are gay.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
If you actually dug into some of the nitty-gritty of the discourse, you'd realize that the argument centers on the principle and the idea of censorship. I realize that now. Like I said, I thought everyone initially was on team no panties, no bind. It turns out that's not the case. Quantum TV was right about this, dude. 76 people. What was he right about? Because as far as his record goes, he ain't been right about shit yet. We get it. You hate the original RE4 because you want the virtue signal to your E-celeb friends. Fucking wanker. Those of you who know me know that I despise the original Resident Evil 4. I most certainly do not own a cosplay of Leon Kennedy because the game is so awful. Why would I ever dress up as him and dance around and do some cringy rap? If I wanted to watch porn, I would just watch porn, you disingenuous sellout. I'm sure Anita is proud of you. Ooh, that hits low, man. I don't want Anita to be proud of me. I also like how this was a profile dedicated to Ashley Graham. Love it when people pretend to be gay online for clout.
I'm gay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gay. Please donate to my Patreon immediately. Give me the clout. Give me the clout. I'm gay. This is why people used to bully gamers for playing video games. Good times. Hot take, but remakes should not remove anything from the original, just improve graphics and stability. Well, the Dead Space remake removed the incredibly clunky space maneuvering. I think remakes should remove things and replace them with better things. Actman, what is your opinion on Mouse Ashley? Why is this a thing? Please write in the comments why Mouse Ashley is a thing. You made a career bitching that Halo hasn't been Halo 3 for 10 years. You literally have no room to talk. What does this have to do with anything?
What are you talking about?
Why does this have 450 likes? Tell us you're gay without telling us you're gay.
I'm gay. Good lord. Are you really?
I'm straight as an arrow, but dude, I'd make out with Leon. Let's be real. Oh, you're constructing straw men to argue against now? Is this the beginning of your slow reveal as a leftist grifter, only pretending to be anti-woke arc?
Yeah. Are you high right now? What?
I'm a leftist grifter pretending to be anti-woke? Like, and this is my character arc? This is season 8 of Actman Saga? What? Are you high? What is this question? You know, if it was mods to add gay flags to the game, he'd be on the opposite side, telling people to stop crying and just not download the mod. I don't care, dude. You download the mods that you want. Why are you putting all these words and opinions in my mouth? I don't give a shit. This is why your parents change the subject when people ask about you. This is a fucking amazing meme. This is a take one of my buddies sent me. The biggest reason it's fine to change Ashley is because she was a shitty fucking character. She's so much better in RE4 and like an actual human being. You care about her as if she's real as opposed to just being a literal objective. I think allowing the game's systems to manipulate cameras and take advantage of her would be a betrayal of her new direction. And I say that as someone who doesn't give a flying fuck about panty shots. But a lot lot of people are like, I'm not playing because of censorship, and so they have no idea just how much better Ashley's character is now. I think that's a good thing. Why did they make her so ugly and mannish looking? Trannish even? Why am I even asking? Of course they made her ugly and trannish looking. Dude, what are you people smoking? New Ashley is way hotter than old Ashley with her fucking elephant ears like fucking Dumbo. Are you kidding me? Also, trannish? They be coming up with new slurs every day, man. At this rate, I might actually go homo. Literally every female characters have to be made as ugly as possible. This is like the greatest coming out story of all time. I don't find this fictional character as sexually attractive anymore. That's it. I'm gay now.
That means you're gay.
So I hope I've given you a bit more clarity on what my actual opinions are. I hope I've cleared things up. We had some fun. We had some mildly serious thoughts. I think we had a good time. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did and subscribe to The Act Man for more awesome content. All right, everyone, that's all I got for today. This is The Act Man signing out. Peace.
It's been a while. What can I do for you, Phil?
I want to make a lot of money, Activision deal.
So with the Activision deal under fire, you need more people to adopt the Game Pass?
Yeah, I want to make a lot of money.
Oh, I think I can help you. For a price.
Standard price.
What?
Standard price.
Standard price? Yeah. Oh, no, Mr. Spencer. I want twice what I did for you last time.
All right.
All right, then. Here's what we do. We take a bad game from a studio of yours, and I'm talking awful, barely playable, not worth a tenth of a normal AAA title. We're talking bad graphics, awful gunplay, a piece of shit UI, miserable story and characters, and terrible music. You know, I don't know, techno, jazz, pop trash. Well, I guess a few spooky strings here and there. And then we mark it up to $70. $70? Yes, up to $70. But then we make it free with your little Game Pass. That way, anyone with half a brain will sign up for Game Pass, and then they'll forget to cancel like everyone always does with all subscriptions. The other people? The genius is that we're presenting a deal where we're simultaneously scamming them. Morons are gonna actually give $70 for something worthless, and we can even charge $100 to people even stupider than that. Arcane? The reputation of the studio? Phil, I'm an evil, soulless corporate genius, not a miracle worker. Someone has to be thrown to the wolves if we're gonna make some goddamn money.
You done fucked it up.
Yeah, that's all that's left to match.
What an easy concept. A fucking zombie game only with vampires instead of zombies. How do you screw that up? Well, apparently royally if you're Arcane Austin. What a massive pile of shit. It has been a long time since I played a game this bad. Crash. That's different. No, you didn't. God damn it! God fucking damn it! Not since the days of Ride to Hell.
Say something. What's wrong? 21 hours? Oh my God, what was this guy thinking?
Mind Jack.
My mind is Jack.
Or Sonic Free Riders.
Are we done yet?
We had no less than 27 crashes between all four of us. Stupid enough to try to play through the game all the way through over multiple days. Can't play more than one fucking mission without the fucking thing crashing every fucking 5 seconds. And that's not an exaggeration. We had 27 fucking crashes. Fuck this piece of shit.
Both left to match?
Real disconnect.
What'd you do?
And now I'm looking at, I don't know, my crotch?
It clearly was not ready for any sort of mass consumption. Yet here it is, released as one of the Xbox's awesome exclusives. What a colossal fuck up. That's fucking 11 crashes now. I'm not gonna take a fucking 12. I swear to God, if you fucking crash one more fucking time, that's it. No more. Worse, it's from a studio that's otherwise known for high-quality titles. Arcane Austin. Titles like Dishonored, Dishonored 2, and the critical darling 10 out of 10 IGN and every other game journalist's favorite games, Deathloop.
A new high watermark for Arcane and developers of similar games to aspire to, Deathloop is a game like no other.
Oh, you bet your ass they touted their accolades every freaking trailer.
So Arcane is known for excellent story and gameplay. Like, you guys make some really magical games that just bind those two together so well.
It becomes more and more party-like, of course. It's our probably our closest to being a party game, you know. Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, Harvey.
Thank you.
We can't wait to hear more about Redfall soon.
For me, Redfall represents our most ambitious title that we've tried to do here in the Austin studio ever.
Redfall used to look like it was straight out of a postcard.
And now they lay this turd?
Where are you going? I'm right here.
You should be fucking ashamed. And I want my money back. This thing is a fucking hole. It sucks. This is the 5th time we've had to go to the fucking main menu to fucking play with our fucking friends. And yes, I did get it on the Game Pass, so I want my $15 back for this month for putting me through this. Now, please.
I'll drive over there and yell at him.
Hey! Arcane Austin! Give my money back! I see your asses in there! I see it through the... You! Bruce! Gary! Have that janitor open the door, give me my $70. I can't imagine if anyone actually bought it at retail full price, because some people can forget from time to time. It is criminal that this is even being sold at that price. Full $70, as if this is true next gen.
Just saying. No harm in being cautious. Okay, we're not strong enough to break open crates.
Is this closed for you, OJ?
Yes.
So
damn.
my game does not load doors.
It's so next gen that they had to slap a sticker on the back of the fucking box because it couldn't even handle 60 frames per second that it promises.
There it is. 60 FPS performance mode not available at launch. Because it says on the box 60 frames per second, which would be false advertising, which means they would get sued. What the fuck? Is that not confirmation that your game is not finished?
And that's not counting the abomination of a $100 edition where you get a what? What do you get? A steel book case? A fucking patch? 4 skins? 2 DLC heroes in the future? Are you fucking kidding me? That has got to be the worst value special edition ever. This game is $100 fucking dollars. Redfall Bite Back edition. The game bites back because it's a piece of shit. It's filled with bugs, filled with bed bugs biting you. Bite back, $100. Bites your fucking wallet. Considering the rancid diarrhea this fucking thing turned out to be, hell, even if it was good, that would still be a crap deal.
Oh, fuck.
OJ got the mole
They
people.
can't catch me. Gotta keep moving, man.
God damn it, Joe.
So what is Redfall exactly, right? Is it like a cool vampire version of Left 4 Dead, as it initially seems? Nope. It's I don't know. It's more like Far Cry, as the devs like to say themselves.
So you've specified that Redfall will be more like Far Cry than Left 4 Dead. So how will that be reflected with replayability once players beat the story?
I guess because it's somewhat open world and you pull your map up in front of your face before you fast travel. Other than that, it doesn't really have a lot else in common with Far Cry, a far better franchise.
Wait, you have a door release? That doesn't exist on my screen. Here?
I opened it.
I know.
That's weird.
Whatever.
You should be outside playing in the sunshine instead of watching this bullshit.
The game doesn't even have the fucking effort to reel cutscenes.
We got them all. What? These are the cutscenes? Fucking cheap ass. Are you serious? What are we doing here? Just have them move. You have all the characters. Just move. We just got a guy playing the bongos naked.
What is your major malfunction, little brother?
Instead, everything is told via these single frame collages.
What the fuck? God damn it. Now I understand what you meant by Babylon's Fall. This is Babylon's Fall cutscene.
So, no. That don't sit right with me. They're using the local radio station to lure folks to the shipyard.
You should be outside playing in the sunshine instead of watching this bullshit.
That use the actual in-game models, but they were too fucking lazy to actually move and animate them. Every single cutscene before a major mission is like this, and it reminds you how little effort and how awful the game's story is.
It's not. It's fucking still images again. I thought it was gonna be moving pictures. Do you know what a fucking movie is? Arcane! It is not still images. It is moving images.
What was that? The Hollow Man was just some guy from the clinic?
I know, it's lame, isn't it?
I need to get back to the fire station.
Hollow Man is just some guy from the clinic? I guess they're realizing the game is lame too.
It's like a rough draft of a story, a first idea, but just banged out without any revisions. Vampires take over a small town. Why the government doesn't just attack them with a fucking military, or I don't know, nuke them from orbit, it's just ignored.
The vampire should have died too because
My ex-boyfriend
she
isn't
ran
doing
out
anything.
of the gas station. It's daylight.
Oh shit, it is daylight. Did the game forget about their fucking...
About their own story?
Their own
I
story?
don't know. She was chasing me. I was like, what the fuck? It's daylight.
Daylight, bitch, get back in there.
Occasionally, the game will delve out story bits in-game through stupid fucking notes left littered all around the fucking place. And when I mean littered all around, I mean every fucking where, with the most stupid, mundane messages of all time.
Faces extinction in the face of university budget cuts and the looming Y2K fears. Without new funding, 1999 will likely be the Annex year's last year of operation. Graduate students are already...
Already what?
That's where it ends.
What? Sorry,
What-
what did I catch it?
What are you saying? I was telling you about the meteorological studies and what the fucking revolution of the Doppler radar technology has done for this center.
What? What? I don't get it. What is happening? Seriously, this is the best effort? No, I'm done. This is ridiculous. I can't do this.
Hello, gamer. What seems to be the problem?
What seems to be the problem?
Yeah.
You don't fucking see? There's 500 fucking problems. Just look around. Well, first off, I mean, the biggest one is the fucking story. Where is the goddamn story? Who the fuck am I? What is happening?
Oh, it's right here.
A trash can. A fucking trash can. This is a trash can. Look, fucking garbage. It's garbage.
Oh, look, this garbage has a message for you. Here, read that.
Attention, citizens of Redfall. There are vampires here. Ah!
Ooh, that's spooky scary, isn't it?
No, it's fucking not.
Well, we also added some humor. Here, check that one out.
This one just says fart.
Oh man, I love fart. The Zoomers are gonna love this. Another mega hit for Arcade!
None of it even relevant to the fucking story at hand. And that's if you can even interact with the fucking interactables, because those will often stop working randomly.
Eva, this one doesn't read. This note won't open. Joe, read this note. Can't open it. Can you open it?
Yes.
All right, we'll see Joe's screen. What's it say?
I went ahead to take some of those toys from the tower storage to Golden View Mobile Community by the shipyard. I hope that's something off your plate.
Okay, now when I try to open it. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
There are times where you'll find a story memory. God, I hate this fucking trend in games where you sit there and watch two static character models just stand in place and narrate what happened before, as if the still fucking frame cutscenes weren't enough. This whole fucking game story is told this way, and all of it is fucking boring.
Welcome to my channel.
You wanted to speak with you.
These psychic echoes suck.
Thank you for meeting with me. I appreciate it. Well, I talked with some of the other orderlies, and we keep hearing this knocking.
Wow, I really needed to know that information.
And
This is so fucking painful.
Not a single meaningful connection is established between the player and the game's world. There is no urgency to do anything. There is no compelling narrative. There's no fucking nothing.
The game.
Of all the games to be in, this one.
I gotta go get him.
So, the story is shit. How is the actual gameplay loop? Well, you're supposed to fight vampires with friends. Only every enemy in this game employs an absolutely brain-dead AI system, only capable of the most basic of tasks.
On top of that, Arcane is known for AI that is sight and hearing based. And so even if your game is not a hardcore stealth game, having an AI that's like that just generates gameplay. It's like that kind of AI is what we do, whether it's Prey or Deathloop or Dishonored or Redfall. No matter what the rest of the structure of the game is, that gives you a lot of dynamic gameplay right there. It's procedural in nature, you know?
Yeah, towards the lighthouse.
Joe, do you have nothing that kills vampires?
There's Rogers.
Can't tell which way.
Get closer over here.
Jesus, Joe. Are you kidding me with the fucking AI? He was just attacking you the whole time. Now he's confused because you went behind him, Joe. You are one sneaky motherfucker.
That's all you gotta do, man.
Oh my god. These fucking games.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh shit.
Excuse me.
He's smiling. He's looking at you now. He's like, what do you want? What were we doing?
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Joe, he's going to bite out your heart.
Well, shit.
You going to let him talk to you like that?
On top of that, Arcane is known for AI that is sight and hearing based.
Worse, every fucking fight in this game is exactly the fucking same.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They got some underbosses, so I'm sure. Oh my god, so on top of the shitty story, they're doing the repetitive mission design that Dead Island 2 suffered.
Imagine playing a shitty fight and going, well, that wasn't very fun or challenging, but oh well, there's gonna be some other variations. No! The first fight you do is basically what you will be repeating 100 times over. It goes like this. Pick a mission from the mission board. You have to go to the mission board too. Everybody has to be there.
Okay.
Now we gotta wait for you.
God,
I'm here though.
It doesn't matter which branch you go down because there aren't actual branch paths, okay? They're fake branching paths. And you do a clear out enemies fight. Then you do a few more of those clear out enemy fights until you get to the end of the branch path. Then progressing further is locked off until you open the safe houses, of which you have to clear out enemies to do. Then when you open up the safe house, you go and open up an underboss mission by doing a clear out enemies mission. And then you get to fight the area underboss, and here's an example of one of those missions.
Let's check out this game's bosses. Alright, here's the boss. Vampire, reach the night manager. Alright, you better be cool.
Shoot him.
Shoot her. Wow, what an awesome boss. That was a great boss battle, man.
Oh, I missed it. I got a full necklace.
You missed the boss battle?
Yeah.
They're an absolute joke. Every single underboss is killed instantly, even on the highest difficulty. Where's the boss? Wait for us. Oh, yeah.
Boyfriend, do something.
Oh, here's the boss. Curator Gould. I killed her immediately. Guys, you gotta return to the fire station for the next mission. Top 10 boss fights 2023.
So he drops a skull, and in order to progress to the final boss of an act, you need 3 underboss skulls. Yup, so that means 3 more safe houses with 3 more clear missions to get to the 3 more underboss missions!
Okay, there he is, right? That's him right there, Billy.
Yep.
Billy Felch. And I shot.
You did it!
Y'all weren't shooting him before, right?
You did it!
We're just shooting it around the cultist and then he won't end up damaging him.
That boss went down in 5 seconds. That's how the bosses have all gone. This is the highest difficulty too.
Now repeat this in Act 1, 2, and 3 with no motherfucking deviation! That's the fucking game, and then it ends!
They still have me. And there's still path left to tread.
No. No, there's not.
Please, no.
You will never get a budget to do anything related to Redfall ever again. And thank fucking God.
I'm still out there. Good!
You
Get
will
lost,
never,
bitch!
ever subject players to that again. There's no fucking way there's gonna be a Redfall 2. It's fucking awful. You should be ashamed of yourself. Absolute, utter garbage.
Oh, and I can't forget to mention that the final fucking boss of the game can be defeated by pressing the F button 3 times!
Literally, the final boss mechanic was holding B 3 times. What? Untether that shit. The tether doesn't even attach to it.
Yeah, it's, I don't know.
For JJ? For who is his name? Stick that bitch! I got your ass.
What's
No.
happening? I can't look in that direction.
Ah, fuck.
OJ, describe it to me.
But she had half a whole health bar. What the fuck just happened? That was the most jank.
I guess when we untether her, she loses life. That was dumb.
Oh, you don't actually shoot that boss.
No.
So they fucked that boss battle up even more than all the other boss battles.
You son of a bitch! You piece of shit! I'm not joking. The final boss is killed by pressing F. Pay your respects to this game's brutal death at the hands of the developers' complete laziness. I mean, they didn't even want to properly finish their own fucking climax. Why should we even bother? From the creators of Dishonored and Prey!
Making each game different from the last, but we'll focus on deep world building and incentive game mechanics.
Deep world building. One day, vampires took over a town. Then they fought each other. The end. The greatest variation you will have is if you piss off the vampire gods too much by killing enemies or by setting off car alarms.
I didn't even know you could actually fast travel out of those areas. Windy Stead, it's to the right of Found with No.
The gods are watching me. The vampire guys got pissed off because of car alarm. This is a fucking petty gods.
Then they'll get mad at you and send Rook after you.
Oh, Rook's fighting me. I can't.
Oh yeah, we can't.
Why? Oh god God damn it.
Okay, Rook's dead. Let's go.
Did you just kill him?
Yeah, he is.
He was up there with you?
Yeah.
He is.
It's because we're on the hardest difficulties. Why it's so tough.
Yeah. But we are on the hardest difficulty.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it was so hard.
Who is stupidly easy to kill, but at least drops legendary loot towards the end of the game each time he's killed. Midnight.
I don't know what that was. I think we got what we
Hard. You did it.
As for the characters and their abilities, they're all fucking stupid.
I fucking hate the music in this
Jack
game.
in the Knox. Welcome to my channel. Porco Dio.
Porco Dio.
You need more goat milk or oat milk?
Oh.
Fuck.
Hello.
This is a DJ Mud.
What's up? How is life? Oh my lord. More blood for the blood gods. Oh. I don't need that. Oh. Wow. That's a lot of range.
Mushmouth Productions. Like,
No,
I mean,
how
put some
dare you.
respect on his name.
How dare you? Put respect on his name. DJ Mushmouth would not even fucking make this bullshit.
They suck. Each character is supposed to get, like, I don't know, 2 abilities and an ultimate. But when you get shit like an umbrella,
I can't get out of this stupid umbrella animation. I'm just stuck with an umbrella. I can't take out my gun.
I don't want to be this guy because he sucks.
Because I can't get out of this stupid umbrella spell. I can't even switch to any of my guns.
Wow.
Run interference. Run interference.
Never-ending spell power.
Yeah, I can't take it off. I can't do anything else.
or an elevator.
Being dead would bother me a lot more.
I think you're so cool with your elevator.
Yeah, I feel so powerful whenever a fight happens. The only thing I can do is pull up an elevator or have an umbrella.
A crow that sounds like a robot.
Dude, getting real, that's for damn sure. Bloodsuckers.
It sucks.
Let's go, chicken shit.
And this guy's such a fucking asshole to his little bird. It's not endearing. It's just fucking stupid.
Fucking mines to blow your friends up all fucking game being a troll.
As if I can't see him. I don't give a fuck. Excuse me,
I
Alex.
C4. Mine's abilities are way cooler than yours.
Yeah, yours is the best.
I can't even see what's watching.
Can you not destroy all the goddamn fucking...
Well, all the humans are dead.
And of course, calling in your ex-boyfriend.
Calling a favor from your ex-boyfriend Jason, who happens to be a vampire. That sounds stupid.
Be Jason.
Is that your ex-boyfriend?
and then he disappears on you.
Yeah, that's it.
That's why he's my ex.
That's right, you broke up.
Yeah.
Stupid fuck.
You don't even love me.
I mean, God, these are just lame as fuck. What? OJ, what are you doing? We're under attack by vampires! No, Alex! What? Are you on the phone?
One moment. Hey Todd, it's me, Jennifer. Yeah, I know we're not together anymore, but can I ask for a favor? No, this is not a booty call. I'm not gonna let you smash.
Joel! Let's go!
I'm on the phone, I'm trying.
We need help! We need reinforcements!
Todd, you better come over here and do this, alright? I did stuff with you I've done with no one else. If you don't get your ass down here, I will tell your mom the real reason why you carved all those holes in the bar soap.
Ugh. And I want to say that the loot is the best part of the game, but the guns you use, none of them are really all that fun. There's pistols, rifles, shotguns, standard shit. And then there's vampire stuff like UV light guns where you shine a light on them to shine a light on them to death. You do turn them to stone, that's kind of cool. Eat UV rays. UV gun works good against the vampires. And there's a standard stake gun, which is really effective against pureblood vampires. But, I mean, that's about all.
Oh no, vampire!
Gloria.
That was intense.
Destroy Gloria during the key to wellness was the achievement I just unlocked.
I just got the key.
Apparently that was the boss. Cool. I mean, the best part of the game is below average by today's standards. And the rest of the game? Well, the rest of the game is shit.
Am I getting electrocuted?
They're gonna be pissed if I light up the goods again.
Yeah,
well.
I'm stuck on the fucking ladder. I can't go up or I can't go down. I'm stuck. Constant T-posing of characters.
Do you see this guy's T-posing, Zero?
I think he's supposed to be dead.
Oh, he's wearing a red shirt for you?
Right next
You
to
wear
the
a blue
light.
shirt for me.
I got a green shirt.
Excuse
I
me,
got a
sir.
green.
Excuse me, sir. Do you know where the fucking zombies are at? Or, I mean, vampires, my bad. Oh my god, he's dead. Constantly getting stuck in the levels.
Is this a joke? I'm still waiting for the punchline. No! I can't. I'm stuck.
Fuck! Alright, I just spent $4,000 to not get ammo.
Oh my god.
2 in a row failed.
Bugs, broken progress bars. Power back on. Defend the Chickering substation until everybody get closer, unless the mission is fucking broken.
On the objectives thing, it shows a different number. It shows 25%.
Oh, it's just the UI part.
Yeah, the UI is broken. 30%. Wow. 65. I think the enemies have stopped spawning. Bethesda shit, DRM. Bethesda. Nobody fucking uses Bethesda. Took fucking an hour because of fucking Bethesda.net. Fucking bullshit. And why is the screen smaller than it needs to be?
Glitches galore.
I think this guy's not moving.
We killed them all. Oh, it makes the whole game glitch when you go into his body.
Oh yeah, well, what the
wow.
Frame rate drops constantly for this? For these shit graphics and crappy lighting.
Damn, Joe, where'd you learn those moves?
Michael Jackson.
Man, that might be a level above Michael. I'm sorry. You can forward moonwalk. Who's bad?
Who's bad?
Joe's bad.
Who's bad? I'm bad.
I'm bad. Real bad. It's real bad.
And randomly
World
your
of
sound will
streamers.
just stop working.
Welcome to my channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I shot OJ in the head. You didn't even know.
Nope, I did not.
that's fun.
I think the game is broken.
Huh?
Oh, check it out. The no sound bug again, because the game is completely finished and totally done. No additional work necessary. It is in release state. This is embarrassing.
A completely empty and repetitive world.
It's that's a powerful piece to me. It's like, wow, I feel like I'm in a living world.
Yeah.
Cool, I'm so glad this is an open world that I can explore nothing.
You will find fulfillment in
You can just run
service.
for hundreds of meters.
Wake me up when I get there. Ugh. This game is just empty for no reason. I'd rather learn how to drift. Why is everybody going in random directions? Oh, because there's mountains.
Fuck mountains.
God damn it.
I'm really excited about the setting of the town of Redfall.
There is no way up here.
These mountains are just padding time.
That's what they are for, man. I'm so tired. The whole fuck. That's it. I'm right.
Go around. We don't want to go around. We just want to go straight line.
With huge mountains in your way, literally padding for time. It's decades old gameplay with crap graphics. I don't know, and why are all the costumes furry shit? I don't get it.
What the fuck?
They got a
I
new
guess
costume?
this is my werewolf skin, I guess. This is stupid.
Oh, you get to be a furry. That's good.
Look, even if they polished the hell out of it and fixed all the bugs, it still would be a bad game. Completely boring and not worth its $70 purchase price for all of the reasons I detailed here. It never challenges you, never lets you be creative. It is slapped together in the worst way and pushed out the door. This could have been a cool idea, a zombie game, only instead of zombies you kill fucking vampires. Hell, make a game with both vampires, zombies, and werewolves. That would put in some variation that this game sorely lacks. And this just ain't it, Chief. And at this level of quality, if this is what we're gonna see from Bethesda and Microsoft in their partnership going forward, we are totally fucked. Hell, even Phil himself had to apologize for this piece of shit.
I'll start, I'll hit Redfall, but I'll just say all up, there's nothing that's more difficult for me than disappointing the Xbox community. Just to kind of watch the community lose confidence, be disappointed. I'm disappointed. I'm upset with myself. I kind of revisit our process. You know, I think back to the announcement of 60 frames per second, and then we weren't shipping 60 frames per second. That was kind of our punch in the chin, rightfully, a couple weeks ago. And then seeing the game come out, and the critical response was not what we wanted. And it's disappointing.
Oh, well, we never got a fucking peep from Arcane Austin themselves.
Redfall is our effort to take what Arcane does well, a hybrid of first-person games and RPGs, and stretch ourselves a little bit. Does this work in the open world? Does it work both solo and with co-op players? Can we take all our narrative layers and our improvisational mechanics and our style and spread that out across an open world.
I kept waiting for some kind of statement, some kind of admission of guilt, or semblance of remorse or sorry, but nope, business as usual over there.
Something that's also been nice about the vampires being the antagonists is that they're not mindless. They're not just let me run and eat your brain, right? So they're actually thoughtful. They are a bit more of a predator, and also humans are terrifying, right? So the cultists and Bellwether are, they're also more tactical. So yeah, they take cover, you know, they flank you, all those good things.
Well, the other thing is like,
yeah, they take cover, you know, they flank you, all those good things.
Yeah, they take cover, you know, they flank you, all those good things.
It took a ton of bad decisions to get a game to this point, and it's all laid bare here. Play testing? What play testing? There's no fucking way a damn person at that studio played this game before release and said, yup, we're proud of this one. Shame on you, Arcane. Shame on you, Bethesda.
Oh, did I crash? What the fuck's happening?
I did.
Failed connect. Yeah.
Oh, shit, I just opened the door.
Fuck! And how the hell do you make a co-op game where the progress only saves in just the host's save file? So all the torture that you went through is rendered useless in your own game. Just another casualty of modern gaming.
You expected this feature to work? Sounds like you haven't heard of a little thing called modern gaming.
We'll fix it later. Well, fuck that. And we're gonna get an ever-increasing amount of these pieces of unfinished corporate garbage like this until we put an end to this bullshit, finish it later mentality. Stop supporting these AAA developers who do this and instead support more indie developers. Hell, I want to go back and play more Dead Island 2 rather than subject myself to more of this crap. I beg Joe for the next zombie game if this is what it's like to play a vampire game.
Hey, Joe. You want to play a vampire game?
The final verdict for Bethesda and Microsoft's Redfall is a fucking 2! A fucking 2 out of 10! I hated all 12 hours I had to play. It's shit gameplay, shit story, shit character, shit graphics, shit performance, and shit! Only for the most brain-dead of looter-shooter fans who will accept and literally play anything.
What motivation do you have to tell us it's fine, but needs fixes? If it needs fixes, how is it fine? You fuck! Use your brain! So tired of people accepting garbage.
It's barely playable. You're telling me the same team that made Dishonored and Dishonored 2 made this piece of shit?
What the fuck happened to you? Arcane, you're embarrassing my city. You're embarrassing my city.
From a AAA studio that was getting 8s and 10s like candy, this is unacceptable. I'll give you the fucking 2 after you give me the stability patch. And it only gets those points for having, I don't know, a vampire concept and basically all the other small, tiny, alright pieces like the environment assets, the blood trances, they're cool environments. That's about it. The asset modelers did their job. You know, the shit that the artists worked their asses off to have the rest of the team just shit all over. But man, I'm even more pissed because I had to stop playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor so I could finish this piece of trash. I never want to play this broken piece of shit again. I'll see you guys on the next Angry Joe show. If you excuse me, I'm gonna try to get everybody's money back.
Hey, Joe, you want to play a motherfucking vampire game?
Are you fucking serious?
We added some humor, too. Check this one out.
This one just says fart.
That gets me every time.
God damn it! You stupid fuck! That was a perfect take, Arthur. I fucked it up.
I can't see.
You got the trash all over me. Ugh. Fuck. No. 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 I am a vampire. You say that.
All right, he's coming.
We're gonna be dead by then. Oh, hey, Todd.
You have the boy's magic.
No, this magic belongs to no boy.
Of course, you can see why a story about a boy who never grows up might appeal to certain Hollywood executives. But if we discount the more sinister motives, what could possibly have possessed Disney, this Disney, not that magical kingdom you remember from when you were a kid, to bring Peter Pan back to the screen? It's a timeless classic rich with motifs, the beauty of childlike innocence, the necessary but painful sacrifice of growing up, the ultimately unfulfillable and unfulfilling nature of our desires after eternal youth. Being timeless, it's had a great many adaptations, most on the stage, but a fair few on the screen as well. The famous Disney cartoon from the 1950s, the rather less famous 2003 live-action adaptation, and the entirely unfamous Ben Zeitlin version from 2020 called Wendy. And if you've never heard of that, you're in pretty good company. Besides which, a number of spin-offs of varying quality and relevance, Hook, Return to Neverland, Tinkerbell, and so on. So we've not exactly been short on Pan-related content over recent years, and the basic tale, as well as various interpretations of its consequences, have been done and redone and redone and redone. So what else is there to say? What do we accomplish by doing it again? Does anybody really think a live-action rework going straight to Disney Plus would perform better than, I don't know, just a straight re-release of the 1950s original? But this is 2023 and we are in the era of the remake. Disney is by no means the only company at it. HBO is bringing back Harry Potter a whopping 12 years after the last film's premiere, but it is undoubtedly the standard bearer. Disney's had various slogans over the years, but has latterly swapped "Where Dreams Come True" to "Let's do it again but worse." And it's burned through its back catalogue so quickly that it's now begun remaking its own originals from within the last decade. We've had Mulan, The Little Mermaid is eagerly not anticipated. We've had Maleficent, Jungle Book, Alice in Wonderland, Beauty and the Beast, Dumbo, Aladdin, The Lion King, Cruella, and Pinocchio within the last 9 years, so that's the back catalogue pretty much dispensed with. How about Moana then? Remember Moana? That's an old classic. Came out in 2016. Ancient history. Well past time to revisit it. None of this is necessarily objectionable. It's not as though Disney's recent originals have been particularly inspiring. Strange Worlds, anyone? The problem is, though, that the only need being met is the company's balance sheet. Remakes and reboots are fine if you've lit upon some new way of presenting or telling the story, some new interpretation that really adds to, or at any rate comes close to, the quality of the original. But go back over that list of Disney's recent remakes. How many of them meet that criteria? How many of them even manage to summon up the magic of the stories they're repeating? Did the live-action Lion King contain half the range of emotion of the animated original? And if not, and it didn't, did it compensate for that by adding something new to the telling? The answer is no again, by the way. The problem is not with remakes per se. Many of the old Disney animated classics were adaptations, reboots in different artistic mediums, and drawing on stories that were themselves innovative reimaginings of older tales. Peter Pan takes half his name and no small part of his character from gods of the Greek myths. Aladdin is lifted from an amendment to the 1001 Nights. Cinderella comes from thousands of ancient folk and fairy tales. The Jungle Book was given to us by Rudyard Kipling first, and so on. No, the problem is that while these original adaptations saw the artistic, cultural, even the magical value of the stories they were lifting, and made conscious attempts to distill that magic in new and delightful ways, the value modern Disney sees in these adaptations is material. Its recent failings are a good guide and predictor of future performance. Nobody involved seems particularly moved by the stories they're borrowing. Few seem even to understand them. And the impetus for their recreation isn't, this ancient story is popular for a reason, let
Alo.
O?
Što se čini?
Ništa, evo gorim.
Kako goriš, ti je vrućina ili?
Ne, ovaj sa Stelanom me pretvoriš u buktinje.
Joj. Jebem ti život.
Damnation is promised to the dark.
I gde sam ja sad? Han Shodan 2.0. A ne, nego vidim koliki mi je delay kao ovom, igram na nekom USC serveru. Igram Vampire Survivors i gdje piše mi delay, prema što se konektujem na server piše mi 280 milisekundi. Mislim, nije u pitanju online shootera, ali zamisli da igraš Dotu ili League of Legends sa tolikim delayem. Mislim, vam pamet. Dešava mi se... Ne, čujem te kao iz kante, ne znam gde si.
Čekaj mi stigne dobro.
A viš ovo. Kako me udarija jebote metari od mene. Tebi ću jebat mater.
Damnation is promised to the dark.
There is no space in my inventory.
Damnation is promised to the dark. This is my conviction. Show you discipline! Shining blessings! This is my conviction!
Važi, važi.
Shining blessings!
Rarakanda glitch. Welcome to my channel.
No, this is not doable.
I must make room if I want to carry that.
Oh, fuck my life. Pola sela se mora da bijem.
Show you discipline! Shining blessings! This is my conviction! This is my conviction! This is my conviction! My conviction! Shining blessings! This is my conviction! This is my conviction! Blessings! I will show you discipline! This is my conviction! This is my conviction! Shining blessings! This is my conviction! This is my conviction!
Não, o Win neće skoro. Ja jedno 2 sata sigurno. Ona će da spam.
Must make room.
It's my reward.
Baš u pičku materinu. 100.000 puta si hila.
Ne mogu da vas ja, ako idu sve. Svi će mogu. Drugo, ako ideš, ne mogu da vas stavim. Imaš ekstra životi kad te može, znaš?
Šta imaš ekstra život?
A ti ideš onaj, ne ideš naprijed survival neko onaj. Gdje skuplješ onaj.
Da ti igram V-Rising, igrali smo ga zajedno.
Ja sam te zanimljiv što ja idem. Peđi igram.
Vampire the Masquerade. Moj bro je neku Sun Priestess, igrali smo zajedno V-Rising. Sun Priestess bre, nervira koliko je naporno.
Da je ubijemo.
Non stop se healuje, non stop. A ako ima bar 2 ona footmana jebena, razumeš? Znači prvo healuje njih pa sebe. I samo ih buffuje. I šta mi je ubacio ovdje? Bacio mi je govno, moguće. Mrš.
There's no space in my inventory.
To understand the reason and reap the reward? No, it's rather more like, this old show is like really popular. Everyone's heard of Peter Pan, right? Instant money, do it, now. It's a company-wide problem that is dangerously close to being a culture-wide problem, if it isn't one already. People will often glibly remark that they keep doing these remakes because they can't write anything new. And it's true, but it's also symptomatic. Disney and others like it can't tell new stories for the same reason their adaptations fall increasingly flat. An illiterate grasp of history, an absence of moral imagination, and no understanding of or love for the craft and purpose of storytelling to begin with. A writer can write for no audience but himself, satisfying no love but his own, and it would cost him nothing but time. A screenwriter, on the other hand, is consumed by his studio's need of profit, and the incentive is all too often reduced to the cheapest way to capitalize on an old and sincere labor of love, which consequently carries none of the love and imposes all of the labor upon the suffering audience. All of this is on display in the latest soulless grift on Disney+, Peter Pan and Wendy. which is almost twice as long as the 1953 animated original and contains so little of its magic that I'm not even going to bother making up a fraction. Or, well, sod it, it contains 1/fuckth of the original's magic. There you go, have that. Now, I guess we'll have to get on with the plot. This won't be a complete and intensive breakdown, as I think the basic story of Peter Pan is tolerably well known. Rather, I'm going to chart the major beats and mark where and why this film decides to do things differently, and then note the results. It's also a bit of an unexpected video for me, and it's more strictly critical than comedically critical. I'm saving my ammunition for the next Mandalorian video. Overall, this is not the worst adaptation in the world, but it is a marked downgrade on its predecessors, and I think it's useful to understand why they work and this doesn't. To those who will inevitably say, but it's just a kid's film, okay, fine. But so was this, and this is infinitely better. A hard divide between childhood and adulthood is contrary to J.M. Barrie's entire reason for writing Peter Pan to begin with. Try reading a book, you moose. We begin in the Darling household. The Darling brothers play acting a sword fight while Wendy packs for an upcoming trip to boarding school, from which she breaks to join in the sword fight, at which she is, naturally, very skilled already. Just like you'd expect of a girl in Victorian England, where in the 21st century imagination, every little girl was a budding Emmeline Pankhurst, and Emmeline Pankhurst was really no different from the boys, except that she was better at pretty much everything. The fight ends with a mirror getting smashed, and Wendy copping the blame for it. Her father kicks off what you would think would be the film's strong-armed theme, age versus fun. In the event, though the theme is present in the film, it's not really stressed, and you get the sense the writers didn't really have much to say about it. Wendy's told she is too old to be having this sort of fun. She has to set a better example to her brothers. There's rather a lot to say about this theme, but we will come back to it presently. The film needs to very quickly establish Wendy's role in the script, which is less subtle and artful than the role she occupied in the original. Her mother downright tells us that she's a leader, that the boys will follow her, so she needs to be a good leader, even though she's off to boarding school the next day, where she will, amongst other things, be rather hard to follow. Anyone who remembers the original will recall that the leaving the nursery aspect of that introduction is sort of metaphorical. She's not actually being taken away from the house. She's being taken out of the nursery where her brothers sleep. That's the symbolic growing that she's being forced to undertake, which is an altogether less messy way of introducing the problem than this. Darling Mother tells her she needs to get ready for the life ahead of her, just as she once did, prompting Wendy to snap back that she doesn't want her mother's life, which ought really to have got her belted. Seen and not heard and all that. Her mother intuits that Wendy is afraid of growing up, which Wendy confirms, and this scene is reasonably done. Nothing special, but it does the job. Her mother sings her to sleep, which moves us swiftly along to Tinkerbell's nighttime visit, where the CG struggles rather to fit her into the world. They've taken the fairly cheap approach of blurring the background behind her, except in the distant shots. But that only really serves to make her look more uncanny than less, with a vast chasm between her foreground and the blurred background. For reasons unknown, she levitates Wendy, but one of the Darling brothers captures her, which occasions Peter Pan's first introduction, of which a couple of things to note. In the first place, and as will be quite well established later, young Alexander Maloney does not fit into that exceptionally small bracket of child actors who can actually act. And in the second place, his pronunciation of fairy sounds an awful lot like furry, meaning his first line is essentially,
"She is a fairy." If I know one thing about fairies, it's that they don't take kindly to being called bugs.
She is a fairy, and fairies don't take kindly to being called bugs. Fair enough, my dude, but the cure to an infestation of fairies is the same as for an infestation of bugs, it's fumigation. Maloney isn't going to be singled out for criticism. The acting is quite consistently am-dram throughout the film, but he does deserve some singular criticism, as when you take the magic out of the performance of Peter Pan himself, you take an outsized share of it out of the film as a whole. A chunk of the problem here comes from the writing around him. In this telling, Peter Pan is a common myth in universe. The kids all reference him, the kids play act as him in our opening, and so his first appearance is denied much of the magic of surprise. He turns up and they instantly know who he is, with some minor shock at seeing what is already familiar, but with no wonder at his essential, well, existence, which when you compare it to...
Ja, jedan ti život. Kaži. Čeka da mi stigne neka roba, ovi kilovci ne mogu da istovare kamion.
Pa što trebaš ti da upljaš za njih?
Časmo!
Jo, sinoć me prozivao bio za ovaj meeting.
Meeting?
To na meeting.
Otišao. Kum.
Moj kum otišao na meeting. Ko bi rekao? Ja nikad ga nisam vidio kao takvog.
Ne, 8.000 ljudi.
Ajel mogu.
Milan.
A bez ti momci šta se radi?
8.000 si dobija.
Ne znam. Ne znam koliko se dobija, ne bi znao. Doduše, u pravu si, što ne uzeti novac? Što ne uzeti novac ako... Pravo si puno. Ako se već plaća. Mislim, svejedno... Mada to nema logike, znaš. Ovo je Boris.
Evo tu vam je Nena, dajte. Igrajte.
Viš ti kako oni tebe vole da zaobiđu.
Da mu istovare neki SNS kontingent. Alo bre, matori gasta govor. Alo bre, Milane, idemo li u Herceg Novi ili ne idemo?
Ako bi on volao stavamo...
Samo ako ti plaćaš.
Plaćam ja sve.
On voli...
Da mi da za put, ja plaćam gorivo.
Ne, ako ti učestvuješ u troškovima može.
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
Snake,
ne postavljaj mi pitanje, ne interesuje.
Jel bi išao, slušaj,
ne interesuje.
Ako Milan proda...
Ma ne interesuje.
Ako Milan proda kuću, jel bi išao?
Ne interesuje.
Ako bi ti platio...
Ovo nije bilo tvoje pitanje, ovo je bilo njegovo pitanje. Kad počneš da mi postavljaš...
Ne, to je bilo moje pitanje.
Ne verujem ti.
To je bilo moje pitanje.
Ne verujem ti.
Nije on, to je...
Ma da.
On je to sinoć rekao, ali ti ja kažem sad, jel bi... Kad bi ti on platio, jel bi...
Kad bi mi on platio? Pa ne znam, nek me pita on. Ima kola, nek dođe da me pita. Slobodno. Ponesi kao...
Pitam te ja, jebate.
Dobro.
Ti si težak čovjek.
Pitaš me za njega.
Ne pitam te za njega, pitam...
Ajde Milane, pitaj me da li bi se preselio kod Drakule da me Drakula pozove. Ali ti me pitaj, nemoj da me on pita slučajno. Pitaj mi za kola nekakav. Šta to njega briga? Šta to njega briga Drakula? To ne treba tebe da se tiče, to treba njega da se tiče. On je taj koji radi stvari iz interesa, ne.
Ne mogu da verujem, i onda sam posle ja lud, be.
Ne mogu da verujem. Jesi rekao, ja ne mogu da verujem.
Znaš, Milane? Straš.
Došlo je do greške.
Strava ulici Brestova.
Snake, to sam te pitao ja po 5. put.
Nažalost, neš dobiti odgovor.
Dobro, on što je nam kaže tako.
To može samo on dobiti odgovor.
A čekaj, ja kad te pitam, ne.
Ti ne. Ne. Mislim. No problem.
Znači, ovaj, znači, vidi, znači, ovaj, znači, što ti znači da tebi znači ili meni znači kad tebi znači.
Znaš šta se desilo sa mnom? Imam previše adrenalina u brate sebi.
Da, zvučiš tako. Trenutno zvučiš tako kao da imaš super mnogo adrenalina, nemoj da sereš. No ti iskreno kažem. Ti trenutno imaš adrenalina mnogo, ili generalno?
Generalno.
Generalno, okej.
Generalno, ne trenutno.
Pa ne zvučiš kao da imaš sad mnogo adrenalina.
Ne, sad.
Sad zvučiš kao da si na low, kao da ti treba šećera mnogo.
Čekaj Snake, jel me to ti pitaš ili?
Ne, to te pita Milan, ajde, ide odgovori Milan.
Ej,
8 plenka.
Rakua,
E,
ako imaš previše toga Underlina,
Under.
možda mu se i digne konačno.
Under. Šta je ono juče pitao ovoga momka, pa je Vlado je pitao, da. Pitao je Vladu da li će mu se dizat patka od toga leka.
isti kurac. Nema to veze s tim.
Ne od adrenalina, nego neki lek za smirenje, znaš.
A Xanax, pričali smo o... Jebote, sve pričali smo o tome.
Sjećaš se juče je bilo.
To je ono.
Kao kroz maglu se sjeća. Vividli. Jedan regular topaz. 3 daske.
A šta radi čovjek?
Se ono seče ili se preseče? Pa ja se ne zajebavam ko ti, ja idam čovjek, idam.
Sad pričate ko bolje jebe od vas dvojice.
Jedino nekako stvarno nismo, ja ne znam ko je sad tu u pitanju, ali kad smo ti, ja i Nenad u kombinaciji, to nam je pogubna kombinacija. Znači, Milane, čekaj da uzem Sporks. Mislim da si ti kriv u celoj toj priči. Ja. Da nemaš nešto protiv, možda? Sporks.
Antiprotivno nešto.
Da nemaš možda nešto antiprotivno. Da nemaš možda nešto antiprotivno. Indijanezer jebote, znači. Čekaj da uzem trajtove.
Trajtove?
Imam gomilu
pojena. Traitors.
Imam 100 kila.
Imam gomilu pojena. Imam gomiletinu pojena.
Samo mi nije upaljen facecam.
Resilience!
Inače sam stavio sam ono 85 field of view.
Resilience! Silence! Resilience! Silence!
Silence! I kill you! I kill you!
Resilience!
I kill you!
Silence!
Jebo, mater ako Saška stigne do kule zbog ove budale SNS-ovske.
Pa nije to trebala danas, brati.
A mora da ide kući, jebate.
Ti lut, pa danas nema šanse.
A otišla je na železničku na Novi Beograd, pa će Beo voziti po Novom Sadu.
Dobro.
Mislim, glavno autoputem nema šanse, ja mislim. Ovi su krenuli još od 2:30 da se skupljaju govnari. Dao Bog, ne potop da bude od kiše danas, nego kiša svih kiša da bude danas. Da ih sve podavi, da sva govna podave tamo u toj vodi, da leševi plutaju Beogradom.
Neka, Boris. Ćeš da ribe po crke.
Imali bi ribe da jedu narednih 10 godina, kada bi se SNS-ovska govna podavila.
Hoćeš da napravimo ekocid.
Jebem mater, jebem mater, govna. Govna smrdljiva.
Treba da im kiša padala u sebe. Inače...
Ne kiša, dao Bog potop da bude, da im Nojeva barka treba.
Inače kum je otišao na miting.
Jel me zajebavaš?
Da, sinoć me kao prozivao, ti živiš tu, ne zanima te ništa.
Što bi moralo da ga zanima?
Sad će on na miting, jel on puku
Pa zbog sandviča i 2000, koliko već, ne znam. Ili zbog njegovog posla.
A de, onaj Hitlerov snimak, kaže, skupili smo 2000 autobusa, cipamo na nisu, EPS plaća, ali Parizeri su problem, Matijević nestalo od Parizera. Strane službe nas ruše preko Parizera, država Srbija će odgovoriti. Ono, maj Führer, maj Vučko je, znači, ste vidjeli to? Mi su suzi što sme. A?
Ma da bre, ono što. Još.
Neko laje.
Nije mu je vučka ko...
Neko negdje laje. Milane, sto ti lajo negdje nisi? Uf, jebem ti. Ja kažem pleđa. Ujebote, iznad mene je.
Da sam se... Fijac.
Ovo je iznad mene, brate mili, ovdje. Neko je ovdje iznad mene, brate mili.
Dići će ga, moraš biti brz. A jebi ga otrov. Tu ti iza ćoška lik. Tu. Desno. Desno.
Vidim ga. Tu.
Tu. Dio ga je. Ima šotku. Nije. Ja.
Pazi levo. Jesi mu objasnio?
A ne, nije. Ništa je
Pas.
kjero je. To. Ništa, palim i kampujem ovdje.
Neko je bio kod mene, brate mili, znači...
Zapalite tog drugog.
Pa nemam čime da ga zapalim, tako je probam da nađem. Ali mene brine ko je meni bio ovdje iza, ko je pucao odatle na mene, taj je negdje skriven. Ili tu neki randomizirani pa je uteko je, evo te. A imao je šotku da ti kažem.
Ima i ovaj double barrel.
Ovdje, evo tu na ovoj steni je bio jedan. Pucao je šotkom na mene, ali ne znam gdje je otišao. Dok sam se ja healovo, on je otišao.
Seems good.
Mislim da čujem neko na vestu. Ne čujem.
Idi u pičku matere. Čekaj, moram da se mutiram se.
Aj ti bagan. Moš. Gdje si Snake?
A ovce mi je dobar ovaj emoji, znaš.
A kaži mi, čekaj Snake, ili to pitaš mene ili?
Ne, pitaj Milan, je li dobar emoji?
Na koga Koga ti pucu?
A šta se radi? Je li to pišeš meni ili Milan?
Ja?
A.
Ne, to je za Milana, pa čitajmo šta piše.
A što se čini?
Pa idemo na izlaz, da? Here is the sporks. Milane? Here is the sporks.
Sporks.
Here is the spork. Jesi ostio cijev, Milan?
Cijev?
Ko zna?
Osjetio cijev. Osjetio, ne znam kakva je to reč osjetio. To je tri slova.
Osjetio.
To je neka tri slova u jednom slovu ili
Stvar u govoru je da što jezgrovitije kažeš ono što misliš, bez pola sata da pričaš o tome, znaš. A osjetio je, govorimo, samo da bismo pričali, znaš. Ne.
Jesi li napet? Znači opet si napet, a? Jeli, opet si napet, a?
Ko ide u Han Show da ne napet, oprosti.
Jeli, opet, jesi opet napet? Čekaj, jesi opet napet, reci mi jebote. Dobro je kad si napet, to je dobro. Znači kad si napet...
Da. Kome ti to priča s njim?
Alo bre,
Ja
maturi,
nisam što
gasta
pričao.
govna. Alo bre,
Ne može
maturi,
me
gasta
zabaška,
govna.
ništa nisam pričao.
Alo bre, maturi.
Your-
Da, nego bre za ono pre, ja sam te
Your
pitao
joke
zašto
fall
paranoišeš.
flat. Jesi čuo?
Ohohohoho.
Evo moguće ovo.
Šta je komu radio sinoć?
Ja parapanopa, a?
Znaš?
Ja
Šta je sinoć
parapanopa.
kumu radio?
Jesi vidio ono...
Ali kum da krećeš sa Hezonjom da priča engleski, znači to je vrh. Znači, ali to je vrh.
Brale.
Kum je tako bio u tečnom stanju, očigledno sinoć da je prosto prelivalo, a?
Ma da, prema šta, počeo da psuje, da skače bre na brate mene, onda me unmutirao i onda, znaš, kao...
A mutiraš te zato što neće niko da priča s njim, znaš?
Ja ću mu pošaljem pičko jedna, nije valjda da ideš na skup pedera je.
Šaljem, obavez.
Sad ću mu pošaljem. Koliko ovog, to boli me kurac.
Ajde sada
Ako radi, a ide na skup,
odmah.
jebote, jel me jebete ili?
Ne, traži je, pa vjerojatno svi idu, znaš. Svi zidari su ti zapravo prodaje.
To su slobodni zidari, masoni.
Oni su praktično masoni.
Tensug. Welcome to my channel.
Lož.
E pa ne, može da se.
Znači, pola sata pauz.
Zašto nisi ručao pre ove?
Ti bi sada jedeš, a?
E pa zašto nisi opomenuo tamo to ko sprema ručak, zašto?
Taj ko je kuvar treba da mu daš otkaz, Milan.
Da, ko je kuvar?
Kako ti keva, Milana? Je li bolje? Dobre. Iskreno, najbolje da bude u ovoj banji tamo zbog društva i zbog svega.
Pa ti sa ovim tvojim ispravnim saksom, jebe. Znaš, kaže Saška kako Milan razmišlja, kaže dok se ima sipati gorivo i da se ode do Vrbasa na kafu i nazad, to je ispravan auto. Ništa tu ne treba dirat, znači. I Ja mislim da je ona totalno u pravu ovaj. Moj Milane. Moj Milane.
Kad u vojsku pođeš, kad u vojsku pođeš, oj Milane.
Nikolaš.
Mikolaš. Mislim zna je Boris. Mikolaš.
Ohoho.
Aj ga vidiš.
Čime je izazvano ovo ile?
Zato što je retard. Znate zašto?
Samo fort.
Ti ja objasnim.
Blanc.
Nemam ništa pozitivno da kažem na tu temu.
Idemo li na Blanc? Nećemo na Blanc. I Jančika što koristi taj sabljaroš, jaroš.
Sabljamen.
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 Jančika tako iskidao server mapu za sabljaroš, jaroš.
Saber guy, saber guy. Na, saber guy.
Jančika!
We've had him. Here comes the Saberman. Tebi.
Saberman, a?
Saberman. Saberman.
Saberman.
Beware, here comes the Saberman. To nek ti bude himna.
Beware of the Sabreman.
Beware of the Saberman.
Yes.
What brings you here? May the
Gold won't save you. Blade might.
Ali! Uzelo trag.
Zašto dereš ti na mene, Boris?
Uzelo trag. Diglo škripava vrata.
To.
Nešto se čini.
Idemo Arsenal.
Razmi.
Jančika. Idemo Arsenal. Idemo Arsenal.
Ide malo Arsenal. To je još bolje.
Malo Arsenal.
Vidim jedan glavu tamo. Jedan glavu skriva tu.
Da.
Ja sam video jedan glavu da tu skriva. Idemo u čelične radove. Video sam opet jedan glavu. A jebo ja njemu majku ako meni moj obet glavi. Ako on bude dovoljno lud, stoji tamo gore, ja njemu kažem svaka tebi čast, ti mene obezglavi.
Neki nema niko.
Gledao sam jedan klip Boris, onaj Martini Henry s onim okvirom sa strane, ono stvarno brzo reloaduje.
Čekaj, idem okolo Jančika. otvori vrata. Kaži, Jančika, kako mogu pomognem ja tebi, moj? Čekaj, mlatnem jednom ovaj asasin.
Čekaj da mlatnem malo asasin.
Imam malj, volim mlatnem. Belo još uvijek. Janči! Jančika! Nisam, nemam žicu, nisam ponelo. Nisam ponelo žicu. Janči bači! Janči bači!
Nije on Milan, nego Mikloš. To si zaboravio.
Mikloš! Janči Mikloš! Dolazi neko odavde da ti ja kažem. Čujem ja njegov glavu kako čuva. Jebu, čekaj, ajmo napustiti fight. Fight, fight, fight! Fight for your right to party! Joj, kako ovo ima, bude neki dosadan partija, Janči! Bude dosadan partija ovaj.
Dosadna partija.
Joj, moj Jančika, kako ti meni moj mučiš. Joj, Janči bači, postalo jači. Janči bači, padao kiša tamo tvoj lovčan kraj. Ovdje je malo pre bio tako veliki provala oblak.
Aha, Borise.
Daj Bože da potopi
Slušaj,
govna
slušaj.
u 7. Daj Bože, ne da padne, nego...
Da vidimo samo.
Daj Bože da padne kao nikad da padne. Tamo govna će imati sreće.
Kaže, okupljanje na konjarniku Vladimira Tomanovića pored autoputa neki ogranak službe za održavanje puteva, nisi sigurna koje tačno stigli minibusevi i autobusi.
Platilo, NIS i EPS platilo sve to, znaš. NIS, EPS, NIS, EPS, NIS, EPS, NIS, EPS.
Nažalost, Milane, nisi Mikloše. Mađari nemaju kontra ime za Milan.
Imaju, Jančika.
Može Janči. To je više nadimak.
Naš drug Jančika. Janči bači! Ne znam, nisam gledala prtelo. Vidiš? Da. Ajde. Tako je, Milane. Seci! Ha ha ha! Seci! Ha ha ha! Puši! Ha ha ha!
The 2003 version makes this telling pretty mundane by comparison. Guy everyone knows pays a visit is much less exciting as an introduction than Impossible Fairy Boy flies through a window. The setup is closer to the animated original, but without understanding what made that work, The 53 film's opening finds the magic and revealed truth because prior to Peter's arrival, the darling father is the designated rubbisher and representative of a fearful adulthood. He embodies the drudgery of real life, and he's the authority figure. His word is law. He scolds the children for playing make-believe, for believing in Peter Pan's existence. He threatens to take Wendy out of the nursery and to force her to grow up. He even disabuses the dog, Nanny, of its own childish myth, but sees it act as a real nanny to the children.
Well, you're not really a nurse at all. You're, well, a dog. And the children aren't puppies. They're people. And sooner or later, Nana, people have to grow up.
So the kids play acting the story of Peter Pan doesn't detract from the surprise of his appearance in the 53 film, because his appearance essentially counts as a moral victory for the children. Having been told, no you can't, here, under the nose of the tyrannical parent, is the boy who proves that yes, you can. The father acts against imagination. Peter Pan's arrival is a victory for imagination, and so a victory for childhood. The wonder then isn't so much that Peter Pan exists, as what he represents. So both the 1953 and the 2003 versions have their own ways of conveying magic. While the 2023 version doesn't as much. It seems a bit too familiar with its own mythos to really revel in the fun of it, or to understand and convey the joy children feel at realizing that their imagination is pretty much the limit. The distant and never realized threat of boarding school for Wendy doesn't come close to presenting the proximate threat of adulthood, as embodied in her father, or the otherworldliness and unknown possibilities that Peter represented in the 2003 film. Another chunk of the problem comes with dialogue, so again it's a fault of the writing and not of Maloney's delivery, lacking though that is. Compared once more with the 2003 adaptation, these characters have lines that by and large could be swapped between them. It's a banalized script versus the 2003 version, which clearly establishes character, belief and personality through dialogue, and quite efficiently. It doesn't only do it in an equivalent amount of time, but it does it in the equivalent scene.
Peter Pan?
Were you expecting someone else?
We weren't expecting anyone at all.
They always act so surprised.
No, there is a boy here who is to teach us to fly. You bend reason, sir.
Jeremy Sumter's performance isn't leagues above Maloney's, but the script allows him to have more fun and to convey more fun, and for the kids around him to have more fun, which makes for a more vibrant and compelling introduction to all of these characters than we get in Peter Pan and Wendy. In fact, as far as her brothers are concerned, I'd go so far as to say that this introductory scene in the 2003 film establishes more character for the brothers than the entire 2023 film accomplishes. The plot itself hasn't yet deviated too much, so there's nothing especially remarkable about it thus far. Peter is introduced to the darling kids who help him catch his shadow, which here is mere nonsense, but which the 53 film used to tease Peter's imminent arrival.
You see, I found something that belongs to him.
Oh.
And what's that? His shadow.
The shadow in the original is evidence that the children are right in their beliefs before the audience sees that they are, which adds a little bit of mystery. Whereas in this film, Peter arrives in search of his shadow, a search that cannot make any sense to the children watching him conduct it because they have previously not encountered the shadow. Having found it and caught it, Wendy stitches it back onto him, accidentally pricking him with a needle and giving him a thimble for a kiss, and so on. In its essential beats, Peter Pan and Wendy is trying to remain faithful to source at this point, albeit only on the superficial level. This happened there, so something similar must happen here. In 53, Wendy says that Peter is taller than she'd imagined.
You know, you look exactly the way I thought you would. A little taller, perhaps, but then...
So in 2023, she says he's smaller than she envisioned.
Envisioned you as being...
Taller?
No, smaller, actually.
This Peter's outfit is clearly modelled on the 53 film too, whereas the 2003 film modelled it more closely on Barry's description of leaves and spiders' webs in the novelization and the plays. But in other small but important details, the 2023 film is devoid of meaning. In 53, the children aren't especially surprised to see Peter. They are overjoyed, which is different. They're not surprised because they always believed, they knew he existed, as they do in this film, but also because they had previously found his shadow, which in this film they had not.
Nema tako. Nije to, slušaj, on mora da isitni hranu u sitne delove, znaš, da ne bi imao problema sa varenjem.
A bolje žvaće?
Da se bebica ne zadavi s hranom.
Da bolje žvaće.
Neka samo što...
Tore, ti stavio sve na maks u ovom kantu.
Nema potrebe, Drakula. Što više govana na ekranu, to manje vidiš.
Pa nema veze, čisto eto.
Čisto eto.
Nema veza, nema veza. Ima veza.
Stavio sve na high.
Znači ja u Madoni ladno lika u žbunju, vidio sam
Ovo je
samo
lud,
neke crte, nešto se mrdalo na 2 metra, uopšte ga nisam vidio u žbunju.
I čuo šta ste pitali?
Pa dao ti objašnjenje.
Dobro, nego je stavio sve na high. A, to. Da ja provam tako, ali efekt to isto.
Pa manje ih vidiš na mapi, mislim, ne znam. Pošto ti sve buja. Znaš, ono buja.
Mnogo džbunja ima.
Pucao sam na lika ispred mene na metar, puknuo, samo sam mu nešto od tela video od žbunja, znači da se tu nešto mrda.
Da.
Stavio sam sve na Hive.
Hive.
Pa to je sjajno!
A sam 2 TX, tako to se stavio na play.
Ajoj, gle sad
Ne, mnogo će ti biti mutno. Ja ti preporučujem na 1. Ne, na prvi onaj, to ti je anti-aliasing pitaš, jel? Na onaj prvi stepen. Zato što ima običaj da dve teksture pretoči jednu u drugu, znaš? Znam po Milan, jer gledam kako on igra, znaš?
Moj Milan.
I znam kad se ljudi ne pomeri, on lagano prođe pored njih.
Da li je to moj Milan?
Ma ne dešava se to njemu. Ma to je neko drugo.
Je to moj Milan? Moj Milan ili tvoj Milan?
Da.
Da li je moguće da je već strpu sve u usta? Učini mi se da ga čujem kako dolazi.
Možda.
Ako je to uradeo. On ima ozbiljan problem s varenjem. Ja, mi krstami. Da ja malo prilegnem.
Pa dok se ne vrati glasnogovornik možeš komat.
White teeth. Titvaj.
Loudspeaker.
Titvaj. White teeth, titvaj. Sad, da nađem imela da mu promenim titvaj. Tinac kukuriku! Budu je pička ispalio da ne ide sa mnom dole, dole.
Bilo bi dobro.
Ko plaći?
Ne treba ništa platiti. Sve je... On je rekao...
Dobro, držite za riječ, nemoj da slažeš. On računa na to.
Nek kafu na pumpi kad stanem na pauzu.
Ne. Nemoj sad tako. To nije bio deo dogovora. Nemoj da nije bio deo dogovora. Ovo ga bacati u trošak. Kako ja i ti odemo na pljeskavice i najedemo se. I on kaže, evo mogli bi sad jednu palačinku. I sad ono ništa reakcije od svih, znaš. Ja kažem, pa mogli bismo. I on me gleda. Mogli bismo. Ja rekao, da, ti častiš mu, kaže, da. I on naruči najveću palačinku koju je samo da bi gledao, razumiješ kako se ja kao davim u palačinki. Ja sam pojeo njemu i na to. Imaš klip na njegovom telefonu.
Mislio sam reći će mogli bi po jednu palačinku.
A ne,
Poruči tebi palačinku.
Ne, ovo je bilo čisto u inat meni, razumiješ. Mislim ja ću da povratim tako nešto, ja imam bolji žudac na što mislim. Za neke stvari. Mada plazma i Eurokran su mi ogavni, ali to je za seljake.
Juče sam prešao 3 bossa u onom čudu Atomic Heart.
To ti još igraš Atomic Heart?
Kako? Znaš koliko je dugačka igra i teška je, teška. Drugo, onaj bot što ga daje navigaciju što treba da radi, što stvari govori. A namjerno sam prebacio na ruski audio i onda moram da čitam što mi govori.
Siguran sam da ponovi bar 2-3 puta što treba da radiš.
Možeš ti da klikneš ono, ponovi novi.
Da vidiš objektiv što.
Imaš one elemente predložena akcija, znaš.
Da?
Kad ti on nešto kaže i ima, dobro kaže ne interesuje me, idemo dalje, ili šta ti je ovo, šta ti je ono, ili pitaj ponovo, znaš, ima na tu varijantu je igra.
Mhm.
Ali onaj čupavac je zajeban, majko, on je sva sreća i iskrcao sam onoj paštet, neki mač, zove se paštet. Baci još kertič slot, evo to, kad udari i vidi. Ono power charge, ti se sesti dugme, on napuni onaj charge i onda napravi 360 stepeni, 20 stepeni. Poteče sve oko sebe je vidio.
Mhm.
Ali baš je predobra igra.
Ako ti se sviđa to najvažnije.
Šta je Milane? Nisi mislio da sam zaspan ko ti. Šta ti rekao? Ejoj, krstavi. I spavam, ja spavam. Otiše kakit. Laki je, 100 godina nije bio na kanalu.
Free Kai Bob Ed.
Ne, otkad su
Welcome to my channel.
onaj Discord profil. Pa da. Bi je slao svima nekakve poruke čudne i ja onda sam skontao da nije to on. Nekoga hijackovao.
Meni stiglo danas zahtjev od nekog lika koji su bio na Discordu. Ja pogledam profil, njemu kao piše username i password dole u profilu. A neko cancel, ignore bre, ne znam pojma šta je.
Imaš ljude koji rade phishing.
Pa u njegov username i password piše na profilu da mi stoji.
Vrlo sumnjivo.
Ja rekao, čančeluj to. Dok nije kasno. Ha ha ha. Vive le Blanc. Vive le Blanc. Ovdje je boss, aj dolazi vam. Ma ja se ne odazivam više, mogu mi popušiti kurac. Aj dolazi vamo, tu je boss, evo.
Yes.
Ima. Gde? A ne znam šta mi pinguješ, pinguo si mi oluki, evo te.
Ti zamisli izoluk.
O jebem ti mater, evo.
A pljušti sine. Polako bre.
Nema se kad.
Vidio sam sad, sam vidio na... Ma. Parodija. Ma. Spava. Ne spava. Sad ću da ga pitam.
Mene pitaš, šta te zanima?
Sad ću da ga ubijemo bossa samo. A nije Milane žurba ništa, jebate, nikoga nema.
Bel.
Bil.
Bel.
Ko mene sve je belo.
To na sekund.
To neki hit od Aca Lukas.
Evo ovaj urla jebom u pas mater.
Imuljator.
Imuljator. Uf. Da li realno da me kroz pod probila je? Pa ta jebote žica. Gle, gle, gle.
Samo se džabe nerviraš.
3 puta me kroz pod probija, ne mogu mrziti. Žlica.
Tinkerbell in this film has the first interaction with Wendy, while in the 53 film she is very much and resentfully a sidekick helping Peter on a mission, and her first real look at Wendy comes from her hiding place inside a locked box, which clearly establishes the divide and the distance between them that becomes so important later, foreshadowing the jealousy that she will have to overcome. Both films do something to establish Wendy's motherly instincts, but as will always be the case, 53 did it better. In this film, she's the swashbuckling renegade type who is essentially one of the boys, while in 53 she is with but not of the boys. She is partway to maturity already, as evidenced by her behavior compared to theirs, but she's fearful of taking the next step. Her sewing Peter's shadow back on is of a piece with her general and pre-existing motherly instincts and behavior, essentially fussing over him as she's already been shown fussing over her younger brothers. Her immaturity is the source of her imagination, her comparative maturity causes her different behavior. Here, however, in 2023, she's not been shown with these qualities, and so, though she has the idea of sewing Peter's shadow back on, it isn't actually building off of anything we know about her as a person. What we know about her as a person is comparatively shallow, something the film considers to be exciting, an all-action, go-get-em, rough-and-tumble tomboy type, but which is really far more mundane for its sameness, not only to the other characters in this film, but to any given female lead of this generation. Wendy has to go on to serve as the moral center of this story, the educator of the story. But whereas in 53 she was always going to do that, and that potential both excites and dooms Peter's attachment to her, in this film she's really not all that different from those around her, but the job falls more naturally to her than it would to anyone else. And then Peter himself, who isn't so clearly self-interested as portrayed back then. In 2023's version, he's been waiting for Wendy to say that she doesn't want to grow up, which occasions his arrival to whisk her off to Neverland for reasons. In the 53 film, he's not especially interested in her as a person at first.
Although Father says...
Girls talk too much.
Yes, girls talk too...
Well, get on with it, girl.
But he's been hanging around outside because he likes to hear her stories. The closest 2023 gets is having him say that he's enjoyed hearing stories about himself, which establishes a kind of narcissism, but in 53, he's been enticed by the magic of her stories, which better conveys his essential and unending childishness. When, in the animated film, she explains to him what a mother is, the only part of her description that interests him is the telling of stories, which prompts him to anoint her the lost boy's mother.
Tonight's my last night in the nursery.
But that means no more stories. No, I won't have it.
He hasn't arrived with any preconceived notions about saving her from maturity. Rather, he's shocked to learn that she has to grow up and leave the nursery the next day, so he whisked her away in order to prevent that from happening, essentially in order to keep stories alive. Nothing else matters to him, and since this is essentially one big old scene comparison, both the 2003 and the 1953 films take this opportunity to do a bit of mechanical foreshadowing. In 2003, on being taught how to fly, by that combination of happy thoughts and pixie dust, the children rise and fall according to how mature their thinking is. They let go what little maturity they have and they rise. They demonstrate comparative maturity in worrying about consequences and they fall, which is a nice little touch. While in 53, a similar tension is at play, though it's less mechanical and obvious. When Peter invites Wendy to Neverland, she turns away, fussing about all the things she needs to do to prepare for her voyage. That's her maturity at play, and her want to leave notes for her parents and get her affairs in order before she leaves, only for her then to turn around and return to Peter for nothing more than the magical possibilities of Neverland. Possibilities which entail her abandoning those mature thoughts, that sense of obligation and responsibility. She's also clearly attracted to Peter in a way that is not reciprocal, and that isn't reciprocal because she's more mature than he is. She's enticed, she wants to kiss him, which accordingly sparks Tinkerbell's jealousy, and which Peter shies away from, because girls are icky.
What's the pixie doing?
Talking.
What did she say?
She says you're a big ugly girl.
Oh.
While in the 2023 film, Wendy accidentally pricks Peter with the needle while showing his shadow to him, prompting one of the brothers to say that kisses make things better. Peter doesn't know what kisses are, but he isn't moved either way by the idea. Tinkerbell doesn't give a shit, meaning there's no tinge of regret or resistance when she sprays pixie dust over Wendy to enable her to fly, and Wendy doesn't want to kiss Peter. The thimble is an excuse, whereas in previous iterations going back to J.M. Barrie's original, it's symbolic. Wendy wishes she could kiss Peter, but she feels that she can't. So the thimble represents her proto-romantic attachments, while Peter is too young to understand romance, treating it as a mere trinket. Love is the reward of maturity and frivolity is the price of childhood. The point of all which is to show that, yes, there's a superficial Peter Pan-ness about all of this, but the 2023 film has already overlooked several pages worth of character premises and development and meaning and significance, and so it's reduced a number of important setups to mere trivialities. Every missed setup is at least one missed payoff later, and several of these setups are symbolically pivotal to the original story, meaning that their absence is going to scale as the film progresses. We move to the learning to fly sequence, and this does set up what is probably the film's best payoff. Wendy's happy thoughts are all past tense, memories of happy times in her childhood, which is well worth remembering for the parallel scene toward the close of the film. It's going to be hard to remember because it doesn't come up again in the intervening, but make a note of it, it's probably the only bit of the script that could be called rewarding. So off they fly to Neverland, which in this telling involves doing the time warp through Big Ben. Wendy is immediately brilliant at all the flying business, of course. The 53 film, by contrast, portrays it more as a Pied Piper scene and devotes roughly equal screen time to the three darlings, while the 2003 version takes the time to have Peter save Wendy from flying into a chimney, which version I slightly prefer. Wendy then does a Ray Palpatine in the mirror, and that's our scene transition. A few more vaguely pretty visuals, and we arrive in Neverland. The only thing really noteworthy about the travel and arrival sequences is that both live-action films have actually gone out of their way to be more visually creative in a more limited medium than the 53 animated film. This one gives us the time warp, and the 2003 film decides that interstellar travel has to be involved for some reason, while their progenitor actually gives us our first real glimpse of Neverland through the eyes of the pirates. We see them watching the children get their first look at this magical place, which is understated and much more efficient. Peter Pan and Wendy does cut to the pirates at roughly the same part of the sequence, but it feels compelled to elongate the setup with pretty visuals first, which ironically leaves less to the imagination in adapting a work that was deliberately scarce in detail in order that our imaginations be allowed to fill in gaps. James Barrie's version is incredibly light on certain visual details, including Peter Pan's appearance, understanding that sometimes less is more. The usual response is that, well, film's a visual medium, so you can't do that. But that's one of the reasons I'm using so many comparisons, because the 53 film did adapt this approach in a way that neither of the live-action films chose to, despite animation having far greater potential for visual wonder. On then to the pirates. The pirates have always boasted two iconic characters, Hook and Smee. Hook stands out more for clear and obvious reasons, and tends to bring out something in writers and actors alike. Dustin Hoffman has an iconic turn in the role, made so because he's given some pretty fine lines to work with, and Jason Isaacs throws plenty into a less well-written version in the 2003 film. But Smee was pivotal in the 53 original, and to the extent subsequent Hooks have been less than perfect, it's usually because the writers of the live-action films haven't done quite as good a job with Smee. Smee provides the ideal foil, being the...
Dobro. Imaš moju pažnju, slušam. Znači, pričaš o... Kako smo došli, kojom logikom misli si došao do toga da ideš u rat? To što deca idu po školama sa oružjem i... Pa kakve veze imaju pucanje u školama s tim? A? Kakve veze ima s tim?
Ovo je greška u koordinaciji, bre. Sljedeće niz dramatičnih upozorenja, saopštenja, bit će pokrenuta jedna četak od Kragujevca, dve kod Niša i 2 aviona će preletiti Novi Sad. I onda će sutra reći Srbija je pobedila. Vama to nije jasno.
U čemu smo pobedili? Šta smo to trebali da... Koji boj se tuko? Ja ne znam.
Pa pobedili smo. To neka kasa se čula, a?
The pirate who is so unsuited to the task of pirating, whose haplessness and occasional good-naturedness brings out much more from Hook's character than you'd get if Smee were not...
Za koga?
Za ovu zemlju.
Za koga? Opet, postavi bolje pitanje, za koga bi išao u rat, točno?
Za narod ove zemlje.
Znaš da bi možda išao u rat? Da znam da su te oteli teroristi.
Bila kasa neka.
Da su?
Da su te oteli teroristi, da to će tvoju jadnu guzicu da unovče.
Znam da je obično tu, a ne vidim.
Onda bismo se nekako organizovali, ja i taj slepac što jedva vidi da vozi.
Aj, pusti me kurac, udario me zombi s bakljom, a bure pored mene.
A ti, brat, ubilački rat me ne interesuje.
Not there. A lot of the comedy that underpins the original film's success originates here, and it would be impossible in a straight revenge tale, or were Hook never distracted from his revenge quest by his bumbling sidekick. The 2023 film understands this in principle, and not coincidentally, Jude Law brings more character to the role than almost everyone else in the film combined. But even this feels stilted, and that's largely because Smee doesn't provide the same pleasant bumbling incompetence as previous iterations have been defined by. Here, he's just a bit too tall, too self-assured, he's played a bit too straight, he's not present enough, he's not comedic enough. The film understands vaguely that he's supposed to be a bit of a misfit on the crew, but whereas his earlier depictions gave him greater emotional intelligence than the rest of the crew at the expense of his practical wisdom, this film has settled for him being simply older and occasionally slightly brighter than his fellows. Coupled with Law's Hook being more muted in his villainy, less dashing, less flamboyant in his own right, with less emotional range, this means the characters playing off of each other are too close to begin with to achieve the kind of contrast that previous adaptations managed. Now then, I trust you'll recall the point I made earlier about missed setups precluding payoffs and essentially hollowing out the film. Well, here's one pretty important example. Tinkerbell's absent jealousy means that this film can't find an excuse for her to trick the Lost Boys into shooting Wendy down. That's a hugely important part of the original, and it's a fairly important part of the 03 film, and it continues to be important throughout both. It's integral to Tinkerbell's character and role in the story. She's described as being so small that she only has room for one emotion at a time, such that her jealousy leaves no room for compassion or kindness. It's that jealousy that motivates her attempted assassination of Wendy, because she cannot abide another girl being anywhere near Peter. But that is entirely absent from this film, so instead, and much more tediously, it's Hook who's responsible for shooting Wendy down, leading to her separation from Peter and her brothers, and her eventual discovery by the Lost... Well, they're not really Lost Boys in this iteration, are they? This film seems to think that the fact half the Lost Boys are Lost Girls doesn't matter, and we know that because it tells us that overtly.
But you're not all boys. So? But I guess it doesn't really matter.
Except that to understand why the film falls so far beneath the others, it absolutely does matter. It's almost certainly responsible for the decision to, in effect, neuter Tinkerbell as a character, which has then removed one important moral and emotional agent from the script. But it also matters because it impacts Peter's character in a not dissimilar way. Tiger Lily, of course, is a girl, and a girl of about Wendy's age, but she's from Neverland, not from the real world. In this film, she's the implied semi-leader of the Lost Boys while she's present, while previously she's been portrayed as friendly to but separate from them. Here, all the Lost Not Boys are already familiar with Wendy because in this telling, Peter went out specifically to fetch her, and they all know her as the Keeper of Stories, which is a half-hearted and superficial attempt to make this story resemble its forebears. But a substantial part of the plot of the earlier versions hinges not just on Peter's eternal youth, but on his eternal youth as a boy and what that means for the girls around him. It's what makes him equal parts fearful and admiring of Wendy, and alien to feminine concepts like motherhood. It's what enables Tinkerbell's pivotal jealousy, because she's previously had no rivals for Peter's affection, a dynamic that almost mirrors Wendy, given the boy isn't actually capable of that sort of affection. Because girls grow up faster than boys do, and they think about these things long before boys ever become aware of them. Tiger Lily in the original arguably serves to foreshadow Wendy as well. Barry describes her as beautiful, and also, I believe, in love with Peter, who once again does not reciprocate because he never does, because he can't, because he is quite specifically an eternally young boy. Boys and girls are different. I know, sue me for a hate crime. And that difference is quite exclusionary until you reach a certain age. Anyone who has ever been a boy or a girl knows this. Anyone who remembers primary school knows this, and it informs Barry's original character work with Peter and Wendy. Older versions of Peter Pan explain the total absence of lost girls by saying that girls are far too clever to fall out of their perambulators in the first place, which is the slightly comic reason the lost boys become lost to begin with. This essential differentness is what gives motives of jealousy and resentment to at least 2 and arguably 3 characters in the older works. Tinkerbell, jealous of Peter's attention to Wendy. Wendy, jealous when Tiger Lily flirts with Peter. And I believe it's also implied at least that Tiger Lily, who has been saving herself futilely for Peter, is also jealous of Wendy, at least in some versions. To all of which the boy is, for the most part, blissfully and painfully ignorant. And this has substantial and meaningful and quite tragic implications throughout the story and especially for the end of the story, but we will come to that in due course. For now, the film's stubborn insistence on updating the story for modern audiences has, as so often, worked against depth of character and narrative. Saying boys and girls are different might sound like a simplistic explanation, but pretending that isn't so has robbed the story of much of its depth and of much of its variety, because the consequences of simple differentness multiply exponentially. At the very basic level, you have the feeling of unrequited love in Wendy, Tinkerbell and Tiger Lily, which in the first and third case has to be overcome as part of growing up. On another level, you actually have
Možeš da
more of a
odgovoriš na
girl's
moraš.
perspective in the
Ne,
older
grupa
works,
odgovori.
not only of unrequited love, of bewilderment and even frustration at the childishness of boys your own age, but also their perceived callousness. Tinkerbell adores Peter, but Peter banishes her for her attempts to take down Wendy, despite how precious she believes herself to be. And on yet a third level, you have the sacrifice entailed by Peter's eternal youth, because he will never be old enough for deep attachments to form. That simple differentness is what imbues the older versions of the story with darker and definitely tragic, mournful and regretful undertones, making for a more emotionally rich and complex story than 2023 even tries to give us. I've got no problems with the other recastings, by the way. The films clearly had various quotas to meet, but multicultural Lost Boys don't harm the story, and arguably improve it in this one rare instance by broadening the scope of the place and of the magic that brings Lost Boys to Neverland to begin with. The change in setup does provide the 2023 film with a simpler and more easily graspable set of stakes. Rather than the pirates capturing Tiger Lily in a bid to find out Peter's location, here they captured the Darling Brothers, which introduces Hook's fear of the ticking clock. One of the Darling Brothers has a pocket watch, which Hook smashes. The one to rescue Wendy's brothers is undeniably quicker as a surrogate for the kidnapping of Tiger Lily in the older works, but somehow, despite taking this ostensibly more efficient route, the film has still ended up almost twice as long as the thing it's abridging. And you can also be reasonably sure the switch was made in part to avoid the apparent sin of rescuing a damsel in distress. The actress playing Tiger Lily has said that this version finally does justice to the character, which portrays a typical arrogance. Tiger Lily will end up much more important to the plot of the older works than she is in this one. She'll provide more motive than she does in this one, she'll form more characters than she does in this one, and she will add more to the world than she does in this one. But hey, at least she spends more time in front of the camera in this one, at least she does more fighting, at least she gets some slow-mo hero shots, so I guess we can all be happy because this is what character means in 2023. The simplicity of this version sees Hook capture the Darling Brothers in the expectation that Peter Pan will come out to save them, while in earlier versions, he captures Tiger Lily in the hope she'll disclose Peter's location, which plan eventually leads to his playing on Tinkerbell's jealousy to extract that same information once Tiger Lily has been rescued. That, of course, cannot happen this time. Here, Peter disguises himself as one of the pirates, causes havoc, acts appallingly again, offs most of the pirates, and then confronts Hook. He doesn't have much trouble against him until he gets distracted by Wendy, and Hook takes advantage and takes out Peter via his shadow. This occasions one of Peter's more haunting lines.
Strike then, if you've got the courage. For to die would be an awfully big adventure.
But whereas the 2003 film placed this at the end point of a climactic battle,
now, Peter Pan, you shall die.
To die will be an awfully big adventure.
and Barry's original places it in a moment of uncharacteristic self-sacrifice, Peter seemingly giving up his own life to save Wendy and overcoming his first experience of fear. By contrast, this film, well, as so often, it remembered the line was in the older works, so it figured it should probably be in this one too, but it doesn't really understand the meaning or the consequence or how to place it, or what it's supposed to convey. It's yet another example of this film mirroring the flaws of its protagonist. It's flippant, it's capricious, it's concerned with trinkets, not with emotion or feeling or meaning. It's treating the set pieces and lines and characters from older works like Peter treats the shiny things he collects. Vague appreciation, a childish lack of understanding. In this telling, of course, it's Wendy who saves Peter, because the year is 2023. She does this by distracting Hook before he can land the killing blow. We also get the film's first deployment of the crocodile it's hitherto not bothered to set up, and subsequently will do very little with. And the crocodile in this telling has much more fun attacking the rest of the pirates than it seems to have chasing Hook, which then diminishes its own narrative role versus the older works, where it's uniquely Hook's bane. The ticking clock inside it, and its single-minded pursuit of him, is a comic rendition of the Grim Reaper mechanic, something natural and preternatural, producing that unique fear, that unique vulnerability in Hook. He's racing to kill Peter because he's running from death, while in this film he wants to kill Peter, but the crocodile is just occasionally around as an environmental hazard. Reunited, the children bugger off for whatever else the plot has in store for them, because this simplistic retelling has actually created gaps in the narrative where nothing really happens, while the older works ensured that the story had a couple of interwoven threads, ensuring that nothing was ever truly still and everyone always had somewhere to be. This film takes the stillness as a chance to have Wendy and Tiger Lily interact, Tiger Lily imparting some vague mystical bullshit that's supposed to sound wise, and Wendy pointlessly pondering about where her home truly is. Had the film bothered to establish that Tiger Lily has feelings for Peter that are unrequited, then maybe she could have given some mournful and regretful advice to Wendy in this scene, but the film has eschewed romance almost entirely. So, notably absent from their minds is Peter himself, which is another departure from and diminishment of the older works. Peter Pan and Wendy doesn't seem to understand that Wendy is and always was the moral center of the story, but Peter was always proximate, the focus in Wendy's mind, and the representative of her potential non-future. She has to get over him to get over Neverland, to mature, which can't happen without a preceding obsession that the older film showed but this film hasn't. Because this film thinks that for the story to be about Wendy, she must always be at the center of it, and everyone else, including Peter, mostly peripheral. Everyone basically likes her, including Tiger Lily. The writers seemingly so keen to avoid falling foul of the Bechdel test that they've missed an important opportunity for strife and development through conflict. Tiger Lily leaves Wendy at the entrance to the Lost Boys' lair, where Wendy is asked to read bedtime stories to the children. Here the film is on stronger footing, because it more accurately recalls the earlier work's Peter-Wendy dichotomy. Wendy asks Peter to tell a story and is surprised and disappointed at how simple his recollection is, at how little thought he pays to anything beyond the moment. He's angry and threatened by her questioning, and by the response it gets from the Lost Boys, who are more curious than he is, and who are shown to place more care on history and memory. It's not quite so fulsome a depiction as those earlier works, because the difference between them isn't shown to have any deeper motive than Wendy being older and more responsible than the rest of them, which is an important part of her character, to be sure, but which so far omits the why question that Barry answered quite conclusively, and which the 53 film also recognized.
Hard! But you can't. You need a mother. We all do. Well, a mother, a real mother, is the most wonderful person in the world.
Wendy can be our mother.
Goodness, no. You know, if I want to be a mother.
I mean, this is sort of tied into it, because people often think that Peter Pan is a story simply about eternal youth. It's not. It's about eternal boyhood, very specifically eternal boyhood. The whole dramatic contrast between Wendy and Peter is that Wendy she's on the cusp of adulthood. She's not that much older in terms of numbers than Peter is, but girls mature much more quickly. In Barry's version, he actually has a line explaining that the reason there are no lost girls is that girls are too clever to fall out of their perambulators, which is the reason that boys end up in Neverland. They're silly, they fall out of their prams, and they get whisked away because they're fundamentally unserious, frivolous little shits. There's an essential difference between boys and girls that underpins the entire thing, and it plays up the women's perspective all throughout. And this new adaptation, which is ostensibly trying to put Wendy further to the fore, has completely missed the point that she was always the moral author of that story. She was always the one who grew up to give moral lessons. She's the example by which to lead. She's the one who gives educational value. She's the one who grows up. She's the one who we actually are supposed to embody, as opposed to idolize. And she has to overcome her sort of naivety and her desire for eternal youth by overcoming Peter and what he represents, which she does in part because she realizes, as a boy, he's basically an idiot at this age. And so, you know, all of her romantic aspirations, which she has for him, are fruitless. And there's a number of other characters. Tinkerbell is romantically attached to Peter, and he banishes her without a moment's thought because she's jealous of Wendy and tries to get her killed. There's Tiger Lily, the Indian princess, who also has this sort of forlorn love with Peter. She's saving herself for him, but he'll never grow up, so he'll never repay that. So this essential difference between boys and girls is integral to the story, but it also, not only does it portray girls as being more mature and more sensible, it also, in the original and in the Disney version, it really does extol the virtues of what women can grow up to be. So Wendy has a speech in the original when she's tired of Peter, and he's embarrassed her and he's let her down, and so she says to her young brothers, no, we're going home tomorrow. And they say, no, we're staying, and she says, no, you need parents, you need a mother, and they say, well, you can be our mother. She says, well, I can't be a mother. And then all the Lost Boys realize that they kind of remember having a mother, but they don't remember what one is. And so she gives a long sort of soliloquy about what a mother is. A mother is the most bright, the most brilliant person. She's the person who sings you to bed at night. She's the person who gives you lullaby. She's the person who kisses your cheek and rubs the dirt off your knees and all the rest of that. And it's really lovely, and she sings a little song about the virtues of motherhood. Compare it to 2023, when reducing women to motherhood is reducing
0 stepka. Ali... Ovo je previše bezumno, razumeš, da bi mogu da nazovem da igram ovo, znaš. Više, ono, znaš... Mozak na odmor. A gledam nešto na drugom monitoru, gledam, ako te interesuje. Više slušam ovo nego što igram tu igru, barem. Ovo slušam na drugom monitoru. Ako sam dobro stavio, Jes. Yep. Nisam ni znao da je izašao Wendy. Mislim se tako zove Wendy. Ne pomi kurac više tih girl power filma. Znači na kurac su popeli. To je malo dvolično, znaš. Koliko imaš koleginica na poslu koje kao, mi smo žene, mi smo nezavisne, mi smo jake žene, i onda je vidiš kako umire tamo, ne znam, da pomeri jedan na stal ili recimo neće auto da upali. Šta sad da radim, ja, treba promijeniti gumu, pukla guma, šta sad da radim? Fino uzmeš onaj ključ iz gepeka, uzmeš rezervnu gumu i sama zameniš. Znaš kako će to njih da uradi? 1 od 100, koje su malo preduzimljivije, znaš, i ono, čak i ako nema snage da odvrne, probat će bar. 1 od 100, a ovih 99 će da kukaju sve te nezavisne jake žene. A drugi primjer ti to što ti rekao, razumeš, da treba, pa možda ne treba ni fizička snaga, razumeš. Treba samo drugačiji set veština, da kažemo tako, ajde.
Draculizrb. Welcome to my channel.
Na primjer, pre 2 dana, ovaj jedan kolega što je dao otkaz, umjesto njega nisu stavili nikog, nego ovaj poslovođa je merio za... Pa umjesto...
Samo je nastavio neko drugi to.
Ne, poslovođa. On je već radio... Da, poslovođa. On je trebao... Taj mogu što je radio sa mnom, on je merio, ne znam, ide ti 20 kila ulja, ide ti, ne znam, 5 kila pšeničnog glutena, ide ti 600 grama sode bikarbone, 400 grama omekšivača za testo. Imaš recepturu za svaku tu tortilju. I sad, pošto ja moram da budem pored te 2 mašine koje mese testo, ne mogu da budem, znam ja to da radim. Ja sam prije 2 nedelje samo to radio, merio začine. Znaš, znam ja da izmerim začine, ali fizički ne mogu da budem na 2 mjesta istovremeno. Ne mogu da budem pored mesilice, i ne mogu da budem u isto vrijeme, razumeš, tamo, pored začina, razumeš, da merim. Mogu da stignem, ali onda mora da mašina stane, na primjer, dok ja izmerim, a to tako ne ide. Ne možeš da imaš, ne znam, 100 kila testa, pa onda ide pauza 5 minuta, dok radnik ne spremi sljedeći tur, razumeš, ne mora stalno da ide. Nije nikako proizvodnje. I onda je čovjek uzeo taj poslovođa i on je umjesto toga. Sad, bilo je trenutaka kad on je radio svoj posao poslovođe, pa ode kroz pogon, razumeš. I onda sam ostavljen bio sam u sebi, recimo 20-30 minuta radim full sam. I nemaš kome da se požališ. Kažem ti, bez da ja njih podjebavam i da sam neki, znaš, muški šovinista, razumeš. Dosta žena ti neće to hteti da radi. Ili će biti kukanje neko, razumiješ. Ne kažem sve, ali dosta žena...
Uglavnom da, žene ne mogu...
One to ne mogu. To je previše, razumiješ. I onda kad gledam neki film i onda kad vidim, ne znam, eto John Wick. Jesi gledao scenu? Jesi sjećaš scene kad ona cura, ona Japanka? Kada ćerka onoga vlasnika Osaka hotela, kad zgrabi lika koji ima 150 kila i judo zahvat, razumeš, izveden njemu, a on kao debel, pa ne može da je udari, pa ona se vrti oko njega, pa ja gledam, ok, dobro, film, ok, to je film. Znate, on samo da stane i ništa da ne radi.
Ja sam tu scenu gledao samo onako nešto.
Ne, nego ono, razumeš, kad malo staneš i više razmisliš. Mislim, ako kreneš mnogo da razmišljaš, ne valja. Samo ćeš da ugasiš, znaš. Dobro, to što Keanu Reeves prolazi kroz one NPC-eve, razumeš, a oni svi onog jedan po jedan ga ono engage-uju u borbi, razumeš. Jedan opali metak, u njih 10, dvojica pucaju njega, znaš. Od njih 10. Ajde, dobro. Pa mislim, to si možda primetio. U želji da kao bude što više akcije, da izgleda kao napeto, znaš. Imaš nekad grupe od po 10-15 ljudi koji pucaju u jednog čovjeka, nikoga ne gađe u nogu, nikoga ne gađe u glavu, niko ne baca ručnu bombu, ništa pičke materine, razumeš?
Samo pištolje.
Jedan po jedan puca u njega, a ima, ona je dobro odrađena, ona scena kad ona je jedna od retko dobro urađenih scena, ono kad se šeta, podsjetilo me na onu igru, onaj Hotline Miami, kad paniraju kameru od gore,
Welcome to my channel.
kako prolazi iznad stanu, ono kako su radili koreografiju, ono bude.
Pa kao igra, brate, filmovi postaju kao igra, brate.
Pa da,
baš nemaju šta da snimaju.
Baš tako sam i gledao na taj film, nema veze, operisala realnost.
Pa to je to, takve igre sad postaju, to je, izvini, ne igre,
filmovi. Obrnut.
Evo, igre. I sad vidio sam skoro trailer za onaj, kako zove, oni noćni, oni medvedići, oni horror.
Five Nights at Freddy.
To izlazi film, da je.
Pa već imaš nešto slično gdje glumi Nicolas Cage. Jesi gledao?
A da, ono, davno. Po starom je film njegov.
Pa ne, nije 2 rečenice pregovorio filmu, čini mi se. To su ljudi sprdali da bilo mi jeftinije da plati Nicolas Cage samo da se pojavi u filmu, a da ako već bude morao da priča, to je već, znaš, previše. Si gledao glitch u Huntu za trabu?
Nisu.
Čekaj. Da im samo. Sad, ako neš da gledaš sve, premotaj pola. Od pola ti je glitch. Mislim da imaš i play, ne moraš da ideš na Reddit. Tu negdje do 30 sekundi gledaj.
Vidio sam ovo.
What the fuck?
Da, vidio sam ovo.
What the fucking fuck?
Da, vidio sam ono između...
Ovo je tebe zeba, ja. Čovjek je propao kroz svet.
Oni su njegovu scenu smorio se ko gol.
Propao kroz mapu, ko zna gdje. Hermit TV iskočio iz mape. Si gledao to? Ima neđe klip. Iskočio je gore kod... Nije Godard Oković zaboga, nego... To ti je na Lawson Delti gornji levi ćošak. Kako se zove ono malo pristanište gdje ima ona ribarnica. Tamo gdje imaš ekstrakt sa konjima. I ne znam kako, ali uspio da preskoči preko žice. I ispao iz mape, ono varijanta no clip. Sad, ovi su ga gledali, on je fizički bio zapravo na ekstraktu, ali na njegovoj klijent strani je uspio da preskoči, razumeš, van map. I onda se ne znam, imaš još jedno 500 do 700 metara imaš u radijusu, van map. Imaš ono asete, razumeš, low poly, znači ono niska rezolucija, kao Minecraft ono, ali imaš delove mape, razumeš. No, spusti si to neku horror muziku, razumeš. Bože, saču.
Horror muziku. A ona horror muzika je meni učena. nije efektivan. Ide film. Ovo film.
A da, neobičajno, za takav tip filma dosta je neobično.
Moj bolest.
Šta ja kažem, kriv sam za to.
Yes.
Wow. Ljudi prave mimove za... Jedan lik je napravio Reddit post i počeo da čovjek ono baš objašnjenje kako rade ti reshade injektori, znaš. Baš je ono full objasnio. Ja ono kliknem na link da pročitam malo više o tome, piše remove by hand showdown moderator. Ja rekao, good job. Znači, ovo je dobar način moderate rade ovaj community. Gde je to? A imaš i Gator reveal, reshade on. Si gledao? Vimu žrsi. Svaki drugi mim je... Svaki drugi mim je o reshade.
A je li moguće ovo? Reshade.
Dobro, to ti je ono shit post, razumeš, ono.
Kad će da ga stave? Kad? Je li se zna šta? Je li?
Sljedeći event, ti mi reci kad.
Ovaj zadnji event bio u ono januaru faza. Tako. Koliko traje onaj? Je, Shadow. Demonovi. Dok traje ovaj event?
Uđi u hunt pa mi reci, ja ne sam školovala.
Što kažeš? Da, Devil's Moon ovaj je bio do 17. januara.
Goodbye for now.
Do kad?
17. januara.
Koje godine?
Ove.
Do 17. januara ove godine?
Da.
Je Traitor Moon?
Da.
To je možda piše 2022.
2023. Što vam sneki, jel ti jebote kuda si smartno?
Ja znam koja je sad godina, nego ja sam tako googlao za par posto, a meni stavilo stare
Jo, kuću samo Hunt, Showdown, Event i njihov oficijalni sajt. Piše.
Onda nisu update-o.
Evo ima...
Welcome!
Počeo je od decembra 14. pa do januara 7. Traje. Znači, ako je tad bio event... da vidimo...
Goodbye for now.
Ma bio ti je summer event.
Serpent Moon je bio... jula tamo.
Da.
Dobro, to je to. Znači za mjesec dan.
Milan zaboga, nije tu. Ako džene me Milan, nije tu. Ljudima, ja sam gladan. Gladan. Zadnji put sam jeo nešto pojeo pre 15-16 sati, čini mi se. Nije da sam na dijeti ili nešto već ono.
Ne, ali dobro su. Bolje biti gladan nego...
Sitan.
Kad si ono, gladan, zdravi ti mozak.
Gamers Lounge. Welcome to my channel.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Dead end.
Oh no.
Oh no, this is me I'm looking for. Oh no, not me. Ma neki event novi treba da bude. Wow. GG, nice. Neki novi event treba da bude u ovome Dark Tide. GG.
Dark Tide?
Da, pogledaj. Dve nove mape, kao dve nove misije i nešto se unlockuje, to je kao community event. Pogledaj. Stavili su post. Ne, da vidim šta će biti od ručka. Daniel, Dark Tide. Bor kamer.
Chat for gamers. Welcome to my channel. Ella. Welcome to my channel.
Što sam?
Community K members. Welcome to my channel. Rogue RL. Welcome to my channel. Chat 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 chat. Welcome to my channel.
Oh. Wow. That was interesting. Who is chat? Okay. Sure, buddy. Sure. So many colors all over your skin. So many lies embedded with it. You're an exception. Put them all over your skin. BRB, I'm coming soon. i Dragovac ovdje.
Da. Ovo. Jebat ću ti majku. Zvaćemo vatru. Zato što sam previše razmišljao. Zato što ko previše razmišljao. Ja moram da jedem.
Women. And the entire line is reduced to, I'm not your mother, I don't even know if I want to be a mother. And that's it. And then you think that you have no conception of what the story's about, do you? You think that for a woman to be the front and center of the story, she has to wield the sword and beat the bad guy and punch people in the face. And be unspeakably generic and unmemorable, and you have no conception of what the moral point of the story you're telling is. Or why there are different ways of ennobling men and women, and that the women come out far better from Peter Pan than the boys do. But no, we have to reduce them to the same thing. Peter then goes upstairs and slams the door in a huff, and Wendy sings the children a lullaby. And because it's now time for the plot to move along, this is overheard not only by Peter, but also by Hook and the surviving pirates who are conveniently in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Tinkerbell and Wendy make friends. They bond over the fact that Peter doesn't listen to either of them, which is just shit for the reasons previously stated. It's a common theme when writers try to pass the Bechdel test. The side effect of removing boys from the wants of girls is that the girls then have very little to say to each other that isn't just mutually aggrandizing. You're the best. No, you're the best. Yes, but you're the prettiest. No, but you're so pretty. The Patreon.
Alright. Hoćeš li Rising igrao? Halo? Ubi se vez. Što mi se s nešto treba kažeš? Ne moraš ništa da igraš. Nemoj sljedeći put da kažeš igrat ćemo za vikend Rising ako to ne misliš.
A sad je petak, nije vikend.
Petak je vikend. Nije vikend nedelja uveče, zato što nedelja uveče ne može da prodaš koncentrat. Valjda i ti tvoji retardirani, sa oproštenjem, te tvoje mušterije koje nemaju obraza, te zovu u nedelju jutro. U nedelju jutro njemu treba džak, mekinja. Šta si radio koju pičku u materinu 7 dana? Ne izida se kuće za 1 dan.
Ko sadika? Ko je sadika?
Ne pita skoro da je. Ja pričam
Čekaj, imam prepušen poziv.
Znam. Upravo to što sam pričao. Da ja dođem kući, da me zove šef, da ja moram da mu se javim. Nije nego. Treba bi da budem partner u toj firmi da bi imao takav tretman.
Kaži. Šta je ko?
Halo?
Halo?
Ja. Ajde.
Volio bi da vidim Milana ovo da radi. Nema on živaca za.
Peculiarism. Welcome to my channel.
Voliš to Milane, a?
To ga radi.
On voli zato što ti radiš to.
On voli što ja radim.
Da. Drago mu je, milo mu.
U smislu da ti više neću tražiti pare, jel tako? Pošto ja zajmam od tebe često.
Da.
Jesi to kažeš?
Ne, milo mu je svakako.
Ili ti je milo zato što sad možeš da se žicaš od mene, pošto znaš da imam izvor prihoda. Šta konkretno? Izjave toga tipa ja samo gledam kroz tu prizmu. What's mine is mine, what's yours is mine.
Milane, šta si uradio za tvoj posao?
Okay.
Miyaki sucks! Yeah, isn't it terrible? It's cringy, it's perfumed, inconsequential bilge of the type you would never put into the mouth of a male character, because it's tacitly accepted, if imperfectly understood, that boys don't need this kind of thing, because they are actually interesting for what they do and how they think. Girls can be just as interesting, but not when you write them like this. Wendy jealous of Tiger Lily is far more interesting than Wendy swapping congratulatory remarks and boilerplate encouragement with someone who has instantly become her best friend. Tinkerbell is far more interesting when she tries to have Wendy killed than when they're sympathizing with each other at being ignored by the menfolk. Just man up a bit, gals. This brief sympathy wank is the prelude to our discovery that Hook used to live in this lair and be friends with Peter, though not before we get some unsubstantiated quibbling between Peter and Wendy. Wendy finds him on the roof and Peter laments. He says he thought that they would be friends instead of always fighting, even though they've...
Sad se počne. A koji građani će se tu kude, čujem? Čega? Građani čega? A koji je grad? A šta je građanski rat?
Seljaci će da napadnu skupštinu.
Koji seljaci? Reci odmah ja ću, za sebe. Ja ću da napadnem skupštinu, reci tako. Hoćeš da napadneš skupštinu? Hoćeš ti, Drakulo, da napadneš selo? Da, tebi se obraćam, Pedraž Drakulić, tebi. Da, ovo je bilo pitanje za tebe, od mene. Da li želiš da napadneš selo? Ne. Ne, mene boli kurac da napadnem bilo koga. Samo svoj interes gledam, hvala. Što se tiče Milana, on će da prodaje boce s vodom i kalašnjikove, na primjer. Znaš kad su bile poplave, kad su se našli par pametnih likova da prodaje ljudima flaširanu vodu. Ja Milana zamišljam tako.
Pa država se posle pobili na ovo zemlji.
Šta vredi posle kad ja odmah imam od toga finansijsku korist. Kapiraš? Posle puj pike na vaš, jebeš posle. Posle, posle. Posle bitke svi su vojskovođe. La la la.
No, 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 no.
Ja sam jednostavan čovjek pekar. Nemam veze s vaši ratovi.
Nemo, bolje.
Ako ćete ti, Milan, da idete slavu da tražite i finansijsku dobit, u Milanu slučaju finansijsku dobit, ko bi neđe moglo nešto da se opljačka, a da ga posle ne traži.
Da budemo sloboditi već mašine pišene i...
Da. Pa to se već radilo u ranijim situacijama. Što da ne? Češ da kažeš da nekom frižideru ne treba sloboda?
Svinjo jedna.
Sram te bilo.
Stvarno on tamo sa Vučićem navija. Vučiću.
Pa Komara je otišao tamo. Tako? Zamisli on ide ovdje. Koga je naterao? Gazda?
Nije ga niko naterao. Mogu je da kaže da je bolestan ili da...
On podržava Vučića.
Nije ga niko... Kako neko tebe može da natera nešto da uradiš? Objasni. Ti ako ne želiš da ideš u...
Drugač neke strane, niko ne može da te natera.
Mogu da kažu zakonom je propisano to i to, kad dobro primenite zakone mene i eto.
Ne znam kako.
Kako to da imamo frontaž? Bolje nego da se vraćamo.
Very nice. 5000 eura.
Jesi Snake. Je li to bilo pisano za mene Snake ili za Milana?
Pročitaj Milan.
Glava.
Nije ovdje.
Dobro, može biti kao headshot, ali nije.
Prošli su ovdje.
Opet ne razumem taj Nitro Express. Nešto što ima damage drop-off posle 30-40 metara, ne može više čovjeka da ubije iz metka. Ima sjeban Iron Sight.
Meni bez veze što je to uže na te načine.
Balans.
Ma kakav balans?
Po znacima navoda balans. Field of view 15 stepeni, kao da sam slepac. Kao da sam... Pa dobro, nećemo sad daleko.
Ono treba na sve snajpove to gledati.
Treba svaki snajper da ima FOV 15 stepeni. Plus minus.
Penat. Ne. Na mostu je, paznici.
Dva tima.
Još uđu unutra. Da. Kad ste rozpočeli za magov.
Nije, to se zove lag switch. Ne bude nevan. To ti radi na toglu.
Jednog ubili, ali dvoje su na kraju. Kapelice milijone.
Jebi.
Vidi kerovi. Što su njih dvojica mrtvi?
Da. Znači, ja sam debil. Bili mač čisto vodu baci.
A i drugi i treći isto.
Sjajno. To je sjajno. Šta je bio? Nisam je očekivao. Vidite, no je ovdje. Šta si mi rekao?
Otišao da dignao. Ne, preko mene bom. Ne preko mene bomba. Da god si za...
Join teammate od ovoga.
Oho.
Ajte vi.
Explosive crossbow.
Skeniraj mi one. Mione.
Jasno je.
Kaži. Kaži. Ko ti zove?
Banka. Treba nešto da precistam, a ja to ne znam.
Ne, definitivno si stavio bolju grafiku Drakula. Igrati izgleda mnogo
što se radi, već?
detaljnije.
Ne znam.
Ja kažem, ja
znam.
znam.
Ne znam.
Čekaj, posto.
A znaćem.
A ovo će da
Ajmo preminuti.
Što misliš o njima?
A gdje ti je taj što te gađao? Fantom, pobegao?
Či napišem poslije. Ne mogu se ovo. Ne mogu se.
Dobro, stavi tu pa da piši. Kad završiš ti, mi donesemo.
Donesem.
Nenad. Ako hoćeš miran posao da ne ludiš od njega. Ima mjesta kod nas u pekari 8 sati ti je smena. Nije teško nešto previše.
A bada mi je ovdje blizu pa... Ako mi Gadinovački ne završe ovdje, ja ću da se prebacim u poljoprivredno sredstvo.
HVDES. Welcome to my channel.
Zove me lik danas jedan što upao kod mene, Semi Džuviju.
Da.
Liku što ne zna, znaš, kad kaže to i to seme, ne zna da je to Express Libre i koji sistem. I ona radi u poljoprivrednom stručnom studiju.
Relax, take it easy. Relax, take it easy.
Ćeš ti kur. Če mi man kur. Ti se ga sam. Ti ne, ti peđe kova sjebe, a?
Nema veze. Znači mi da otvorimo na način.
Milane.
Igram.
Milane.
Iskreno.
A ti ne, ti peđe pušite kurac, a? Kova sjebe, a? A? Nije kova sjebe. Jesmo podogovorni. Jesmo podogovorni smo. Ono trenutka kad se mi pozvao nešto podogovorni smo nadani.
I šta sad? Sad se njemu ne igra i sad kao kraj igre, a? Čekaj malo. Stani malo. Ste vi deci iz vrtića, šta? Perica je odnao loptu i više niko ne igra futbal, ne? Pericu je mama zvala da se vrati kući i sad kao niko više ne igra s njegovom loptom. On je ponovno kući. Pa tako jes. Tako je bilo kad se ja bio malo.
Evo ja gledam što da manje igram igrice.
Pa to je druga stvar.
Jesmo, sine.
Nisam pričao o tebi, nego o razmaženku. Dobro, to se odnosilo na Nenada, naravno.
Šta su ubacili Valheim School Festival of Video Games?
Ubacili su igre koje nemaju ni veze sa Warhammerom.
Ne. Prijatelji su mi pali, ali šta da kupim? Ja da kupim ovaj Void, ja ne znam s kim da igram to je...
Ti bi da kupiš nove igre, a? A ni stare ne igraš. Bacaš pare bez veze. Word of advice. Samo pogledaj Steam library, stavi prst na čelo i reci mi kad ćeš pola toga da pokreneš.
Kad onem u penziju.
Nećeš ni onda.
Kad onem u penziju.
Onaj Asmongold, onaj Zach Rohr, onaj streamer iz Texas. Rekao je bio i da imam, kaže, hiperboličnu komoru, ono što Goku imao da trenira, znaš. Da je ono vreme kompresor, ono tipa mjesec dana, tamo ti je par godina, realno, znaš. Kaže, i da imam hiperboličnu, kaže, komoru, kaže, ne bi, kaže, stigao da, ono, obrne svaku igru koju bi možda htio. Nema dovoljno vremena stavno. I s tim čovjek treba se pomiri i eto, to ti to.
Bravo.
Idemo na Blanka.
Vjerojatno ne posljednja glupost koju sam uradio kad sam uzeo onaj Division 2, ono je smeće neopevano.
Kec je mnogo bolji.
Ne znam kakav je kec, ali kad sam vidio da se počinjem igru u beloj kući, povraćanje me spopalo. Vjerojatno su htjeli na patriotizam neki da prodaju taj Division 2. Dosta mi je...
Dvojke moram mnogo da se ganja.
Dosta mi je vučke tog patriotizma, ne još i OSOV patriotizam. Ma nije pitanje grindanja, čovječe. 15-20 minuta sam trčao praznim ulicama. Naišao sam na jednog jelena, 2 rakuna, 6 razbojnika koji skidaju felne sa automobila i drže jednu ulicu. Zato što eto kao, to je sad, znaš, ulice prazne, nigde ljudi nema, oni drže ulicu. Isus.
Oni su tu glavni.
Kako to ima logike?
Jebem u kevu 300 brate damage-a u 10-15 metara. 10 metara.
Pogodio si go ruku.
No, neće uopšte.
Ti igraš CS. Ono što u CS-u ne postoji vrat. Nego postoji lava samo.
Stvarno, postoji.
U CS-u nema, pogodio sam ga u vrat, nego samo glava. Jel' tako?
Nema, ima samo glava. A to je klasik.
Pa ako se samo ubiješ i ne vidimo.
A ćeš ubiti samo sebe.
Šta da vidi, da li ima još ljudi? Ne može ni onda.
Šta ih je pod... Bravo.
Budu i ti, super.
Ja sam čuo da si ubio samo jednog. Ja sam čuo da si samo jednog ubio. Evo to je aplikat.
Šta će aplikat kad ima Mauser?
Nije aplikat.
A? Da je htio kupio bi aplikat pre početak meča, ne bi kupio Mauser.
Dobro, priznajemo ti.
Hoćeš ja da ti priznam? Evo, priznajem. Da ne vidiš čoru kod dobro. Još malo. baš šta je ovo?
A nisi?
Treba vlasnik iseliti. Remove trash.
A što se radi? Da, ubije jedan. A što se radi?
Aj sad mu priznaš.
Priznaj. Priznaj. Ne. No. Šta? Mutiraj si mikrofon. Dobro, ima tu istine malo njegove. Dobro, nema njegove, nego uopšte malo se boostamo ego. Jedni brete drugima. Ali to je normalno.
Kaj mene zove, volio da mi ja ću tebe srgam.
Ej čovjek, ej čovjeka.
Nigde lada nema. Ima.
O, Turci! Ja ću neki šerit, ne pojma.
Jak się masz? Jel, ćeš ti da igramo šah opet, a, Pedroš?
Ajak.
Mislim, ako ne planira,
Prišli su nam ljudi.
treba se pomerati. Ima da igraš faktoriju, Nenad, dok igraš Hunt.
Idemo sada. Nemo vrata.
Obojice tu.
Kako me nabao? Milane, siđi dole, pomozi mu.
To neko došao u sobu da te
Milane,
napade.
siđi dole, pomozi mu. Ili dođe, oživi mene. Milane! Milane!
A ne može, sad taktizira, pusti ga.
Da mi na polo govnu. Ja sam ubio. Šta ješ govna? Šta ješ govna?
Hoću da mu
Jednom
se...
sam ja, ovoga sam ja ubio.
Hoću da mu se prizna, Nenad.
A meni?
Ti ništa kod tebe. Ti si tu samo da popuniš brojno stanje, da bi igrali 3-2, mislim 2-1.
Da.
Šta ne čuješ? Šta ne čuješ? Šta ja ti priznaju? Tamo ne pomaže s timu, igraš samostalno, ko vas jebe, pušite kurac. Ne pričam sa vama seljaci, to.
Samo napad.
Kako nije? Ali tega sam ti jedno 15 puta rekao da pomogneš Peđi.
Hitno je završet.
Ti si šio ono, aha.
Da. Nema veze. Neka duva preko vode.
Ostavio ih Milan, a? To je zato što se ostavljaš.
Da.
Što se ja fakat sine?
Biću tata, panika me hvata, biću tata, tata iz nehata.
Dobro i?
Aj.
Da.
Kako to, kako može to?
Može.
Ja smo ti priznali šta hoćeš sad. Da skinemo gaće da nam popušti koju.
Šta? Da vam popušti?
Ne.
Što rekao?
To je to, a?
Šta?
Mi više ispitanje sad.
Igraš još jedan?
Nemoj sad društvo da ostavljaš. Zvao si jede zbog jednog meča.
Kamo ja zbio mi sana ovamo.
Lepo sam ti rekao da igram ove Rising. Ti nećeš.
No idemo ovaj, na se.
Sad igraj Han Shodan.
Pada će kiša. Ja da će
pada kiša.
Sad kao on će zbog nas, da izađe da budu.
Bolje idi igraj, ja ću još jedan meč da odmorim malo. I ovo je previše, ne. Ne moraš, pa idi, nemoj da odmoriš.
Ne zovemo Mateo. Ako nije tamo na mitingu da maše viče Vučiću, Vučiću!
Samo ti pevaj. Tvoj IP se prati i razgovor se snima.
Vučiću, predsjedniče naš!
Dobro, to je već bolje. To je već bolje. Sviđa mi se to entuzijazam.
Mi te volimo, mi te volimo.
Negdje, sad već zvučiš neiskreno, moraš malo više emocija da ubaciš.
Ja sam neemotivan čovjek, što ja.
Taka ti je boja glasa. Inače pucaš od emocija, tako?
Da. Šta je? Ne znam, što je bio? Voli žene. Voli žene si je vidjeti. Na posao ili? Jebi ga, ne jebi ga tako.
Šta će biti sa Smokijem, Melane?
Jelane?
Hoćeš Smokija prodaješ po kasarnama?
Kaži. Ne boj se, ti moj kujan se diže.
To neki homo misli, ja?
A mi on ima neki njegove misli, ne znam.
Na što cilja, ne znam na što cilja, pa ne znam nije. Stop, homo, Milano.
Pominje neki sok od zove i tako to.
Neka metoda za vođenja.
Ne boj se ti za moj... Funkcioniše on jako dobro. Ruke žulja. A kad budem našao neku novu, ono što da ne.
Definiši normalno, šta da ne pije, da ne puši, da ne psuje, šta?
Da mi ne je džigerić.
A to ti je sad širok plan, to što ti kažeš da mi ne je džigerić. Najbolje da ne progovara. Da je hiruškim putem da operišu, da ne može da priča.
Da, ovo nije baš toliko sam... Nisam ja neki...
Tiranin, to ćeš da kažeš.
Ja sam diktator, ali nisam tiranin.
Ali ja sam diktator, ali nisam tiranin. Fascinating. Jesi vidio kako izgleda ovaj Remnant?
Idi čoveče.
Remnant 2. Si gledao onaj gameplay trailer?
Ići matro. Sad ću da pustim kišu tamo kod tebe.
To, kiša po...
Sad ću da aktiviram na kraju.
Po narudžbi, šta?
Da pozovem ljude guštene i da kažem puštaj!
To onaj film kad Hitler pripitomi one dinosauruse i onda oni sa meseca kontrolišu zemlje, je li to?
Da.
Interesantan film. Ljudi gušteri, dinosaurus.
Čekam se kod kolima.
Nice.
Gdje, ovaj boss je ovdje, ili?
Opsinut sam ja.
Yes. Čekam tebe.
Sad ću ići.
Ovdje. Wow.
Je došao neko?
Jeste, došao je Niko Belik. And his cousin. Roman.
To je ciganske imena.
Jebi mi sunce, nisam siguran jesu li Bosanci ili Rumuni.
Kažu da je ono kao...
Kažu Bosanci, ali meni više zvuči Romuni, znaš, koliko imaju loš engleski.
O, moje je budućnost. Čemo novi Steam, pa svake godine menjaju nešto.
Šta? UI?
Pa da.
Pa moraš nešto da menjaš. Jesu vam menjali software recimo za firmu? Aha. Ja sam primetio da od funkcionalnosti nikad ništa se ne promeni u tom industrijskom softveru. Imaš iste opcije kao prošle godine, znaš?
Jedino što promene ovo...
UI. Boju onih kutija i veličinu slova. I kažu, znaš, to je to.
I promese neke opcije u gornjeg dijela na donji deo.
Da, ali isto. Nema ništa više opcija nego prošle godine. S jedne strane mogu da razumem što ja da ti kodiram nešto što ti...
Što napalja?
I nećeš ni tebe koristiš.
Ali čekaj. I ovdje idemo na njih. Ajmo na njih.
Na njih.
Ne napalja.
Ovdje si bounty skeniraj od sad moj jebem. Ne umiješ ni da skeniraš. Skeniraš ko neka baba samo ispred sebe.
Pretpostavljamo da nema nikog iza nas, jel tako ono?
Jučer nam te jedan lik došao iza, ja čujem da šlijepa ono po blatu.
Da.
I samo uzem napravim mimo 360 i vidim ga.
Normalno.
A mi on to je recimo teško da bi mogao da prepoznate to.
Što bi radio 360? Pretpostavka je da niko ne ide iza tebe.
Ne mogu da znači, možda se neki zabao negdje u vodu.
Sem toga, znaš za onu foru, gledao si kad se onaj digne dinamitom. Znaš ono, jesi gledao kad se onaj...
Gleda se, jesi.
Kako zove taj lik? Što je bio s vama u meču?
Morpheus.
Ne, TTV. Ne verujem da je streamer. Da niko ne ide iza tebe. Šta je pisalo? TTV svor, ili? Ne mogu da pročitam. Kao zna taj lik što je kao streamer, ali?
Nemam pojma.
Ne.
Našao sam neko ide.
Ti Vosfor. Vidi ti gdje mi padamo s kojim igračima. Ova igra više nema ni na evropskim serverima igrače. Znači ima dva tima, jedan solo i dva duos.
TTV Vosvor. Brate.
Vlake.
Što?
Ima jednog vivera. Trenutno sedi u boss areni sa...
I'm trying squad to show head.
Ja tu se posio.
Nemoguće. Kad su preušli drugi meč? Je ovo snimak? A? Gdje ona radi?
Ne znam.
Ovo je.
Da, mi smo izašli pre 5 sekundi.
Pa to ti kažem, a on je već u drugom meču.
Imam exit.
Kasnimo. Znaš?
To je namjerno delay, šta?
Da. Isti meč. Nego ne vidi se vamo da smo mi izašli, vidiš.
Hej, všetko čuje.
Ubilo neku somu se i čekali da izvoli.
Ali na čem on stal? On z dola se streljao? Co tam Are viděl?
Ovo su neki
Co tam viděl?
Česi, da.
Aj, salve skin. Viděl jsi jaký level? Konec. Teraz je patrol dookola, ne?
Što mu stream ima delay na zvuk?
S.W.Frost, díky za follow, appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you for your support.
Meni čini da mu je ipak stream u real time.
Jeste, u real time.
You're in same game as me?
No.
Nope. How the fuck did you find me? Oh yeah, that's true. The automat guy probably, yeah? That's correct. It's fucking empty server. Congratulations, man. To him. 100 prestige or level?
Da. Idemo odmah.
That's cool. I'm not forcing 100 prestige. Let's give you away. I don't remember, bro. It's Raw Stalker. Yeah, that's true. It was from Twitch drop. I mean, the first was probably Silence Pistol, but I'm not sure about that. And the Sparka was also old skin as fuck. I have Silence Pistol too, skin. I mean, yeah, I was playing a long time ago, but I have like 800 hours. Yeah, it is buggy. It was more buggy before, but now it's at least playable most of the time. Should be their new engine. Jesus. Why did they run away? Hey. Money. They are poor. Yeah, I am poor too. Co som Paťo? Just wanna play my Spark Sniper. That was that game. $10k man, I am 1.6k. Most of the time I play solo and dying.
So.
I know people playing this game like they hide, they camp, they run, you know. Let's see. Spardime. That one is old as fuck. Easy man. You start spamming snipers. You start spamming snipers for 580 or the Mosin with Spitzer ammunition, and you're going on close range. Yeah man, thank you for follow. Good luck too. Thanks. Aj, ready Paťo, co robiš?
Interesantan lik. Pita zašto su ovi pobegli, moji drugari. Ja rekao zato što su siromašni.
Pieghiamo te no, aspetta che vedo. Elegante. Kad? Dobro. Hvala.
Još uvijek igraš Last Epoch? Halo?
Ako hoćeš.
Znači ne.
Pa ja hoćeš da igram Last Epoch.
To zavisi od tebe.
Ajde.
Malo prije si igrao Hunt Showdown. Ne zajebavam te, nego te fino pitam. Nemoj poslije da me prodaš.
Neću, nisam mi odmah.
Otkud ti to, ne bi ja to nikad rekao. Samo ne posljedem travu. U igri mislim, u igri. Samo vidim šta treba ovdje da se stavi. Da sve u redu. Da sve u redu. Ha. Čovjek mi traži da mu pokosim travu oko kuće i da sipam šljunak. Neki Milan da ladi. Znači tu gdje je bila trava, da pospim sa sitnim šljunkom, znaš, da ne bi morao da kosi više. I da stavim ove ukrasne biljke, znaš. Samo još da sipam malo šljunka i 2 biljke, da bacim ukrasne do 6. Ok. 1, 2, 3, 4. I to. Flower bed. O jebote, koji kreten. Ti si gledao The Boys, jel? Pa jesi skonto da je kao prvi superheroj, ona ženska, koji je onaj naučnik kao ludi, kao nemački nacist, koji je napravio kao nju, kao prvo kao heroj, nije kao heroj, nego kao super čovjek, ali tako?
Da.
Ona je bila žešći nacista. I morali su da je sklone od javnosti zato što je ubila onoga crnca.
Jedva su je ubili. Jedva.
Nisu ni ubili. Jel znaš?
Mislim da su ubili neke.
Ne, bila u bolnici, ono sva. Pa mislim ko da je mrtva, znaš. Napola spržena.
I se pojavio, ono, ne bojim se.
Odlično. Svakom pakom sam sredio baštu. Otkud mravi? Sorry. Izvinjam. Na $134,000. A da, imam dve nekretnine, imam i zamak, izboraj se.
Ovdje gaza kad si došao.
Pa jesam, nego samo proverim. Zamak. Kupio sam buklet i zamak isto, za veliki par. Okay.
Nema šanje da se kupimo.
Šta bi te oduzmeš?
Ajde više objavite nam taj net.
Ti bih htio raditi bio, no? Završio sam, ajmo. Pitanje je šta želiš da radiš u tom, brate. Samo da ti to pitam. Šta misliš da će ti dati da radiš?
Čast, slavu.
A?
Čast i slavu.
Slušaj ti mene. Ti ćeš pod jedan ili biti nepodoban, zato što nisi redovno služio vojsku. Pod dva, ima da kopaš ovo. Ja te ja sad zajebavam ili nešto.
Kopao sam.
Ego ono, samo ti kažem ono...
Kopao sam tamo, gdje smo bili na prijemu. Morao sam iskopan pametno.
It's looking cool. This utility belt is going to come into play with that key we nailed in right there. Look at how crisp our lines are. That looks really cool. Let's get the whole thing on. Batman and Robin holding all of our keys.
Ajde.
Welcome.
If Dana White's Power Slap added robots to the league.
Goodbye for now.
Znam da laže me, znam da vara me, karaj po noći, prosjak zore. Ne znam šta radiš, jel radiš arenu?
Ništa, čekam poziv.
Ne, samo te pitam, jel radiš arenu ili šta?
Pa šta go radiš što se mene tiče?
Ne vidim point. Da boostujem boss modifiere da bi me na kraju one-shotao. Si gubio na kraju?
A? Ono, nisi.
Pa znam da nisi. Ja sam gledao modifiere za damage. Imao je 180% boostovan damage. Pičke materine. Skoči jednom na mene i razvalio. Ne hvala.
Ne znam kako.
Samo izvoli. Without me.
Znači dođeš da igramo bilo šta ili...
Ja sam te pozvao.
Na to stignemo jebi ga.
Sad rekao da nećeš igram, ne, nećeš igram to. Kad igram Great Riftove u Diablo 3. Mu bolije. Totalno mu bolije. Igram Great Rift da bi igrao Great Rift. Pa može on. Samo da me teleportuje. Te diskonektovalo?
Meni, mine.
Pa me nes. Hvala.
The end of time. Out of nowhere. Jeszcze czekam na cały konektor. Ko smeta?
Ja smetam, zdravo vete.
To se čini. Palim.
Pevajući, pa je. Če planiraš možda u nedelju da radimo popis?
Ne mogu na dan, da smijem upalim u nedelju u dan.
Ne smijem nedelju, a?
No.
Pa ništa, ajde da vidimo u subotu sljedeću. Ne sad sutra što je nego tamo. Ne radi subotu, nedelju, ponedjeljak i tamo. Subotu znači smiješ.
Opet da ćemo zato što... Nemam puno. Nemam puno rabim, nisam puno.
Dobro, da znaš. A to je u arenu. A ne planira ništa drugo.
Jesam.
Subota je... Ovako ti dobro.
Ovako, jes.
I dole li rafin ovdje, malo.
Niči mi nič. Pa će ga na susu.
Niče dobro, pa što će
Nisam činaz.
Ti da ne treba ići na pikiru. Ovog puta kupio i sofu sve.
Ma časti čovjek sam.
Pa, ista kad će se zatvori radnja.
Ja sam pitao kad, da znam. Ja sam rekao kad će zatvoriti da znam.
Pa, kako si pitao što ti?
Čije možda će si učeo na peli. Ti si stede ova godina i može foto se neći.
Slušaj, ja sam sebi napravila tako produkciju života da je mogu da biti. To je bila. Glavno izneraži kad šibali ja mogu po jedan dan i dalje da parim za tako sam počeo staviti.
Spolje ili?
Nije spolje, iznutra ili ovdje je pokazano. Onda da, kažem da smeta B. I to me slava da radim, i to me cile da radim, onaj što je radio kočice kod kasne pita. Mogu da se vratim nazad u Švedsku, mogu da idem na brod. Znači, ja imam mnogo opcija da radim.
Ja ću se prebaciti vjerojatno u državu.
Svi mora, uzmi tako i skuplje opcije. Sad je da ću da vidim, ako je više mi da, koliko sam ja tražio. Malo pružim ruku, mi se nastavimo.
A kako možete mi jako pristav?
Ja sam rekao, 40 € manje dnevnice. Da bi, samo manje mi da. Uzmene, odmah zovem Šipaliju, sam radim kod njega, 2 nedelje. Završim kod Šipalije, kao i svet me da. Da vam dok se vratno pravi, ja se vratno krivo da.
Do koliko već 2 nedelje, ništa postavio?
I radio sam prošle nedelje 1 dan. I radio sam ponedeljak i danas, 3 dana.
3 dana?
Ja, i sutra će doći. Ja cijel život sam radio da ne mogu niko da me veže. Moram da vrati, mogu biti kod zemča. Meni je grafno da me plati. Alo, jala mi, hoću da radim na brodu. Daj mi broj. Radim na brodu. Ne radim na brodu, imam broj u gradu Švedske. Nešao. Ja bi došao na brodu Švedske.
Had barely one fight at this point, and none of this has actually been set up or established. Wendy joins the dots, and Peter admits that Hook was once his best friend, the first lost boy, but he left Neverland and abandoned Peter and came back changed. This isn't terrible stuff, it's not delivering anything yet, but it is setting up potential that the film will have to, and so probably won't, take up. Peter characterizes Hook as returning cruel and evil, and when...
Meni se obraćaš. Pričao si s bratom, zato ne volim da upadam drugim ljudima u reč, izvoli.
Kažem, koji svaka igra ima pun kule s predmete koji nisu kule.
Ne moraš sve da skupljaš.
Moraš da skupiš sve.
To Pokemon. Gotta catch them all, Pokemon. Ovo para.
Danke.
Šta? Kažeš da imaš milion. Ja imam pa oko 23 stabova, čini mi se. 20 do 30, 20 minimum.
Ovo nisu ni skupiš 4-5 hiljada.
Koliko? Znaš koliko me košta? Znaš koliko me košta tab? Jedan kao steš. 200.000. 210.000. Ako misliš da je ista cena non stop, ne nije. Nije da je problem, mogu se pare zaraditi, ali ono, daleko to.
Mate, ja ti mogu mamu jedem. Nema samo, on je smakno sam HP, 1500.
Šta je ovo?
1500 HP, ako ništa.
Šta je ovo bilo?
Ne znam.
Alo!
Je tebi ubilo, a?
Ma da bre! To je moš izaći. Neverovat. Neverovat.
To je samo jednom, imam 15 HP, na zemlji.
Neverovat. Ha ha ha!
Zero to hit.
Prvo mi je razbilo sav shield, a još mi se ne obratio pažnju. I onda sav health pao na nulu. Brup. Opa. Probao sam nešto da craftujem, ali nedovoljno potencijala. Biće boljih itema. Ima ništa doma.
Wendy suggests that he'd just grown up. Peter doesn't recognize any difference in that distinction. The film, I think, is drawing inspiration from, or rather lifting the premise, from Christina Henry's 2017 novel, The Lost Boy, which I could pretend I've read, but won't. I know there are those who'll sniff at this kind of embellishment, who insist that sometimes stories are better left without origins. But my boring answer is always going to be, it depends. This film seems to have the right intent. It's the first example I'm aware of where it's attempting to add something to the story, as opposed to merely repeating it with the most important aspects removed. It uses this revelation to drive home Peter's fear of the outside world, his fear of losing people, because he's lost his best friend once, and he came back different, something he's terrified will happen to Wendy. And that's all serviceable stuff, though it does pose some difficult questions. For example, if Hook has this history, if he's been here before, if he was Peter's best friend before, if he used to live here, why the quivering fuck didn't he reason that this would be the best place to look for Peter? And, unfortunately, adding stuff here can't distract from what's been taken away elsewhere. And so this exchange prompts Wendy's first voiced doubts about Neverland, which she's found makes her unhappy. This is a clunky and abridged attempt to force what in the original developed over time. She hasn't really been here at all, or at any rate not for long, and these doubts haven't had any time to formulate or grow in this version. And then the conversation just kind of ends, which feels distinctly truncated. It's Peter who turns away and bids Wendy goodnight, which is jarring when you consider that he's the one trying to convince her to stay in this place. Downstairs, inevitably, the pirates have broken in and kidnapped the Lost Boys, and they capture Wendy as well. Hook goes upstairs to find Peter, but Peter hears him coming and he hides. There's a payoff of sorts to the early information, Hook recounting their countless games of hide and seek and how he was always the best at finding Peter. Peter drops down, Hook swipes at him, and for questionable reasons this causes Peter to fall down the tower, having forgotten that he can fly, to hit the floor rather hard, while Tinkerbell in a bit of safe in the minds of our characters. This is surely the end of the story, no? Or it should be. Naturally, of course, Hook doesn't think it worth making doubly sure that Peter is dead, and it's not yet apparent why he really has this motive to begin with, or indeed what this really means to him. Questions that don't need to arise unless you accept the need for a backstory, in which case we really do need answers at some point. Answers specifically that can explain why he's so single-minded and vengeful, but not single-minded and vengeful enough to make sure he's finished the job. Answers too that might give some hint as to what he plans to do next, since we can't help but note that the film isn't over, and we don't really have a sense of what Hook has accomplished here. Despite the backstory, he's really not got much more depth as a character than the original cartoonish version. What the script has accomplished, and it is a dubious accomplishment, is to replace the beat in the original and in the 53 film and in the 03 film that sees Tinkerbell betray Peter and then redeem herself by saving him. Because she's little more than Navi from Ocarina of Time in this version, just kind of there, occasionally helping move the plot along but without really being a character in her own right, instead of betraying Peter's location to Hook in a fit of jealousy, here Hook just conveniently overheard Wendy singing, and so finds his way back to a place he had absolutely no reason to have forgotten about in the first place. He kills Peter, he captures Tinkerbell, who can't save Peter, and indeed who has no redemptive need to save him. What we have instead is Peter's shadow becoming relevant again, because that's just what the script demands, I guess, and going off to Tiger Lily for help. She rides off to save Peter, paying off absolutely nothing whatsoever. Tiger Lily ex machina as far as the writers are concerned. Hook brings Wendy and the lost children aboard his ship, where he keeps them captive because he vaguely remembers hearing Wendy's lullaby in another life, and it makes him feel things. We learn from Hook that Peter exiled him from Neverland, and a cursory Google search informs me that this has been a fan theory for a while. Peter banished him because he missed his parents, which works on some levels but not on others, and could have been made to work on a much better level had the film played up Wendy's role as mother to the lost boys previously. But the film is cautious about casting Wendy in an overt motherly role. It explicitly has her point out that she doesn't even know if she wants to be one, which you can compare to the 53 films extolling of the virtues of motherhood. But hey, we can't be reducing our female heroes to motherhood anymore. That's far too old-fashioned. Hook's own motives are likewise hazy and confused, because he explains that he left, but he couldn't get home, and was picked up and raised by pirates, whom he eventually came to lead, and he led them back to Neverland because Peter was his friend and he'd been happy here, even though being unhappy here was the reason he left to begin with. The film gives Wendy one of its stronger lines in this scene, as Hook explains he's lost all chance for happiness and menacingly tells her that he is what growing up looks like, to which she responds, "No, this is what happens when you grow up wrong." Which is fine in isolation, except, again, we've not really had any sense of Wendy's evolving understanding of what growing up entails. She feared it before she came to Neverland. She randomly decided she wasn't happy here, and so she wants to go home. But there's not been much to explain A, why that's so to begin with, or B, that she's taken some lesson from this about the merits of adulthood, and formed equivalent ideals about it. Again, the comparison is to the original, where growing up is the logical outgrowth of a character Wendy comes in with, versus this film, where growing up is a pivot from her initial characterization that the film hasn't really tried to flesh out, if you can flesh out the pivot. Anyway, this prompts Hook to demand all the children be executed. Reasons, I guess. Wendy tries to persuade him to take her instead of the children, because the children can grow up to become good pirates if he gives them the chance. I mean, it wasn't immediately clear that she wasn't destined to be killed with them anyway, but she's taken up first either way. Meanwhile, Tiger Lily uses some magical bullshit herbs to bring Peter Pan back to life, fulfilling all the promise of no setup whatsoever. But Peter can't fly anymore, so she has to help him up. Someone remind me whose story this is? Wendy slowly walks the plank to a rousing sea shanty, but as she falls off, she has a series of flashes forward, which is a superficially clever version of her happy thoughts flashbacks from the beginning of the film. Clever because it solidifies her change in outlook from the past to the future, but superficial because, again, this has been only partially, at best, set up throughout the film. The transition from memory to prospect is certainly an interesting one, because the idea that childhood happiness is in the past tense, which is how the film began, is an adult's view of childhood, not a child's self-reflection. Wendy only thinks backward because she's already nearly an adult. I get the impression this was the writer's thought process. In other words, Wendy being on the cusp of adulthood makes her able to look both back and forward. Back with a mature yearning for her simple days, but forward as only an adult can. And so...
I mislite kao i daju ovo... I danas intelligence.
Samo bacimo gluposti u chest. Skontao sam dobru foru kako da dobijem ove šardove koji mi trebaju, znaš. Skinem atribute sa itema i onda iskoristim Rune of Discovery da dobijem random atribute, znaš. Pa dobro, nije savršeno, ali ono, kao što rekao, dobiješ random atribute, pa sad Ako ti trebaju, trebaju. Kad imaš godišnji odmor? Hm?
Ne znam. Ja i godišnji odmor.
Dobro, znam da imaš dobar posao.
Prima se spadat bez mene.
Jesi li se zapitao da li je to baš zdravo za tebe?
Nisam bio pola dana u radi.
Kao si
I
nastao.
uspeli su da računovodstvo da sjepu nešto.
Pa dobro, evo da te postavim onako glupo pitanje. Šta je bilo da ti ne daj Bože umreš ili slomiš nogu?
Ja, radnje bi se natvorio.
A dobro, a da li misliš da je to dobar poslovni model? Da si ti najodgovornija osoba u toj firmi? A? Da li je to dobro za nečije mentalno zdravlje, da toliki pritisak bude na neko? Konkretno na tebi.
Uzgled rekao mi ko može će za tvojima radnju, ko minusuje. To nije samo tvoje. Mnogo kad će da provjeti da znam. Ona može da veruje da se vidi.
Da si to rekao, no?
Naravno, po nas da...
A šta je očekivao da kažeš?
Toliko hladnokrvno, ono...
A šta je očekivao da kažeš? Pa nemojte, pa razmislite malo, pa može li to da se reši na drugačiji način? To ti isto kao kad je ovaj poslodavac rekao nama kao dobro, ako nećete da radite, ti koji neće da radi mogu da kao ono, donesu kao papir za razrešenje ugovora, kao da potpišu otkaz, ako žele, i kao to je to, kao znaš, bit će im isplaćene zarade i znaš šta su zaboravili. Oni su mislili da će to biti 2-3 čoveka, nisu očekivali da će svi ljudi da daju otkaz, znaš. E sad, bilo je tu ljudi koji su se vratili, nije problem, ali inicijalno smo svi dali otkaz. I to je njih malo ono...
Iznenade.
Da. A isti taj tehnolog koji nam je preneo vest od gazde i on je dao otkaz, što je najjača fora, znaš. A posle je došao sin od ovoga vlasnika trenutnog firme, posle je došao njegov sin da preuzme kontrolu nad stvarima. Pošto smo jako nedisciplinovani bili, znaš.
Znaš kako, oni misle da su ovo početcima 2000-ih, ima da posla nema...
Da su ljudi ono vezani 100% za firmu.
Recimo, u 2010. 12. jeste bilo ono zajedno malo za posla, znaš.
Da.
Ali sad više nije.
Misliš, svaka firma traži radnike, je li to?
Traži se dosta. Mislim, mi možda pišamo po Vučiću koliko hoćemo, ali sad da li je ovo zaslužen što ima dosta posla ili šta već?
Pa neko jesu.
Su, znaš, mnogi su se vratili od preko i oni pumpaju dosta keša, tako da je većinom od toga. Nema šta, ovo nije normalno se. Ovaj damage koji ja pravim nije normalno, uopšte.
Su te nulirali bili?
Ne da mi ni jedan idol za bater, mamu jebem.
Ja ti pogledaj. Ja ih imam previše.
Ja imam one bosanske glave kao i da zauzimaju te istote.
Je to klasni?
Nije klasni.
Oho, uskoro level up. Šta to ispane? Rune of Ascendance. Ćeš da ti nešto iskraftam?
Ako može.
Šta hoćeš? Dobit ću unique random, samo koji.
Treba je ovo.
Daj mi...
Armor.
Ali mi daje armor koji je za tebe, da probam tako. Za tvoju klasu, jer imaš na armoru ti piše da li je klas specifika, razumeš?
Probat ću izvukiti.
Imaš, piše ti recimo akolit armor na njemu. Samo nemoj neki koji trenutno nosiš. Čak ne mora ni da bude ljubičasti, možda bude žuti, znaš, nema to...
Da, može bude i žuti
i beli, plavi, ne bitno.
Svi, kako god.
Možda ga kupiš.
Garantovano je da dobijaš ovaj ljubičasti.
Samo ti kažem da mi daš specifično klasni, da vidimo možemo li da zarolamo to. Meni iskreno ne treba, bog zna šta, dajte, no imam ih dosta.
Što da tamo? Two hand spear.
Tu je palo na gomilu nekih stvari. Mage helmet, Sentinel body armor, Primalist, Assassin. Čut.
To je to. Vidim da mogu da izvučem od ovo. Sentinel.
Imaš nešto?
Evo, vidim da ovo tako stavimo. Evo.
Ima li u shopu možda neki body armor? Ili kod onoga kockara, ako znaš da je kockar?
Može se vratiti, ne idem.
Pa teleporti se, čekat ćete.
Ne mogu ti pošaljem.
A, ne može ako ga kupiš, da. Jel tako ide? Mora da ga igra dropuje. To sam zaboravio. A runu ne mogu da ti dam, nema veze. Najdi igramo pa ćeš ga naći. Ako hoćeš body armor, jel tako, to ćeš.
Da. Treba mi onaj štap. To se zove Dragon i nešto. Jebem.
Štap ili... Je to kao vand?
Vand, da, vand. Dvoručni.
Dvoručni vand.
Da.
Dobro. Če da vidimo.
Ne mogu da vidim našu ime. Da. pada kod nekog skeletona.
Šta si gledao negdje na netu? Gde pade ti itemi šta? Neki su garantovani kod nekih bossova, to znam. Određeni štitovi, body armor i relici padaju kod određenih bossova gdje ima logike, na primjer, da padaju. Recimo, ne znam da li se sjećaš onoga kentaura, onoga što baca ledene magije. Njega kad pobediš dobijaš Frozen Shard.
Emperor of Fortress.
Šta je to, oblast na mapu?
Pada od njega. To je kao Range of Dragon Timeline. Meni smo stigli.
Ma polako, kad pređeš svih 10 ovih, doćemo i do toga.
Gdje je to? Aha. Sad smo na njemu,
A onda ajde da skupimo, kako se zove, taj stability, pa da vidimo. Prsten. Evo ga Wand. Hoćeš Wand? Jednoručni Wand ili dvoručni, šta si rekao?
Vidim šta ti vidim.
Mislim, mogu da uradim ovo. Vidiš?
Ma no, ne, misliš da dobiš, kaj imaš da ti dobiš, kaj?
Evo ti. Pa ti razmisli.
Nije nešto, služi možda nešto.
Kao što rekao, para imaš pa kupi ove inventory stashove. Možda ti ne valja za ovog karaktera, možda će valja za drugog. Tako ja uvijek razmišljam. Isto kao kad igraš Han Shodan sa Milanom. I onda poneseš onu pušku koju nikad ne bi poneo, samo zato što je džabe. Ti je igrata da potrošiš pare na oruđe kad znaš da ćeš onako poginut s njim. Se ne sekiraš previše.
Ja ne vidim je to što puste nas i onda on kao što napati.
I onda hoće da mu se prizna. Jel to?
A opet puste Peđu da se bije sa dva čovjeka.
A on se krije iza stuba, jel to?
Kakvi stup, krije se na stepenici.
I čeka da ovoga iz kasape, da on kao dela. Nije to timska igra, to je sve solo akcija, znaš. To što on radi, to je sve, on krene prvi, pa ako ga ko isprati, to je kao team play. A da neko krene i da ga on isprati, to još, to neće da može.
Idi be u fuj. Samo zavitlao jedno nešto i to.
Ovaj me sad zapalio, mora se sad maći. Nešto se čudno desilo bilo. Raskantali su mi 1500 ovoga varda. Znaš, očalo. Vidio sam da će da me deknu i odmah sam se počeo pomerati.
Znači, ja ne stigam još da se pomeram non stop, ali to je toliko magija, to nije normalno uopšte. Znači, ne mogu mangu skupim da kastujem koliko Svidio se ono što se...
Vidim kako ti health varira jako. Ovo naročito ovi imaju jako sporo ovaj attack speed, ali ako te dekne jednom uglom... Koliko možda se uzme još jedan stability? Čekaj, sad ćemo vidjeti.
Delazim. Welcome to my channel.
To je to. Maksovali smo. Marš. Evo ga ovdje desno ima Exalted Body Armor. Dobiš više komade. Jebi ga, sad nemamo onu runu, ali dobro. Ići. Ovo je nova mapa, ona, iz prvog chaptera, znaš. Ovo je za druida više nego što je za tebe, znaš. Piše 5 health gained on companion hit. Mislim, nije to 5, to je 5 healtha i ako imaš healing effectiveness barem 100%, to je 10 healtha po udarcu tvojih miniona. Naprimjer, ako imaš healing.
Mogu djelo da napravim sve, ali trebam ovo području.
Sad čuvaj. Ja imam već takvu jednu sekiru. Ovdje je Pavo gomilo neke gluposti. Evo, ako budeš, ovo ti je class specific relic, taj žuti. Ako nađeš runu Ascendance, probaj da ga iskoristiš na tom reliku. To ti je moja preporuka, na tom žutom reliku. Nije ti garantovan da ćeš dobiti to što tražiš, ali imaš veću šansu da dobiješ nego da iskoristiš na nekom drugom. Ja sam iskoristio taj Rune of Ascendance na jednoručnom vandu, dobio sam dvoručni, ali opet vand je vand. Dakle, ni vand nego stav, dvoručni stav.
Evo, si ga padne.
Imaš one nodove koji daju specifično, na primjer, rune. Ali opet, nije ti garancija koju ćeš runu dobiti. Neka dobiš Rune of Shatter ili oni ne razumeš, Rune Discovery, tako neke jeftine rune, a neka dobiješ Rune of Ascendance. A Rune of Ascendance ti je garantovan unik. Jesi nalazi onu novu klasu itema, one kao što se evoluiraju. Što odbiju statistike. A to ti je novo, samo nisam vidiš nijedan komad. Neću se jebem zbog jedan. Stvarno, daleko mi je dole da idem. Bezditni. Au! Pogledaj ovo! Au, brate, vidio! Ima Legendary Potential 3, znači od 4 atribute koji imaš na itemu, on može da nasledi 3. Od prvi put da sam vidio oko nešto. Prvi put, poneti se. Jedan, dva, to sam gledao, ali 3. Ne, brate. Mogu sledeći start.
Mogu.
Kažem ti, ako ćeš arenu da probaš, ili one side dungeon, imam ja ključeve za skoro sve side dungeone. Ako ćeš nešto od toga da radiš, prvo završi sve ove, umozi mi reći, sve ove...
Za blessinge.
Da, da uzmeš sve blessinge i kad uzmeš sve blessinge, onda možda probaju baš dungeon. To ti je manje više kad završiš sve monolite, normalne, ne sad da igraš Empowered. Empowered ti je sve iz početka, mislim i dalje imaš stare blessinge, samo igraš teže varijante starih monolita, jači su monsteri i bolje su nagrade, ali to još nisam probao, na primjer. Čak bi možda to i pre probao nego da igram arenu, To što ovdje su monsteri već spawnovani, u areni moram da čekam da se monsteri znaš, da ih spawner izbaci. Imaš izvesni cooldown između spawnera. Nekad počistim wave za sekundu i čekam 10 sekundi dok izbacim novi talas, to me nervira. A to da bossevi su bullshit, to ne znam kako ti objasniti. Mislim, imaš bossa koji je level 50, ima damage modifier 180% boostovan damage ima i uradi jebeni leap na mene, skoči mi na glavu, to je normalan udarac, normalni jebeni potez koji ima onaj Beastmaster, leapuje mi na glavu i one shotujem, gledam šta je ovo, ajde da je to neki ne znam kakav potez, da ono telegrafiče ga iz aviona, šta ti ja znam, ma kakvi, regularan udarac. Gluposti. Evo ga ovaj, ne znam da li vidiš chat. Ovaj je napisao sad get to the empowered.
Ne, kod mene neće.
A onda imaš više instanci chata, pretpostavljam.
Ali glupo je da ako smo u istom...
Mislim, vidiš ti party chat moj, ali ne vidiš global chat isti.
To je glupost. Ono ispada kod da nismo na istom serveru.
Nisi na istom kao chat kanalu, kako je to moguće, ne znam. There are multiple global chat channels. Figured. thanks. Ma jeste, kao što sam prepostavljao, imaš više instanci toga globalnog chata. Moja pretpostavka je da ne bi se bukvalno ono... Ma ne, nego da ne bi bilo ono klatere. Da svako napiše po jednu poruku. Zamisli Facebook chat, jedan kanal. Si gledao ikad Krajtekov stream kad ono ima po 3000 ljudi na streamu gleda. I svako od nas napiše po jednu poruku, počne da laguje onaj njihov chat. Samo ga prebaci u slow mode.
Opa, što je ono?
Šta to?
Amulet. Ne.
Gde, kod mene?
Kod mene, meni kod.
Ne, nego tu gde sam malo preko okna.
Da, ne. To je to, može i ne.
Da.
A, evo, idem napad.
Yes. 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 Take care.
Pa mene samo da probam nešto. Imam neki armor set da vidim da li mogu da ga iskraftam. Čisto sumnjam, ali... Ovo nije loše, ovo nije loše. Ovo nije tako dobro. Sekurac. Nemam sreće kod ovih armora, znaš. Dobijem ljubičasti armor i pokušam da ga iskraftam. Ovo ima dexterity, ovo ima vitality. A to ništa mi toga ne treba. Ajmo vamo desno. Ovdje ima ljubičastih armor setova. Ma tražim taj je body armor, znači taj što ide na prsa, on može da ima neče statistike. Ili defuzivne ili ofuzivne. Znaš, gledao sam po atributima. Ili recimo i intelekt bonus ili ward, regeneracija. Može da ima health regen ili health boost, razumiješ, tako neke stvari. Dosta jake bonus. Ali mogu da imam samo jedan od dva bonusa, recimo ne mogu 3 da ubodem. A onda mi se ne vredi da skidam moje što ima. Je bolje od njega. Deko me zapali ova vatra. Izgleda da mi gori health. Baš u pičku materinu.
Smanjili su cast speed u milionima, ne pucaju više onako.
Nenormalno. Oni dalje pucaju brzo. Možda je u pitanju samo vizualni glitch. Šta ti šta je shrine tu?
Apex.
Oho. Physical resist. Armor shard, dobro, fin.
Jebo ti djevojčak.
Negdje uzbrdo.
Vidim me na mapi sada.
Ha, vidim nije ovo.
Ja spremim za moj film. Ne pređem.
Nemam ja neki veliki plan, kažem nekad čini mi se da imaš određene spelove koji ovi mobovi mogu da bace i ti spelovi su tipa treba im vremena recimo dok udare zemlju, na primjer ove ledenice ili meteori ili tako nešto i on baci recimo 3-4 puta taj spel i ti njega ubiješ i onda te dekne taj njegov spel u 3-4 primjerka. Nema to šta bi to. Bar 3-4 puta sam čini mi se tako umro. Da taj što sam ga ubio da je već, nema ga više.
Kao Hunt.
Da, delay, tradeovali smo se. Jednom sam uspio da ubijem bossa sa ovim Beastmasterom. I Beastmasterovi ovi petovi mogu da se specijalizuju tako da rade bleed damage. I ima 5 vukova tih petova. I isto taj druid ili Beastmaster može da nabacuje isto shred, da skida armor i da nabacuje kao bleed. I zajedno sa vukovima oko 100 i nešto stekova mogu da bossu nabaci. I desilo mi se, a to sam već pričao, imamo sve. Da, desilo mi se da sam ubio bossa i da mu je sad health i cura. Znači gledao sam u health 3 sekunde pošto sam umro, boss je mrtav bio. Al džaba, nije mi ga računao. Kako glupao. Ovo me podsjeća na Path of Exile. Konkretno ono. Ima ona kraljevska palata. Ne znam, drugom, trećem onom chapter, kad si u glavnom gradu. Ne znam, možda neće biti loš ta Daytona verzija igre. Čini mi se da su reworkovali kako rade oni gemovi za ekvipovanje spelova. Nije više onako da soketuješ u iteme pa izvlačiš pa prevlačiš. Za nijanse je drugačiji sistem. Ne znam, nekako zgodniji. Bat se meni čini.
Gdje bacio?
Prst. Quicksilver. Moment samo. Mislim da imam već ovaj. Ovo je, mislim, za Rogue. Mislim da je za Rogue. Mogu se zakljati da ga imam. Da li ima identične statistike, ne znam, ali...
Prepoti se meni.
Ovdje ima šardova. I run.
Gold imaš tu njega.
Imam ja ili ti? Imaš ti?
Baci gold.
Gold? Kako gold?
Da. Tako lepo ovaj.
Unique.
Shiny.
Ne znam gdje je to.
Kod mene. Završio sam mapu.
Dobro, vodem ti.
Teleportus.
A gore, a? Vidim.
Ubeo. Okay.
Evo ga, jedan armor, drugi, treći, četvrti, peti. To ti je bacio?
Evo.
Ogrlic.
Jo.
A, ćeš ga nazad?
Još ću.
Da im samo ovi armori. Ali jedan da vredi bar. Dobro. Ne treba mi ovo za kurac. Ni to. Ni to. Ni... Uff. Da ovo može. Šta je ovo? Vaši. Ne. 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 Ne.
Znači,
Bože sačuvaj.
Yes.
Izvini, gledam ove armore, vredeli išta.
Meni je peo.
Je za kurac soba, znaš. Ovaj nije loš koji se napravi beli. Ali on nije loš, nije najbolji, ali nije loš. Kak? Ne mogu ni da ga razbijem. Vidi mogu.
Nisam kupio ni za drivo bose, znaš?
A? Šta, nemam ni za boss? Pa skupo košta.
Tek smo na 300.
Pa skupo košta. Sve sjebani armori. Znači treba da ubaci item da možda refreshuješ ovo, znaš. Ili makar da... možda ga free shatteruješ. Dobro. Kao ovaj nije loš. Gledam ovaj koji donose najviše, na primjer. Ovaj daje 62, ovaj daje 65. Ajmo ovaj. 65. A dobro, ti nisi od početka igrao sa mnom, zato nemaš dovoljno pojena. Ja imam 455 pojena činnicima. Ali ovi nodovi koje trenutno igramo, znaš, oni nose po 60 pojena maks. Znaš, ako preživiš. I ako ga maksujemo, ima 60 pojena. Tako da iz 3-4 dungeona možemo da dođemo do bossa, no problem. Nešto sam dobio poen, samo malo. Ajmo.
Bacite u govno, evo.
Ma vi bre što jaš ove Kamile. Ove Jakove, ovi taureni, jebeni. Bacio neki ice, baby. Slušaj, možeš i da iskraftaš ovo.
Tebi da iskraftam ili?
Ne, sebi. Vidim da ima dobar taj prvi stat, to ti je spell, taj damage. Vidio. Te govna bre. Brš.
O, sad ih dve. I dve, tri. O, pazi da već.
No samo se pomeri iz toga epicentra. Vidio. Evo stoji tu i channel, pazi.
Ne vidim, vidim.
Brš. Haos. Save me, goddess. Onaj Sanctum gdje upgradeš iteme, znaš, puni ovih zmijurina. Možeš tako lagano da pogineš da je to nevjerojatno. A dobro, boss može da te one-shotuje s onim abilityima. A ove...
Ma i ovo, samo ako na sekundu ne paziš za poison meters.
A ovaj oblak peska radi poison damage, no?
Da. A i oni ti ne bacuju poison, da kad nabaci 10-15 stakova meters i odmah.
Da, vidim, health ide u minus konstantno. Jao. Dajš. Stojim i idem i vardu plus zato što udaram, ali razvaljujem me ovaj njihov snop.
A mi ovdje pobacali ključe. I nešto. Ne.
Šta bi s frame rateom sad zalagao nešto?
Pa pobacali ove strane tamo to igre da nam oduzme. Ovaj je opasan.
Imaš i koji imaju reinkarnaciju, na primjer. Taj. Da, misliš da si ga ubio, on sponu još jednog.
Ja mislim da ću oblič.
Imaš još 6 stability koje možda uzmeš ovdje. Tu ima dosta para na gomilu.
Još jedan kill baci, samo killom da baci dosta ključeva.
Vidi ovo. Stani bre! Kad krene da vrgla u rikvarc, razumeš, a ne mogu da je stignem. Vidi. Stani, drolja.
To je to.
Samo da vidim iteme ove koje nosim. Chill, Frailty, Ignite, Increase Fire Damage. Moj pasiv. Sword. Ili što kažu engleski puristi. Sword.
Yes. Take care.
Baš. Vidim samo jedan mač u inventaru. Imam li da valja? Ne. Da nemaš ti neki ljubičasti mač sa dobrim sa dobrim...
Ljubičast mač, ne, samo imam ove...
Noževe i
crvene. Crvene, i imamo i dagger jedan, što sam dobio malo.
Ne. Samo pogledam što imam ovdje od oružja. Spell damage. Imam ove kristalne mačeve. Oni rade kao taj elemental damage, ali nijedan od njih nema dobar potencijal. Chance to shock, chance to stun. Ne. Minion. Ne, damage over times for minions. Ništa od toga ne mogu. Šta me košta? Ništa, nemam runa. Baš. Ovo ima 46 potencijala. To je dosta. Gdje vidimo ovaj? Apply frailty, to je dobro. Melee fire damage, to je dobro. Ok, ovo je još bolje. Koliki mi je bleed? Bleed damage. Ne treba mi to. Minion spell damage, ne. Ne. Health on melee. Dobro. Melee fire. Frailty. Ok. Ovo ne može. Čini mi se. Ćemo dalje. Šta ovdje ima? Reset, neću reset da radim. Ovdje ima dole unique or set amulet. Pogledaj.
Ajmo to.
Opet nisam siguran šta ćeš ti dobiti, ali ono... Bit će neka nagrada. Ukoliko nemam direktnu korist od njega, ponudit ću tebi to. Kako je ovo jaure ime i šta je ovo?
Opa, evo pao neke.
Mislim da si gledao ovaj ring ranije.
Nisi.
Nisi? Ja sam gledao bar 3-4 puta do sad.
Časmo!
Gdje si
Boris.
jedno?
Eto mi drago što se vreme usralo govnima na glavu. Sa kišom. Ništa mi draže nije.
Možete ovo opomena.
Možda su bogovi vesti. S kim on priča?
Čuješ televizor, ne?
TV.
Kako tako čuješ televizor koji u drugom kraju sobe na ovaj mikrofon i web kameru? Ne, to nije jasno.
Ček, moram ovo.
Alore maturi gasta gomje! Alore maturi gasta gomje! Alore maturi gasta gomje!
Ne, da. Da. Ne.
Ne. Da. Ne.
Slušaj, ne znam kakve čizme imaš, ali koliko ja vidim, ove čizme daju 30% na elementarni resistance. Ne znam koliki ti je resist na element, ali pogledaj to. Imaš jedan free slot. Da ubaciš šta hoćeš od atributa. Ti valja išta to.
Da se pogledam bijem za trenutno vršen genocid.
Ekocid ili genocid?
Genocid.
Pa kad kažem ekocid, mislim da čitave vrste bivaju izumrle trenutno.
Ovo je to čistili smo sve što nema da se čisti.
Pogledaj čizme.
Gdje oni hajte?
Si vidio čizme što si dao?
Sad ću pogledam. Bacio mi takav kule. Nisu loše.
A imaš free slot.
Injustice. Alo, matori bre, gasi ta govna.
Jesi ti čuo gasite govna?
Alo, matori, gasi ta govna.
Hvala. Te što imaju legendary potential slot nisu loše zato što čovjek može i da proba nešto. A možda probaš, nije garantovan. To ti šansa je, 25% šanse imaš da dobiješ atribut koji hoćeš.
Alo, matori, gasi ta govna. Gdje je ovaj, šta ovaj piše?
Što kurac? Šta je bilo?
Evo može da si mi ono vožnji bicikl.
Umorio, a?
Jesi rekao moje i Božije? Sam ti ja rekao?
Ja sam sad trenutno na 437 pojena. Još 222 pojena mi treba.
Gdje ide ovo? A jebeni katalist.
Protiv Nirota i Slotija mislim.
Ovo je držao. Ovo ti ide u desnu ruku. Znam koji slot ide, to ide u desnu ruku. Sad čuje. A trenutno vjerojatno ga neće trenutno uzeti, zato što bi trebao da nađeš sa početak kvant ili nešto za kastovanje primarno. Verujem da nemaš, jer da imaš... Video sam da daje 14 intelekta ili 12. Ima jedan slot, taj legendary potential. Mislim da je više za mene nego što je za tebe, ali... Po tim skill boostima sam vidio.
Nije ovo dinamo sad.
Vam.
Ovo nije, to nije teško, to nije teško.
Ovo su talasi, jel? Možemo i ovdje da ih čekamo. Šta je to gore? Neki boost tamo.
Sve posle kritika. Čekaj da nemaš negdje ne.
Ne vjerujem, pazi health.
Vidio sam mislim. Tu sam svi povukao. Neka ih bude 4.
Nekad ih bude više komanda. Šta si dobio?
Dobio sam kuću, gdje se ne moći. Na.
Jesi gledao to?
Nijem već. Prijatelj.
14. Jel ima iste statistike?
Bez veze da je padam, protiv više za vukove.
Isto piše 14, čini mi se melee damage to... Jel tako piše?
U sve pa ću mi plenu primal istrelati.
Pa to ste rekao. Primalist ima minion build, ima onaj da se transformiše u medveda, kao vukodlak, i imaš minion build baš. I tu ima dosta miniona. Ima isto minion ko nekromancer, znaš. Imaš sabljasti tigar, vukovi, medved i imaš nekakve vinove loze da se sumoneš oko tebe, da ono truju.
A ono je Spriggan kao.
A da, kao. I kad se transformišeš kao u drvo, kao toga, Spriggana, kao trend forma, imaš posebne spelove, to sam gledao isto. Sasvim drugačije si igra. Jako interesantno. Koliko imaš stability, recimo? Ja imam dovoljno za sva 3 bossa.
492.
Pa ajde još da skupimo. Ajmo vam.
Ovdje vamo da ajmo, gore, vidiš?
Ti ćeš tata sledeći, aj. Samo
moraš...
moraš...
Ne mogu, ne.
Nemaš party leader. Jel nam ista mreža ta?
Nije.
Onda moram tebi da dam party leader da bi ti startovao.
Ne, tvoja mreža je veća.
Pa znam da je veća. Jer sam... Vidi ovo! Vidi ovo majke ti. Ubi ovoga golema. Ovaj golem čini mi se da jebe majku. Mamu liti jebe, dođi. Pazi na health samo. Ima još jedan golem, čuvaj.
Ubio mi se.
Nema pojente da igramo ove nodove ako ćeš da pogineš, nećemo dobiti ništa. Ajde, slobodno izaći.
Što?
Zato što ne dobijaš ništa. Restartovat ćemo. Ako poginem ja, dobijamo nulu. Šta si rekao?
Gore vidiš ovamo levo. To je desno, spusti. Dole imaš armor.
Ovo? Ali ovo ti je rare body armor, znaš. To je žuti. To je žuti. Žuti armor. On ima 20-30 onoga potencijala i ne ide preko tier 5 upgrade. Ovo. Je to sigurno da to ćeš?
A moram ti nabaciti još nešto na IPL.
Dobro. Whatever. Ti si.
Arena, dobro, nije teško.
Prvo ide arena, da. Ajde, bar to. I gdje su onaj boostovi? Nema nijedan. Ne moraš i da ideš okolo.
Molim ba neki.
Nema. Nemoj da pogibeš. Jebi ga, ne. Ja već imam dovoljno do bossa da stignem. A treba i ti da imaš da bi nam obojici računalo to.
Nadijemo malo pa ne znam kako se umire. Kada se ja?
Kako? Tako što i meni health pao bio na nulu, pa sam se jedva nekako teleportao u stranu. Oni golem soldieri, znaš, što nose štit.
Ti mi samo rekao da mu umreš. Iste sekunde su.
Pa nisam rekao sam ti nemoj da umreš, zato što znam koliko ja imam healtha i ovoga armora. I znam da meni nije baš tako lako da umrem, znaš. Ali vidio sam da mi skidaju jako puno healtha. I jedva sam se teleportovao na vreme, znaš. To ste rekao nemoj da umreš, jer sam osjećao da bi se... A ipak se desilo, znaš.
Ugledaj novačke, ja te jebu.
I to ništa koliko može.
I on to ignoriše njihove...
Tiketa. Možda je stavio da je na pauzi. Dođi vamo ti s tim nosorodom. Prš. Nema vajde do... Dobro, ovo nije loše. Ni ovo nije loše. I potential null. Nije loše da ga rasturim, čini mi se. To mu nije loše. Jebo samo mater. $260 damage, a? I 4 4200. Mede. 12.000. 5.600. Dobro. Moment, samo da vidim nešto. Poison, frostbite. Poison, frostbite. Poison, frostbite. Stun, shred, stun. Frailty. Nisam pametan. Chance to apply frailty. Ne. 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 Chance to bleed. Chance to bleed, dobro. To nije loše. Bleed 70%, Ignite 54%, Ignite damage, dobar. Može? Ajmo ove. Nipik. Šta je steo, ovo je li? Mamo li vam je dođete. Pazi. Mislim da nas inače gađu off screen ove dva. Ako nisi primetio. Ovo što ti piše destroy... Ne samo to. Destroy boat siege.
Kao ona tijelje.
Da, moraš da odeš da ih skantaš bar jednu. Jer ako se zadesiš da ne možeš da se pomeraš od moba, mogu da te razbucu. Brš. Ti sjebo jedno? Vidim da samo jedan gaće. Volim kako pojedini neprijatelji stoje samo u mjestu dok ih udaram.
Moj Milan.
Pišu da vozi biciklu. Evo život i tako to.
Čovjek koji jede za doručak 3 jajeta. Jel to? Pričamo o istoj osobi, jel? 3 jajeta i onda mi kaže, ne jedem ja belance, ja samo žumance jedem. Nešto u tom ritmu. Nemam pojma, nisam gledao napolje. Kad sam bio napolju pre jedno sat vremena, bilo je suvo.
Evo, kod nas si namrštio, bit će neko opasno, ne vjerujem.
Psychedelics. Welcome to my channel.
Willkommen. For our heroes return, our hearts will yearn. Rise and conquer, let the innocent burn. For our heroes return. Kako se zove ta stvar? Song. A to je Hammerfall. Za Boga.
Svako od nas greši, pa tako i mi, Costa Coffee eksperti, baš kao i ti, koja si lajkovala...
Gde je to ta žgadija?
To. Ajde, bar da završimo skills, možda će baciti još dobro.
Možda.
Evo, pevoj sada po si voljan da žrtvuješ jedan u novu.
Nemam.
Nemoj ćeš.
Ne, pa ne, dobiješ ti jedan na ne znam koliko sati igranja, razumeš? Nije to tako kao što ti misliš svako malo baci polje. Ma kak? Meni stvarno ne treba, ja ih imam gomilu tih itema. Unique. Džaba ne mogu da ti tradujem.
Evo mi još jedan.
Dobro, moment, samo da vidim. Da vidim da li mogu nešto da uradim. Pam 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 pararam pam 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 pam. No. Rock solid. Rock and stone. A? Izvini ako si zaspao, ali... Krafto sam nešto doprema. Da, izvini... Aha, dao si mi ovaj armor, a? Bolje ga sačuvaj negde. Vraćam ti ga nazad. Stavi ga u steš i vrati mi ga ako nađem runu. Stvarno nemam runu.
Ove 3 sata što lije ne prestaje.
Kakvi su to
Postralo SNS-ovcima na glavu.
seksi gaći.
Trebali će da traže od Vladimira Putina da im pošalju one rakete da pucaju da ne pada knjiga.
Vlada Putin.
Ej, ne da lije, nego jebe majku.
Brate, ovo su dosta jaki modifajeri. Boss će nas pobiti kad nas dovati, znaš. Viš ti šta piše u desnom ćošku? Enemies have 80% chance to shred armor on hit. Šta? A.
Možda. Presrećem.
Ono bi zapalili sekire da im glave sve porazbija i motori u ruku.
Hammerfall. Hammerfall, we will
Gdje su to cigani, boli se?
Hammerfall.
Konačno se ja i Gadinovački stražamo konačno.
Dolazim.
Ništa da ti kažem ništa.
Važi. Brale, poginut ćeš, ponenti se.
Neću. Si ti poginuo ili?
Ma bre. Uvatilo me ovo gome.
Ja se držim dalje.
Ova glavna zmija.
A što ti su palio bossa ili?
Ne znam šta je ovo, ali... Već sam ti rekao imaju 80% šanse da ti šareduju armor. Darkness.
Onda mi treći. Niko ne nada.
Neće.
Gotta let it out, gotta let it out. Step aside, time to go.
Haze, kakvi Haze, Haze.
Haze, da, Haze. Ne bilo vas Vuk Karadžić. Vuk se već odavno obrci u grobu.
Ali kum što s njim priča na engleskom, to je vrh.
Je onaj engleski ruske kurve.
To je vrhova.
Bre, ja ću da ne pobijem ni našto njihovo i da jedno završimo to pitanje Kosova.
Samo da ti daju odred, ljudi da te slušaju, no?
Samo da mi daju i...
Koliko ti treba? 10 ljudi?
250 ljudi.
250 ljudi? Pa možeš uzeti skupštinu s 250 ljudi.
Da mogu
ako
da
si
imam...
to hteo. Ako si to hteo.
Znači sa kuvarima, sa doktorima...
A ti još ćeš čitavu podršku. A jebi ga.
Šta si mi kurve? Treba mi doktori, treba mi oni što će da kuvaju, što će da donose...
Jel ti ideš u dugogodišnji rat ili ideš u Blitzkrieg? Ako ćeš Blitzkrieg, treba...
Ako ćemo Blitzkrieg, tu mi treba 25-30 ljudi.
Ti ćeš sad rovovski rat da vodiš. Ništa od toga. Ako se zakopaš u rovove čovječe, glavni razlog što je Prvi svjetski rat trajao koliko je trajao bio je Što su se zakopali u te jebene rove i niko nije mrdao napred nazad.
Bio do Stankovićke malo je.
Ja ti kažem kao like za istoriju, ali...
Taj trka me, drži me na granici da je opet napunim, jebo se nećemo na oče na sebe.
Si ti to izašao, majke ti?
Ne kažeš Milan?
Ne rade.
To?
Sve mu jebi.
Ali ja sam normalan, ona nije normalna. Ti za mene, ja mogu da... Ona me, drka me...
Možeš.
Znači, prošli put sam me napumpo i sve su me namrno.
Sun is getting bigger, bang, 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 pull my daddy trigger.
Bilo pre 2 meseca. Sam baš toliko debil da znam da...
I'm afraid no.
Jedino ako u SNS-u napredno, to onda... Ako je napredno, znaš. Oni... Ćao.
Šta vez prvo ima?
Si ti spao iz partije, oprosti.
Ne, stama mi se uje na sekundu.
Samo što ti ne izbacili Discorda. Zanimljivo. Ti to preko laptopa se kopčaš, šta?
Kako?
Jel se preko laptopa kopčaš?
Ne. Na sekundu je samo dok ti prebacio na drugi si upravi. Puši Nenadu kurac. Znaš.
Pravoslavni
Nadruge se moje velike djevele srpske kućine.
Nenad je razgovor sa svoj šešek, a? Jeli na vas? A što će kaže, ovo mora da je neki kuvac. Ovo mora da je neki kuvac. Neki kuvac. Znači randomizirat, ja?
Migracija ispacija, ja?
Yes.
Šta hoći?
Ma mene samo. Ne mogu da pustim ovu nagu. Rasturit će mi s ovim magijama.
Dvesta je da je oni bio kod Vučićima, da.
Ma uvek loš. I kad kažu da ih je 500, njih je 5000. Kad kažu da ih je 200.000, nije ni 2000.
I gledaj kako stoji na kišu, onako ponosno.
Pa to je ponos Srbije, napredno, govna. Jebem li vam majku, da vam jebem majku, govna.
Što si ti tako gnevan, da čujem? Jeli, Gardi? Ako ljudi vole svoju državu, nemoj da im uskraćuješ to zadovoljstvo. Si ti konektuješ ili? Ne može.
sam za 10 minuta. Joj. Ali igra zove Drakulo ide. Evo ja da...
Predrag Drakulović.
Čekaj, tu sam za 10 minuta.
Yes.
Joj, majko moja.
Get lost. Čini mi se konektaš. Olik nije normalan. Kaže, da li postoji više ovih stekova šoka? A svaki stek šoka koji nabaciš na neprijatelja ti skida 10% lightning resist, znaš? Šta, gdje ćeš jebote? Koliko hoćeš u minus da guraš? Koliko imaš stability?
$592.
Fali ti jedan. Fali ti jedan, ne?
A, to je onaj jedan malo.
Ne, kurac, fali ti 60 pojena. Ajmo ovaj donosi 77. Ako nas opet ne ubije. Mogu reći da nisam umro, iako je bilo čupalo. Ajde malo, gdje ti je vojska? Gdje ćeš? Gdje je restoran?
Ovi kozojebci su najgori.
Ko? Ove koze?
Te koze.
I Diablo 3 isti taki naporni su jako.
Vidi, da.
Viš ti da su oni boostovani. Imaju 4-5 ovih buffova ovi monsteri, znaš. Ako bude boss imao ove boostove, najbolje smo. Do duše piše 60% increase item rarity, znaš. Što je dosta dobro. Ako možda ostane živ. Ne vidim. Ne vidim koliko zauzimaju mjesta ovi na ekranu, ovi golemi, znaš. Ovi kristalni golemi. Isuse, moguće.
Ovaj Bengalin Matriarh je opasan.
A da, on nabacuje led, znaš. Ako te taj led krkne, najbo si. I šta je sad ovo? Pogledaj koliko otrva ima. Skloni se iz te gomile otrova.
Ne znam, hodam sada kao zombi.
To je bio boss, a? Fino.
Šta ti baci?
Ništa. Klasika. Imaš gore pare. Nekad običan mob može da baci bolje item nego boss. To je ono baš RNG. RNGs. Maš. Se vrati u gradin? Si još tu?
Nisam. Tu si. Pa da skupim i ovi do kraja.
Pa ako skupiš do kraja i ne pogineš, imat ćeš dovoljno. Šta piše ovo? Player has been ambushed. Moguće. Evo sad sam primetio.
A, bacili ti ko ambush, to sam ja malo previdio. Taki gumuš. Šta je gumuš?
Gumuš?
Ne znam, Milan...
Gumuš ti je...
više neke nove reči.
Gumuš ti je serija, turska, znaš. To je više ime nego što je izraz.
Ne znam.
O, bravo, O,
jednu kill.
O, nisam umro, ali, 100 sekir letelo za mnom, znaš. Jedva sam pobegao. Samo je iskočio ovaj boss i jedno 20 ovih minijona. Znači, rasturili su mi Kelvin. Evo, mamo liti, evo, dođi.
To je to.
Izvrsti. Pare. I pare. 200.000 imam. Ej. Evo, ćemo na vas.
No, idemo još možda sve da ti znači.
Šta to?
Ne. Ovo će sigurno ti znači.
Da vižu. Ovo je za onoga paladina. Vidim da skill piše, to je smite i multi-strike. Oba skill. Ima jedan potential, što znači može se upgrade. Za ovog karaktera, ne za drugog. Da. Samo da vidim nešto pre nego što krenemo. Da vidim da mi se isplati da uzmem onaj, kako se zove, katalist. Ne. Makaki. Ne. Sranje. Evo je nije loš. I ovaj nije loš, dobro. Elemental, poison. Ovaj se bolje upgradeuje, dobro. I samo da vidim. Menet. Pogledaj ovo.
Ne znači.
Nema i bolji statua. Ali ovo je jedan od ovih relikvija što sam video za Necromancera. Mislim ne znači ti i da hoću ne mogu ti ga dati. Jer sam ga dropovao kad, dobio sam ga kad sam igrao sam. Nema point. Šta je ovo? Ovo je Sentinel. Samo malo. Relik. Ovo su štitovi. Bljak. Štitovi. Ne, štitovi, ne. Ništa. Viš imaš ovakvih stvari. Pogledaj ovaj štit, ovo sam kraftao. Za 15 telo. Pogledaj ovo majke. Ima 20% blok i preko toga ima još 10% blok. I preko toga ima 10% reduce damage taken on blok. Če bolest. To sam baš kraftao bio. Kod one Jurije. Kod onog bossa. Ovo je relik. Ne. Ne. Šta je ovo? Catalyst. 12 intelligence-a. 8 intelligence-a. To je 20 intelligence-a. Ne. Ništa. Izvini, svađam se sam sa sobom, ali... ali gledam da li vredi da uzem jedan od ovih katalista. Nijedan jebeni. Jedan. Jedini. Ime je ovo... Ovo sam gledao ljudi da koriste. Ovo priziva navodno pčela. 1% chance per 20 warda to gain haste. Elemental attack deal increase damage per 200 warda. Nije ovaj. Ima jedan koji priziva pčela, to sam vidio. Ne. Bukvalno jebeno ne. Samo da vidimo. Poison damage. Za kurac mi ne treba. Mogu bar da ga skinem. Minion damage. Molim te. Dobro. Freeze. Ima li šta dobro ovdje? Cold, dodge, fire, lightning, poison, stun, void, chill. Chance to chill. Ajde da vidim. Dobro, ajde. I? Oho. Ovo sam znao da će otići na 100 intelligence, znaš. Ajde probam. Redom. Frozen Fortress. 1700 varda imam.
Yes. Take care.
Milane, moramo mi da snušamo taj govna.
Da. No smeta meni da ima manji DPS, nije problem ako me neće ubiti. Nikad igram je velik Diablo 3. Da se kao Singularity. Bio sam među prvih 100 igrača na svetu po DPS. Who the fucking cares? Kakav psiho. To je gore desno, mislim. Vam.
Dolne, ne može biti gore.
Ne, gore. Priča sam siguran da je gore. Ovdje.
Evo, volao sam tu neki zid, šta već.
Ne, više ga nema. Ovo ti je skriptovano, znaš? Uspeo sam da nakucam 100 intelligence. Bori sam.
Yes!
Neko jesu.
Jasmo!
A manji mi je DPS upola, ali ne ide me briga, znaš.
Čekaj, smo mi one odradili sve ili...
Na desno iti još.
Ti si ono otišao na final bossa.
Ko ja?
Mhm.
A šta misliš da imaš ovdje da radiš?
A trebali smo ne dvoje ubimo.
Ko je dvoj? Ja.
A trebalo meni zbog onoga Vande.
Kako?
Pa rekao sam ti onaj Dragon Vande. Ne znam koji boss ga bacuje na ovdje.
Idemo na boss. To može biti samo boss monolita, razumeš? Ako si to misli.
A oni prethodni dvoje, šta su oni?
Koji dvoje? Pa, ne mogu ja da biram zadnjeg bossa, moram po redu da igram, čovječe. Kapiraš ti? Kako si težak? Sve mu jebe. Ne mogu da igram odmah zadnjeg bossa, moram da povedim prvo dva i onda tek trećeg. Možeš po redu moraš da igraš. Pogledaj koliko stekova nabacujem u vatra. 70 stekova fire damage, vidiš ovo? Malo prije sam gledao.
Ovi moji nisu ono, da.
Evo ti ova Julija.
Boroš?
Veruj meni, jer je dobro osjeća, nikad nismo bili.
O, Miljan! Miljan, bre!
Poniže, ide da se ljubimo.
Neće da ja bio ovaj Miljan.
Pusti se iznad nas.
O, Miljan! Gdje je nestao Miljan? Igra se presta puna faulova i odlov, majku, joj.
Ovo će možda biti bude interesantno.
Moment samo. Da vidim. A imamo kao su ovi otrovni mače. Palo. Definitivno ga neću prodat.
Znači sad smo prošli Frozen Fortress, a meni nije račun.
Što moraš ti da ga startuš? Evo, startuj ga ti. To ti je prvi boss, ili tako, od 3.
Da.
Popričaj gore s tim. NPC.
Ne rade.
Kaži.
To ne igraš šanci?
Kako ne igram?
A neko ti malo se ne igra.
Pa ne igram sad, u ovom datom momentu.
Pa ne mogu mene da je beš. Ko ni juri?
To ne znači da ga neću igrati tamo, u 4 ujutro.
To uopće nije u redu.
Ne možeš tamo, moraš da pobediš. Ostani tamo, ajde. Ostani tamo i idi bez mene, ajde. Ko ćeš?
Čekam te. Čekaj, ne možeš ti to sam. Ne može
mogu i ne mogu. Da sam htio da igram DPS-a, razbili bi me damo, znaš. Radije biram da ne igram DPS. Kao što vidiš.
Kažu Redfall da je sve bolji i bolji. Ima tu neki...
Sve bolje.
Redfall.
Nemam pojma.
Boris Troll. To je ono smeće koje je onaj studio što je izbacio Dishonored. Znaš, sjećaš se one igre Dishonored iz prvog lica? Igraš kao onaj assassin koji se ono teleportuje okolo. Taj studio je napravio, ta igra je solidno dobra. Znači nije najbolja, ali solidno je dobra. I taj
pa sećam se da je dvojka...
A ne, to da ti pričam, znači da ti kažem da to jako kažem da dobro da radi.
Šta reče ne?
Znači,
sećam se da je dvojka bio kurac.
Ne znam šta sad.
Mislim, ajde da kažem da prvi deo nije bio loš.
Šta slušam, ne, to razmišljam.
Imao si onaj dagger s kojim se teleportuješ okolo, imao si one moći, stealth je bio dosta dobar, priča nije bila loša, svet u kom je kao nekakav cyberpunk, kao na fazonu, ne cyberpunk nego kako zove, onaj steampunk.
Nisi pokupio monolit ono?
Koji monolit? No ono...
Ne monolit.
Ne, reci mi šta je kad ga pokupiš.
Ej, imam Wolfenstein 2, New Coast ima na Game Passu, to bi se mogli igrati. To je prava igra, to je!
Ne znam šta je.
Pa je tečiš brže?
Ne tečim ništa brže.
Ali će bude katastrofa, ima bude grad opasan. Neće da im uspe da provuku žito po 20 dinara, pa to je.
Kako misliš, vlada da manipuliše cenama ko što je malo do skoro radilo? O to?
Okay. Kinezi kod nas kupuju žito i sve živo po duplo većim cenama. I njima sad više nije dovoljna zarada od 5 i od 10 dinara, nego moraju da zarade 300% recimo.
Sjezo?
Mhm.
Sjećaš se onoga njenog prijatelja, onoga čempiona, kako se zove, Grail. On je barbarijan sa sekirom, NPC. Srećeš ga u onim brdima. Treba s njim da se sad pofajtamo. Mislim u suštini igra je alternativna. Kao u fazonu, pošto je on čempion od onoga Kentaura. Kentaur je rešio kao da objavi rat čovječanstvu i stoga smo mi stavljeni na ostrvo. Valjda ga uvatio popizditi se, nemam pojma. New blood. Hell yeah.
Ima na Game Pass, ima i Justice dvojka. To je sjajno. Just cool.
Ne, džaba pričaš s njim. Ne, džaba. Nema vajde da pričaš.
Ej, ima na Game Passu ovo vaše smeće, more lopova.
I? Sve se kad smo igrali ja, ti, Singularity, Dracula, Sea of Thieves.
Igrao i ovaj, i Singularity.
Pa za njega sam rekao.
I Milan mislim da je krenuo isto da... A mislim, tako kad smo je uzeli bio je džabe. I još uvijek si mogu da upumpaš pare na ruski Steam.
Okay.
Einen Wolf.
You've killed them. We're both scum. Kefirot's champion. A predator.
Šta je sad ovo, kak je ovo lag sad, majko moja? Mislim da sam naš.
Sad si naš.
Gdje treba da se ide?
Dobro. Ok, vaš. Dakle, ti tako kažeš.
Nije. Aj se jedno afik se baci.
Šta je to, Shine? Čestitam. Našao si gdje tražiš.
Možda nisi pričao s njim malo prije.
Pa pričaš s njim malo pre, ali pričaš s njim i u fazonu prvo moraš da pobediš njegove lutenite i onda on kaže ok, ja sam ono pobeđen, ali kao, daj mi kao šansu da ono umrem u borbi, kao ono. I to će to.
Masako Art. Welcome to my channel.
Hello.
Hi AA.
Oh. Hello, digital artist. Please, no need for
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, no need to follow if you're gonna offer me your digital art.
Again?
I cannot. I don't have money to employ digital artists, but you know, welcome. I'm telling you because you know I don't want you to waste your time for a customer that cannot pay. Sorry for being brutally honest, but I have experience with people, you know, wasting their breath trying to send me their art. I'm not serious streamer and I don't really...
Just chill.
Yeah. Chill? No.
Ja.
No.
Ne jariš zbog chillovanja, ja?
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm not doing this for like money or anything. I actually managed to gather $10 for a children's hospital. I might do it again.
This is a mercy.
Hello, darkness, my
I am not wasting your time, don't worry.
Yeah.
No, you're not wasting my time. I'm wasting your if you're gonna try to, you know, ništa to ne radi. Have mercy, Miss Percy.
Fuck.
No.
I am dead.
I am the storm that is approaching. Cannot be frozen, neither can I be frozen.
No. Ne. Ne mogu. Sve.
Teleportuj se kad vidiš, jao, digo je
To.
Digo je grele, jao. Vidiš?
Šta je digo neki štit ovo?
Grail, vidiš i ove minione pored njega. Znaš onaj lik.
Aha.
Što smo ga malo pretukli. Digo ga je kao u ledanoj formi. Fuck off with that minion. Pogledaj, majke ti neranjive. Moram da ubijem u Grailu. Sad možemo da gubimo. Čuje teleport kad pobegne od nas. Izgleda da nije opasno dok ne pobegne u stranu, znaš. Onda ovaj epicentar pomeri i onda nas razvali to. Sure, whatever. Come to me. Pogledaj šta ima ovih govana. Ne znam kako si živ, ali drago mi je što si živ. Op. Uspio si.
Ne, isjuči mi ovo, znaš. Teleport mi isjuči.
Ili ti ga možda cooldown, kao...
Nije, isjuči mi teleport.
Moraš baš... Op. Vidi što beži. Gle. Izaći iz mape. Stani malo mamut i jebem, vidi ga. Izaći iz mape, nabio su ćošak, bude li progličovo kroz teksturu napolje, mrtvi smo ubica, znaš. Nema kuć više.
Ma metter si ti.
Aha. Cold resist. Armor. Block. Cold resist. Hit me with your best shot.
Chill, imaš i chance to chill hit.
Ne, nemam ja to. Imaš ti. Znaš.
Ja ću to uzeti.
Tuda.
A gdje ona baca ovo jebe mu?
Ovaj je rešen. Ostala su još dva ova i treći u sredini. Meni je dosta. Ako hoćeš sutra možemo igrati ova dva. Ko će ovo da granduje?
Samo ovaj last epoch gdje im deo je ovo govno.
Jesus Christ, almighty.
Emperor Corpus.
A to smo jučer radili. Znaš? Koliko imaš pojene za taj? Proveri. Ako ti možda ga hostuješ, može. Ako moramo da ga grandujemo, ja...
Čekaj, vidim gdje je ovo je.
To smo jučer radili. To ti je... Ja mislim...
Moram biti ga izgrandujem.
Ili Ending of Storm, ili Fall of the Empire. Pa ne znam, ako ćeš grandu ga ja...
Ideš u krevet, a?
Neću krevet, nešto drugo će pokrenem. Ali neću više, ovo je napor. Pa bar da traže manje bossovi, razumiješ? Znaš oko ti boss traži? Si gledao?
Ovaj traži 550.
Pa to ti kažem, traže po... Ja sam gledao da traži boss po... 650. A to je mnogo. Nije mnogo da u startu daje, razumeš, neku razumnu količinu toga, znaš, ne daje. Prvo što ne daje. S kim se svađa? Alo! Starac i more. Not bad. Also, this isn't bad. Sve što je moglo da mi boosta intelligence, boosta mi, znaš?
Ja intelligence imam, mislim koliko? 62 intelligence.
Ja imam 100. Znaš? Kaj sve što je moglo da boostuje, boostuje. I shield mi trenutno stoji na 1700 ward. Još kad udaram ide u plus. Pa vidi si, nisam se puno pomerao od bossa. Jeste da nije neki nenormalan DPS, ali... Šta je ovo skočio? 130 milisekundi. Što je mene prebacio na assist? Ajaj. Ja, brother. Šta ti piše dole, na kom si serveru?
Gdje to piše?
A piše ti dole. Na onome baru imaš...
A nisi me izašao.
Ne. Sad bi je prebacio, pisalo mi na US istu da igram. Ne EU, Evropa, već US.
Ma. Ja ću da napravimo pa kužiš te ovo.
Ja. Ako skupiš, mogu ti pomoći. To toliko mogu pokrenuti igru, ti pomognem, ali to je to. Koliko je sati? 30.
Nema ni 10 sati, jel?
Znam. Ali igrao sam isto tako danas onaj V-Rising, igrao sam ga jedno 3-4 sata i samo sam rekao dosta. Znači mozak da izgori. Mozak. Znači reži drva. Ono kad sam uzeo bio s tobom da pričam, jebao sam se sa onom sveštenicom 2 puta. Jedno sam smako bio na malo HP-a da bi ona meni utekla iza
neke stene,
ma ne, nego patrole idu stalno. Kroz grad smo se jurili, znaš. I ubijem jednu patrolu, onda ona krene se heale, dođe druga patrola, ubije drugu patrolu, ona summonuje 2, ona soldiera sa štitom, ubijem njih, summonuje još i tako dalje, tako dalje. To mi je takav napor bio je jebanje keve. Dosta su aktivni, samo nisu aktivni na ovom serveru kad sam ja online, jebi ga, drugačije smo vremenska zona. Ali vidim da grade zamak i skupaju iteme. Radim sutra i preksutra ujutro, u subotu i nedelju, to nije neki veliki problem. Slobodno popodne. Budeš teo da igraš V-Rising, reci, ako nećeš, ne moraš. Ja sačmanicom neću ljude da gonim da igraju nešto.
Obećao sam za vikend.
Nije moj stil, ako ti se ne igra, ne moraš. Gear level 61. Ima, pored grada, ovoga sela gore na centru mape, onog Dawn Village-a, ima pijaca, ubacili su, gde farmeri prodaju stvari. I može se kupi razna oprema, od semenja do...
A ovi mora budeš ona baba, a?
Moraš da se prerušiš od čovjeka, da. Inače, uzbuna. Čitavo selo ti vrijeme.
Jelo šmrče bijelo, a?
Joj.
Celo šmrče bijelo, joj. Da.
Šmrk.
To je pesma mog sela. Mi smo jedno vrijeme imali neki 300 narkomana.
Narkomana, a?
Da. To se drogiralo iz strane mlade.
Imali neke narkomane, a?
300 registriranih narkomana na selo od...
Pa to je...
Kad bi svi bili tu nekih 3.500-4.000 stanovnika.
Pa dobro, objasni ti meni kako to ima logike.
Pa. Imaš 10 cijele kuće drogiraju. I otac i sin i...
Snajka.
Svi beži. Ti tvoji boli se treba na tvoju predavnicu ovdje. Imali bi veći promet nego ja.
Pa ne treba bre, imaju tebe tamo, jel?
Mene, pa ne, ja to ne predajem.
Kako ide ovo? 3 kanapa, 60 papira. 60 podine 3, 20, 20 puta 6, 120, 120 papira mi treba.
Alkemičar tamo, jel?
Kako?
Dežurni alkemičar. Takav greši, a?
A, grešiš.
Onda kažem da sam pogrešio, a?
Ne greši, samo nisi upeo.
To mu dođe na isto, čini mi se.
Ali politički je korektno.
That's absolutely marvelous.
Apsolutno.
Gledam što su krenuli da napušavaju ko ove transrodne muškarci što ulaze u ženske sportove.
Pa mislim, kako ti kažem, slušaj sad, feministkinje su se borile da imaju ista prava kao muškarci. Je li tako bilo?
Da.
Šta se sad dešava kad muškarci žele da imaju ista prava kao žene?
One kukaju i plaču.
Pa to nije moj problem. Što su htjeli da budu ravnopravni s muškarcima? Koji ih je kurac tebe? Što je sad to moj problem? Što su htjeli da se bave atletikom, da voze skate. Znaš, onaj skater, onaj muškarac, on je bio među, na primjer, 50 skatera najboljih u Njujorku, na primjer. I uze čovjek da se takmiči u ženskoj ligi. On kaže, danas se osjećam kao žena. I otišao da se takmiči u ženskoj ligi, on je žena. Nema ženske polne organe, ali rekao je da se deklariše kao žensko. I otišao čovjek, razumeš, da se profesionalno takmiči i uzima lovu non stop na turnirima. I sad ovaj kaže, nije fair ovo, on je muško. Kako je muško? On je žena. Šta je problem?
Liberali vladaju posljednjih 70 godina i za tih 70 godina su sjebali civilizaciju ko nijedan rat pre toga.
It's gonna take a time. Whole lot of precious time. It's gonna take a patience and time to do it. Hey! This could be useful. Castle flooring, workshop, forge, alchemy, library. Baš ti izgleda prelepo, moram da priznam.
Otvorili se.
Znaš kako se napravim. Neko je definitivno bio online. Ne sjećam se da je bilo ovoliko saksije. Ja sam donio semena i bacio sam, nisam teo da im narušavam. Kogod da se brine o bašti, nek to radi. Laverinci su napravili kao prelepo. Prelepo. Sad možda praviš konac na... Možeš biljke da melješ u onoj mašini i da praviš kao... Dobiješ kao polen. Mislim da je polen. Kao biljna vlakna. I od biljnih vlakana možda praviš konac za šivenje. A nije toliko veliki problem cveći ubrati ako imaš baštu. Bam.
Dobro gdje noć, neće da dumeš. Može se oprostimo od boli se gdje noć.
Da nije neko donao neki novi spell. Ne. 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 It's gonna take a time. Hold on the precious time.
Je Milan nije dobio svu našu pažnju i otišla, a?
Zar je bio tu? Nema novih crafting recepata, dobro. Ovo ima dosta. Ima i toga solidno. Bakar, dobro. Desaka ima pun kurac.
Mnogo gledaju YouTube i idu ovako da smanjaju ljude.
Ko to?
Ovi artisti, to je naš još jedan. I kod nas su krenuli da prave one ko sajtove za... Ovdje na Google i traže firme i ona ako firma nema sajt, oni ne prave sajt. I ono traže od ovih da im plati plus ne napravi sajt.
A, to mene nekad znaju da zaskoče.
Znači, ljudi koji imaju firme, ne treba mu sajt. Možda ima, ali ga nije stavio u preferencije njegove firme ne Google-u. I oni mu naprave novi sajt. A sve tu je gledaju te neke YouTube kao life coachove, bla 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 bla.
Bla 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 bla.
Stvarno neki mogu jednu govno vedeti.
Ne znam ko im daje takve savjete.
Budale. Čobani budale. Joj.
Ajmo bre da 3 guys tako. Gdje je moj Milan?
Tvoj Milan.
Milan je otišao da pava.
15 kanapa i 30 papira mi treba. Kanapa i Dobro. Ne znam ja. Samo nije loš.
I možemo paniš sebe da ubijem još jednom u misli. Ću paniš da završim ovo.
Pa jesi uradio?
Evo završavam sad ovo.
Tensug. Welcome to my channel.
Ajde vidimo šta će biti. Na kom selu piše da si?
Ne pojma da to da vidim.
Na glavnom baru, donjem ćošku ekrana, tamo da ti piše zelenom ili zelena ili žuta crtica je onako izreckana, na gore ide. Ako je žuto, onda ti je... Pogledaj kod mene na ekranu, evo, pogledaj. Vidiš?
Evo vest.
Evo vest. Onda je dobro, pozove me.
Ja sam mislio da je ovo nešto drugo, da... Nisam očekivao da je to.
Mislim da sam to gledao u Diablu ili onome, pomozi mi reći, u World of Warcraftu, isto tako neko smeće ima. Može biti da Diablo 3 ima slično nešto. Zove.
Post.
Što mašta te ozreći?
Jojko, vrati mi lajku! Jojko!
Budi mi lajko.
Jojko, vrati mi lajku!
Moment samo da odem do trenera. I cannot do that. Ajde moment, bite.
Hello, traveler.
Respecialize. Vrati me jedan pojem. Koliko para?
200 goda.
Kurac, čum se je pisalo 200.000.
200. Ne skidate tako puno koštiti.
Do not dwell on regrets.
Piše mi Ward Retention 499%. Ajde, start. No. Pa idu.
Milan. Jače, pa idu.
Pa idu. Pašli.
Давай.
7%, 70%, 70% na 7. Znaš da je boss, levo na upitnik.
Znam. Bijem se sa mini bossom ovdje.
A što baca led, a?
Da.
Ne bi se ja s tim zameo.
Easy.
Ne, već je bio na low, znaš. Znaš koliko je bilo? 20% health. Kad sam ja došao. I samo ja baš toliko skinu. Koliko ti misliš? Šaman. Vište zakon. The fire of dragon lies beneath me. I have fulfilled my... Ali ovo to, ajde. Starte sljedeći. Guardian of the blinds. Ja, da, ovo su 3 zmaje jebena.
Lako umije.
On osjeća kao da svima skida health odjednom, znaš. Znači da ga mi malo pomeramo u stranu.
Umio sam odmah.
Teleportu se kod mene.
Isto. Nisam ne bio.
Doduše nije to baš na pamet da se teleportuješ kod mene. Ja se obično ne pomere kad počne fight.
Ma nema. Ne mi bar ono jedno ništa.
Rekao sam radi, ali kad imaš 3400 warda i imam 4 resistant preko 100%, znaš. A ovi ostali su naš 40 do 50%. Znaš, tako da... Nije da mi ne radi damage, nego ne radi dovoljno da možda mu ubijem, znaš. Zato se sav DPS prebacio na defanzivu. Radije ću da ga udaram duže, ne znam, 3 minuta, 4, nego da me one-shotuje. Sad mu se digne kurac. Vidi, izgurali smo. Pogledaj ovo. Vidiš? Ćošak stoji. Da se pomeri malo ili te odgovara ovdje.
Ne se pomeri, ne mogu da pobegnem ovdje.
Ajde. Umeri se negdje van dometa. Sad mi je razbucao 800 healtha preko Warda. Ward mi je stavio na 2000, health mi je pao na 200, znaš. Vidio. Pička, leti materno.
Normalno.
Da skida health preko Warda, znaš. Ward mi je u plusu, health mi pada na 0. Evo. Ali ako ga udaram, mislim da sa lifestealom punim ovaj health.
Imaš on ima sve živo. I blow damage i...
Izgleda da je fokusirao se napade na mene, uopšte nije okrenut prema tebi, znaš? Tebe će samo AOS spržiti, ništa drugo.
Ne, dead is big now.
Ćeš da ga pomeri malo? Mrš u pičku materinu.
Mislim da mi bacimo još na cijeli. Critical strike avoidance.
Šta si gledao? Bonus?
Da. Catalyst mi bacio. Šta bacio tebi?
Ovo. Buzdovan!
O jebem, maj.
Buzdovan! Šta kaže Mirlju Petrović?
Govno jedno.
Buzdovan.
Govno.
Gavno.
Moj kurac.
Stara se radi.
Nisu ljudi, jel te?
Ko nisu ljudi?
Nisu ljudi.
Nema ljudi. Tu smo samo jedan.
A di su
La 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 la.
Ovo mora fajnaš ko nenormalan. Jedan jebeni stav.
Yes, I guess.
Evo, pola mu bija na stan. Jedinočki.
Gardi. Bori se. Dečo, želim te, džaba, džaba, dečo, volim te, džaba. Se ja puku ili vi? Šta se dešava?
I meni puknuo isto. Dosta.
Šta je
Ne mogu ovoliko da stavim koliko oni očekuju ja.
Ima ja što oko slobodnog vremena, pa to ti kažem, zato sam ja uzeti igram V-Rising, ovo je nenormalan grind, ova igra. Znači, možeš ti da napraviš sebe viš, kao ja, 0 DPS-a, 200% defense. Ne znaš. I stojiš i skidaš zmaju, znaš šta mu skida health kad si ti mrtav, skida mu health, ne znam, ima 20 stekova bleeda i fire damage mu kao nabacuje ignite. I to ga konstantno prokuje mu health, mu skida, znaš. Ne skida health ono u komadima kao ti. Ja gledam kad tvoji minijani gađaju, samo ono otpada health. A ja meni health non stop mu skida zato što non stop prokujem se maleno. Kao što rekao, ne znači mi ništa 2 minuta duže da stojim pored njega i da ga češem.
So the choice she makes is placed at the midpoint of her past and future thoughts, and if that is what they intended, that's not bad.
Treba malo da smanje te ove napade, malo manji range pojedinih. Znači, bukvalno nemaš gde da staneš u boss arenu. Vidi si šta je bilo sa onim Kentaurom.
And the pirates realize they didn't hear a splash. The entire ship becomes infused with pixie dust. Wendy rises from the water to deliver perhaps the film's most cringy line.
You have the boy's magic.
No, this magic belongs to no boy.
Give me a second when I look up my little file of things I really don't give a fuck about. Yes, she's still there.
The entire ship begins to fly, and Peter is carried back into the scene by Tiger Lily. You can tell it's been struggling with its own messaging most of the way through. In other words, struggling to keep its messaging in check. and it's actually done a surprisingly good job of keeping messaging out for the most part, though always with a deep sense of regret, and the film has never struck a more triumphant tone than when it gives one of the gals a moment to shine, which has the effect of reducing Peter to a passenger in the film for the most part, and quite literally in this scene. Still, if your biggest worry going into it was quote-unquote woke garbage, you'll probably not be as pissed off by that aspect as you might have expected, not until this point anyway. The rest of it is disappointing for entirely separate reasons, and its very occasional girl boss moments are really just a little cherry of shit on top of a bland and boring cake. There is, of course, an unrealized contradiction in Peter's invocation of a bit of help from my friends when he explains his survival to Hook, the friend he betrayed and banished and cast out. The film doesn't seem to have noticed this yet, but Peter has become kind of the villain of the piece, which was always the risk in attempting to give he and Hook some sort of backstory. There's a difference between a dangerous and stifling naivety, as in the older works, and actual cold, heartless indifference to suffering, which is what the film has effectively given him. This being 2023, the most impressive parts of the resulting fight have nothing to do with Peter and Hook, and instead see the girls beating the shit out of all comers. The Darling brothers get perhaps one scene, which reminds me how inconsequential they've been throughout the film. They briefly pilot the flying ship away from a cliff it's been heading toward, though even this is only an excuse to have Wendy rescue them from a pirate who inexplicably decides the wheel is the most important thing of all. They then cower behind Tiger Lily for the remainder while Wendy pilots the ship, and Tiger Lily takes out the big bad, enjoying the odd actual slow-mo hero shot in case we weren't sufficiently aware of how awesome she is and cringing at it. And now the film has basically given up all pretense. We get Peter falling out of a now upside-down ship to be rescued again by a decidedly patronizing Wendy, who at least has the decency to share some of her pixie dust with him so he can fly again. The girls having bossed their way through the fight, Peter and Hook finally come to the fore for the first time in the film. Peter bests Hook, who does a reasonable job of putting a spin on their eternal fight, telling Peter that the point of it is that it is eternal.
Without you, the fire that fuels me will go out.
And that this place, and neither of them, would be the same without it. Peter decides that he has the bare bones of a character, and characters should probably show at least some sort of development at some point. So in response, he throws down his sword and apologizes to Hook for being a dick, and exiling him, ruining his life, and turning him into an evil, bitter old man. And then, Wendy saves Peter again, as Hook strikes him anyway. She tells Hook to grow up. This is all very silly. What's marginally better is that when Hook falls and Peter grabs him, Peter tries to teach him to fly by telling him to remember happy thoughts. And Hook has the shock of recognition. He doesn't have any.
Think happy thoughts.
Peter, I haven't got any.
And his hook falls off and he drops into the sea. That was not a terrible scene. It's just a shame that the film will go on to do less than nothing with it. This makes Peter sad, because he's decided that they were friends after all.
Welcome to my channel.
Actually impact the film or his character over much, Wendy intrudes to say, essentially, fuck that guy, we need to go home. And Peter says, So, that's a staggering waste of a potentially brilliant scene. By the laws of the film, too, I think it means that Wendy is responsible for Peter regressing to his eternal youth, since he was about to have a moment of fulfilled realization that changes Neverland, representing his growing...
I'll make this quick and quiet.
Oh, yes.
Quick kill. Darkness never ending.
Ko već nisi. Mrš! Ne ti nego, ovo je vampir. Ne, nego ovaj vampir me nervira.
Successfully lost. Welcome to my channel.
Greetings. Greetings and salutations. Condemn your enemy. Small coin purse. Protect user against the effect of the silver. Okay. Whatever. Vampire powers spellbook. Yeah. Veil of blood. Increase healing percentage by 1.5%. Okay.
Growing up, understanding the consequences of his childish actions. And she stopped it because she was bored and she wants to go home. The fuck are you doing, film? The ship flies off and Wendy returns home to apologize to her mother and admit that she's now ready to grow. All the lost children are in her bedroom, and much like the earlier works, they get adopted by the Darlings. Peter, though, is crying on the roof. Wendy asks why. He points to the chimney, where the words Peter Pan are scrawled. I'm gonna have to channel a drinker and say, fuck off, film, we didn't need this. This is a very good example of the merits of leaving things unsaid. Wendy reasons that this is the reason he kept coming back, not for his love of her stories, or because he wanted her particularly, despite these very much being his motives until precisely this moment. No, he used to live here. He just went off to Neverland like any other boy, which effectively destroys Peter Pan's entire purpose in the story. He's not supposed to be just any other lost boy. He's supposed to be the personification of childhood. If you reduce him to this mundane practical explanation, what is the fucking point in him? What are we learning from him anymore? He gives then what sounds like a staggeringly ignorant meta comment about how his story never has an ending until now.
Just a story. A story told to any child who listened. It never had an ending until now.
Wendy offers him the chance to stay with her and grow up. Thankfully, and it really is thankfully, he says, nah, he's not ready. And he and Tinkerbell board the flying ship and they return to Neverland. Tinkerbell pausing to thank Wendy for hearing her. Slow clap, I guess, thus making us wonder what precisely is her motive for staying with Peter, given the film has deliberately avoided the unrequited romance between them. Wendy scrawls her name between Peter's on the chimney, though quite what her attachment to him at this point is supposed to be is likewise unclear. She's never seemed especially fond of him right from the word go, because, and once again, the film deliberately avoided the unrequited romance between them and didn't even do much to make him the personification of Neverland and eternal youth in her mind, which was kind of the point of these characters to begin with. He's supposed to represent something that she finds tantalizing, not something that briefly appeals to her, only for her to say, you know what, nah, fuck it, I'm going home. Peter and Tink sail away on the ship. Back in Neverland, we see that Hook and Smee survived, and they look up and they see the ship return, and Hook smiles. Though quite what his attachment to Peter is at this point is supposed to be is likewise unclear, since when we last saw them, Hook had rejected Peter's apology and then plopped into the water because he realized he had no happy memories. Because of Peter, remember? Because Peter in this film is in fact a little shit. There follows nearly 15 minutes of credits with no mid or post-credit scene, which affords me the time to tell you how the story is supposed to end. Because that is a very handy way of demonstrating how empty this film is next to its source material, how shallow, how blasé, how thoughtless. In the 53 animated film, the Lost Boys decide they'd all return to Neverland, then stay and be adopted in London. And having been in London recently, I can confirm they made the right decision. Over time, Wendy's father has relaxed. He's become less stern with her. He realizes perhaps he was a little too strict. He's willing to make a compromise. Grow up, yes, but don't grow up too fast. When she tells him about her adventures, he looks out of the window. He sees the flying pirate ship, and he remembers it from when he was a child.
You know, I have the strangest feeling that I've seen that ship before. A long time ago.
The 53 film strikes a charming, heartwarming balance between the want to remain young and the need to grow up, while showing the lessons adults have for children shouldn't come at the expense of their own happy memories. All adults were children once. And that's a nice, thoughtful, charming little ending. Barry's original pans out, oh look, it's a pun, it pans out rather differently. In the play, in the novelization, Peter is darker, and much more of what we might politely call a dick, but in a way that actually aids the moral of the story, as opposed to confusing it, which is what this film does. He agrees to sail the ship back to London, but then flies ahead and bars the window to Wendy's room, in a bit to trick her into thinking her mother has moved on and forgotten about her, until he sees Wendy's mother crying for the loss of her daughter, which prompts him with much resentment and bitterness to leave the window open. The parents adopt the Lost Boys, but Peter refuses to join them. It's suggested that Wendy's mother recognizes him too, and that she knew him when she was a child, and that she suffers some sort of loss when he leaves again, or a bittersweet feeling at the very least. Peter promises to take Wendy back to Neverland once a year for spring cleaning, but the next time she goes with him, she finds he's forgotten almost everything about their past adventures. He's forgotten Tinkerbell, despite her devotion, she died unremembered. He's forgotten Hook, despite their epic duels. He's forgotten the Lost Boys, despite gathering them in the first place and keeping them from their parents. He's forgotten why Wendy ever wanted to return home, and all about her want to grow up. This eternal recurrence of unchanging Peter prompted J.M. Barrie to write for the play's narrator the inversion of Peter Pan's line about dying. The reworked line goes, to live would be an awfully big adventure. The implication being that though eternally happy, Peter isn't really alive, or experiencing life as we would understand it. He's missing out on the depth of experience. Barrie then wrote an epilogue in the novelized version that has Peter returning years later to find Wendy grown up and married. To her, he was away for years. To him, it seems like it was only yesterday. After his initial outrage at her perceived betrayal, and indeed her partial regret at being unable to go with him again, he ends up taking her daughter to Neverland instead, and then, later, her granddaughter. All presumably to be forgotten about at some point, just like everyone else he meets and who cares for him. On the one hand, eternal innocence. though the corollary implication is eternal loss. And more even than that, a state of never having anything to begin with, never anything but fun, which when you really think about it, makes the story at least as tragic as it is endearing. What the older works were was undeniably magical in the good old-fashioned sense. That's more than soft and cheerful stuff, it's a proper fairy tale, quite dark in places. Barry's original combined that magic and the yearning for it with astute observations about his characters and the trade-off struck with time. You can have happiness in an eternal present at the expense of progress, love, memory, real attachment, or you can have progress that entails difficulty, challenge and loss, but also love and meaning and memory. Happy memories can be sad things, nostalgic things, but they are worth having all the more for that. If his ultimate goal was to encourage a difficult but fulfilling compromise that reminds adults of their childhood and children of the need to grow up, then the 53 and even the 2003 films captured Barry's intent in their own ways. The 2023 film was at best only dimly aware of all of this, and never bothered to grapple with it conceptually or to really interrogate how it should manifest in its characters, who were shorn of all the work done in previous iterations. The absence of character saw the plot bent in new and uninteresting ways, with the exception of the backstory between Peter and Hook, which had the potential to be interesting, but that potential was never fulfilled. Wendy prevented that from happening by interrupting what should have been the most consequential scene, and then by having Peter return to Neverland to find his old friend and old enemy turn for absolutely no reason back into what we are led to believe is his friend again. It allows him to pick up things where they left off, which I'd submit is much less interesting and much less heart-rending and moving than the novel and the plays version, which has it that there is nothing for Peter to pick up because he forms no memories and has no values to begin with. Tinkerbell, as discussed, has been shorn of all meaningful agency. The Darling brothers barely feature and don't seem to have any thoughts at all about the events unfolding around them or any opinion on the merits of returning home. We never see them grow up. We never see them grow at all. They're just there because they're supposed to be there, with no further thought applied to their depiction. They barely even have character, which is a shame since the 03 and 53 films demonstrated much more of that and took way less time to do it. Peter Pan himself has been turned into something one suspects more evil than the writers were really aware of when they were penning the script, while Hook somehow emerges as less of a character despite having been given so much more backstory. The revelation that he has no happy thoughts, that this was all Peter's fault, is met with no payoff at all, which is quite staggering when you think about it. It's like there's a whole long scene missing between Peach's departure from and return to him. If one wants to be charitable, we can suggest that his smile at seeing Peter's return isn't about the reclamation of friendship, but a return to the eternal jewel that gives him purpose. But I think that would constitute doing an awful lot of work on the writer's behalf. And by cutting out the section with the Pickaninny tribe, turning Tiger Lily from important damsel in distress to generic girl boss, and so spurning any need to interact with her parents and their tribe, the film accomplished less than half the world building than the 53 film, and took twice as long to do it, all in the name of female empowerment, which is perhaps the most irritating of all the film's most irritating aspects. It couldn't grasp that Wendy has always been the moral author of the story, that she is the one who provides the lessons, that she's the one who learns, that she's the one who grows. It's as if these writers have always considered Peter Pan to be a story about Peter first and foremost, when the precise opposite is true. Peter isn't a character, not in any conventional sense. He's a symbol, he's representative. He is, as befitting his name, a state of unchanging nature that provides the foil to Wendy's forming personhood. Peter Pan was never more than an ideal, a lesson, and perhaps a warning.
But he was looking at the one joy from which he must be forever barred.
To live would be an awfully big adventure.
Charming, lively, but not really alive. The story was all about those around him, Wendy foremost, but Tinkerbell and Tiger Lily as well, for the way they represent aspects of character Peter doesn't have and cannot comprehend. Peter Pan didn't need to be updated to center the women in his story, as this film clumsily tries to do. Peter Pan was always about the girls, about their instincts, about their wants and desires, about their intelligence versus the boys who are too silly to grow up. Compare Wendy, Tinkerbell and Tiger Lily in this film to the novel's depiction or the 53 film or even the 2003 film and tell me which does more justice to the fairer sex. The swashbuckling, sword-fighting, all-action girl boss of modernity or the characters of the bygone age. I know which teaches me more, and I'm just a stupid boy.
No,
I highly doubt that this is going to be the worst live-action remake on our screens this year. Hell, it's not likely to be the worst live-action remake for more than a couple of months, once this monstrosity emerges from the water to take its crown. But it is a very useful answer to the question, why? Why are these live-action remakes so bad? The answer is that these screenwriters don't especially know Peter Pan, or his origins, or Barry's thoughts and wider writings. They don't especially care to understand what made it successful to begin with. They don't understand the difference between magic and character. All they know is that the original was incredibly successful, and successful things of the past can be dollarized in the present. J.M. Barrie could have never been recognized, yet Peter Pan would still have been written as a labor of love for the children he adopted. He wrote for their enjoyment and to teach them things, and to reflect on his relationship with them and on his own deeply troubled childhood. He wrote it with a purpose preceding and much more powerful than that which caused them to be remade in 2023. Without money, Peter Pan the original would still exist. Without money, Disney Plus's Peter Pan and Wendy wouldn't even have been considered. Your love of magic has to come before your love of money. Without the former, you'll end up like modern-day Disney, lacking both.
...24... No to 8... 8 to 4, 32...
Throne and Liberty sucks, though, apparently. There's a couple of videos about it. I guess I'll watch one of them.
Hello, guys. We're currently in the middle of playing Throne and Liberty, and as you can see, it's high action, impactful combat. And we're currently cheering on my character because I can't even do anything anyways. So we might as well give him moral support with the clown wig so he can kill some wolves a little bit faster. Okay, so we've been playing this now for almost 2 hours, a little bit less than 2 hours, maybe 1.5.
It's level 10, okay.
And as you can see right now, the game is playing itself. I'm doing a quest right now. I need to kill brutal wolves. And I don't have to do anything. First impression.
I don't really like autoplay in games that aren't mobile games. The reason why is that autoplay, it's like, I like the idea of autoplay, theoretically, but the problem is that if you have autoplay, it becomes the meta to always use autoplay. If combat and gameplay is so easy that autoplay could do it, why does it even exist anyway? You know what I mean? And I think, like, for example, like, you look at Final Fantasy XIV, and, like, I think one of the biggest ways they innovated in terms of MMOs is they took out all of the things that you've always had to do. And they asked the question, why? And this is a question that was not asked in gaming since 2004, whenever World of Warcraft did the exact same thing, and ironically became, you know, the problem 10 years later. So yeah, it's like, why do you have autoplay content? Like, what is the value in it?
This is the worst game I've ever played, and it's not even close.
Oh, he's young. He does
just an absolute insult on every single level. Okay,
it'll get worse.
As you can see, I'm playing on the lowest graphic settings possible because anything else.
Yeah, it'll get way worse for him.
My PC isn't that great. I have a 1070 Ti, and everything else is around that level.
Needs a Starforge.
But if I play BDO on like high settings, I'm doing fine.
BDO is just like infinitely better than this in all ways, by the way. And it came out in 2000 and like what, 14? Like, why would anybody go and play this and not play this instead of BDO?
If I do anything above like anything above low here, I can't play the game. And then it looks way worse than BDO too, right?
Yeah, it does.
On top of that, as you can see, the combat is literal dog shit. It's designed
it's
to be
wolf
autoplay combat. You cannot move while doing anything. You will just stuck in place. It's basically RuneScape combat, but worse. I know you probably didn't think.
Yeah, this really sucks some big dicks. I feel like it does.
Ever hear that in your life? But it's basically RuneScape combat, but made worse.
After this, I'm gonna go watch some Throne and Liberty streams live to form my own opinion. To see if maybe he's just showcasing the worst part of the game, and then we'll form a better opinion. But right now, this looks like literal dog shit ass garbage.
Looting system is obviously designed around pets again.
Oh, let me guess. In order to have the pets loot for you, you have to spend money.
Autoplay. I mean, as you can see right here, this is the full UI down here is autoplay. This thing here that you see, astral hunting is what they call it. The other button here is just go to a random target and attack it. So like even the auto attack is kind of autoplay-ish.
I don't have a problem with an auto attack.
The rewards you get for quests that you have to collect manually through left clicking them like this feels like a mobile game as well. There's a battle pass. There's a
season pass. There's a special shop. There's an event. There's a milestone. There's more, if I'm assuming that's probably some sort of transmog. Oh, wow.
Cash shop that gives you buffs, which I would assume the buffs are important because then you autoplay and you have buffs up so your autoplay is faster.
That way you're like maximizing your buff.
So yeah, first impressions. This game is the worst shit I've ever played in my life. I'm gonna keep playing, obviously, so maybe there's...
That doesn't sound good, guys. This, I feel like he doesn't like it.
Something good to be said eventually, but so far, this is genuinely embarrassing.
This reminds me of, I feel like if you looked at this and you looked at Arcade in like 2011 or 2012, I feel like Arcade would probably be more compelling.
That 12 years of development time has gone to this?
Well, to be fair, if they had released it 12 years ago, it would have been at least average.
I have no idea how that happened. I have no idea what happened. I don't know why Amazon would agree to publish this. I have no fucking clue how this is even like a thing. Maybe I'll add one more point to this. You guys remember all of the old school MMOs that were like free to play, like cash grabs, like that wanted to ride the WoW hype train back in the day? You know, all of those free to play games.
Is there a new train?
Forge, Gamigo, all that trash. Those games are genuinely like 10 times higher quality than whatever this is.
Wow.
Like we have reached a point where there's a developer that is making a game for 12 years, and this is what they come up with. Like, I don't know what kind of...
It does sound... I mean, like, whenever he says it that way, it really doesn't sound very good. Like 12 years. No, I mean it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't sound good.
I don't know what the hell happened, but literally the free-to-play trash MMOs that people played that couldn't afford WoW back in the day are 10 times better than whatever this is, and it's not even close. And yeah, protocol's delayed for this. I don't know. Also, for the people curious how pay to win this game is, basically there's a battle pass that gives you,
I've heard that the Western version is going to have different monetization. I heard that from a pretty good source. What does that mean? I don't know yet, but that's just what I heard.
A bunch of items, just like including the actual in-game main.
Maybe it'll be even more.
See, you get from the battle pass.
Say it about Lost Ark. It's true about Lost Ark.
Coins here. You get potions. You get buff food. I'm assuming all of this ties into the auto battling stuff.
Yeah.
As you can see here, the buff food is 10 minutes long. So I would guess that they want to sell you buff food that automatically refreshes itself while you're auto battling.
Yeah, of course.
And that's probably what the monetization model is. They're trying to.
This looks like BDO. The interaction menus. I remember this was like kind of similar.
Monetize as much of the auto battling as possible. So the more you pay, the more the more you get out of the auto battling, basically. Thanks for watching. I'll have some follow-up videos probably when when I've learned more about the game, if I can bear it without uninstalling it already. So, yeah. Peace.
Holy fuck, what a disaster. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, this guy rated it as 0 out of 10. That's awful. Battle Pass gives you offline play, by the way. Really? God damn, that's bad. And this guy says truly awful. Okay, let's look at the at twitch.television. Let me just pause it.
Other guilds or just kill random players.
So this guy's like level 21. And he's also astral hunting, which is like, that's the autoplay, right?
No, the bots won't target you. If the bots won't actually target you unless they're like macroing, right? You have to manually attack the target first.
I'm some kind of a monster, yes.
I want you guys to keep in mind what's happening right now. I'm watching someone watch their character autoplay in a game. No one here is doing anything. I'm just watching him, and he's just watching the game play
If they actually let us like test every skills, I would actually try out every skills and stuff.
Jesus Christ, this is so bad. Okay, let's see the next one. Benji's a huge fan of Lost Ark. Is Benji? I'm pretty sure he is, yeah. Oh, he's only level 1. Okay, let's wait.
Oh!
Oh, that's the Attack on Titan shit. Yeah, I thought so. Oh yeah, of course he is. Got the Mokoko right there. Very cool.
Oh shit.
Okay, let's see what else we've got here. Okay, so this guy's level 21 also. And you can see how he is also astral hunting, which means that he's auto-playing. So I haven't seen a single person who's actually playing the game so far. This guy quit streaming. Let's see what this guy's doing. Let's see some gameplay. So true. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay, what about this guy? This looked way cooler in the trailer. It's kind of crazy though, like, so he's a chicken?
Поехали.
Oh, he's got 30 seconds left until the boss enrages, I guess. This seems okay. This is the best gameplay we've seen so far. No, it is. This is the best. I didn't say it was good. It's just the best that we've seen so far. You know what? Tower of Fantasy doesn't sound so bad after all. And now he's going to kite him around for 10 more seconds.
Я тебя услышал.
Maybe thinks he can finish him off.
Ну ты что, все, конец? Привет. Привет, мой друг. Привет, мой друг.
How'd that not do damage to him? Wow.
Выебан!
Oh, she's playing the game too. It's not even fucking casual. It's a dude, there's only like, what, 12 people streaming the game. That's so sad. He's also astral hunting, you see? This is lit up. Just tell people are playing it so we don't have to. Like, it's like Jesus' 12 apostles. This looks like shit. I mean, you know what? Maybe the game would be better if the it's just like, I felt like the combat whenever I watched the trailers looked so much better. Like, bro, how did they finesse us into thinking that it was good? You know what this makes me look forward to playing? Honkai Star Rail. So this is BDO combat. This looks a lot better.
I'm gonna be here, man. I just woke up. Yeah, me too. I woke up 40 minutes ago.
This guy's dropping triangles on him.
I stayed up 27 hours and I tried grinding orcs the whole time, but I couldn't because of maintenance and shit.
Jeez, this guy's level 65. Holy
to do
fuck.
that shit again. Woo! Asmongold watching your stream right now. Big fan. Oh, 20 hours desperate. The one thing that sucks is that I'm not going to the gym today.
How can you possibly...
What's up, man? When are you coming back?
Like,
how the Warcraft's trash. This game, though, pretty good. No gym? Yeah, no gym today.
Comparing this game versus Throne and Liberty, have you seen anything about that game? Let me see what he says.
After hearing playing Stone and Liberty, have you seen anything about that game? Yeah, I saw it, and I'm actually just dumbfounded. Like, I don't understand how something like this can exist, or just any other game, right? That you could, like, compare it to. And that's, like, what you end up as, like, an investor. Like...
God fucking damn.
I have no idea how you have people actually investing money in that game. It's actually crazy. It actually looks so fucking trash. Like, this game right here came out 2015.
Yep.
2015. It is 2023. It's been 8 years. 8 years. 8 years. They They have updated engines.
Yep, they have.
They are on Unreal 5. That engine is so goated.
Uh-huh.
They can't even make anything close to it.
God fucking damn, man. Let's see another game.
Someone that made a last-minute decision to make it look like a mobile game? That's what
That's the guy I was watching. He seems like a cool guy. There's this channel. Let's see here. Okay, this guy ain't doing shit. Let's see. What's the other one? Let's take a look at that. Fuck. Let's watch this. Like, dude, look how much better this game looks. Like, is this guy still moving around in the game? Like, straight up, just look how good this game looks. And it doesn't, like, this, I mean, this game's not, like, fucking goated graphically, but, like, the style just looks way better. Alright, we got more combat here.
不要再看了。
This guy's level 66.
2K 荧幕可以了 ，2K 配张就好了，差不多。对，我不要再一直想要做这种事。
66 and 63%. That's a lot. This is no joke.
这个，他讲的是 Hi Hi Hello 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 KX 404。请问一下，请问他讲的是什么？我看不懂。
Can y'all not do the chat hopping thing, by the way? It's cringe.
那个是英文吗？
I'm just looking at the game. Like, look how cool this looks, though. Look how badass this is. This is awesome. Imagine seeing this in Throne and Liberty. Like, who the fuck watches this and then they go and they're like, oh, you know what? Actually, I want to play Throne and Liberty instead. No one does that. With the numbers though? Good question. I wish they had numbers.
玩命关头吧？哦，我没有看呢，玩命关头没看。
Holy fuck! Last one.
Lighting.
This girl's only level 62. She's a fucking casual.
한 번 더 나오고 하지? 오케이.
Complete fucking casual. This is one of the dungeons. Oh, really? I didn't know they had dungeons. Nothing was instanced whenever I played the game.
뭐지? 선생님 저희 어디로 가는데요? 아 나왔다.
62 with new class. Oh, is it a new class? Bro, imagine playing Throne and Liberty.
감사합니다.
Imagine. Like, that's just, this is so fucking... What a fucking disgrace, man. Should watch the announcement trailer for this now. It's a good idea. At least the frame rate was accurate. Wow! This looks awesome. Oh my god! Whoa! What? Oh my god! Let's get to some real combat.
I'm enjoying this game, chat. I don't know about y'all. I'm fucking loving this game. I waited so long for this shit. This shit is totally worth the wait. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Yo, isn't that crazy? Yeah, we heard of this game like a whole last year ago, bro. Like without trailers and anything. I mean, there was one trailer.
Yeah, like, it's off to the really fucking job.
Alicidra. Welcome to my channel.
You can press space while you turn into a bird.
For better
to, like,
or
ascend.
worse, Throne and
Yeah, but it
Liberty
uses
is
up a
one
lot
of the
your
best
fucking
looking.
stamina.
Yeah, it didn't age well.
Have you ever crafted that legendary like glider from Elion?
Yeah.
Like through normal means of progression? Holy shit.
No, I actually didn't actually. No.
Dude, we got it from the event, remember? We fucking yoinked that event.
The gliding event?
Yeah, we participated in the NA beta and then we got the fucking event, bro. Because we had to do some stupid fucking like landing contest. Oh, we gotta fly this, fly this.
Bro, they're level 11 talking about some other shitty game that's slightly less shitty than this one. Like, it's like they're getting nostalgia. Like, this reminds me of the last game that died. You exercise the animations and make shit. I think this game is maybe salvageable if they just take the entire combat system and get rid of it completely. Just delete everything about it and start completely over. Just totally start over in all ways. It's gonna, guys, it's gonna take 12 more years for that.
Many YouTube icons come with an expiration date. While some walk away from a fan base perpetually starving for a comeback upload, others leave no legacy behind at all besides their languishing fame, being looked upon as little more than a relic of the past. For many people, that's what Boogie2988 is, an old fad, like Chocolate Rain, that simply doesn't belong in this day and age. However, those who are unfortunate enough to know that he never left tend to know him as a pathological liar, manipulator, and overall someone deserving of criticism and mockery. From pointing a gun at Frank Castle's face to losing hundreds of thousands on cryptocurrency, Boogie's glory days are long gone, and his attempts to return aren't working. He's now been reduced to a lolcow, and one that is slowly losing interest even amongst his haters. This is the full lore of Boogie2988. Boogie, real name Stephen Jason Williams, was born in 1974 in St. Paul, Virginia, to a coal miner father and a schoolteacher mother, as well as 2 siblings. As he's often described, his childhood wasn't easy. Because of the stress that comes from being a coal miner, his father was an alcoholic, which negatively affected the rest of the family in a myriad of ways. At the peak of his drinking problems, he was downing up to 30 beers in one single day, an extreme that scarred Boogie to the point that he would never drink alcohol even as an adult. To top it all off, Boogie also claims his mother and sister were very mentally ill, making for an intensely toxic home environment involving lots of arguing and constant screaming, which he remembers as devolving into outright abuse coming from his mother. To make matters worse, Stephen tended to have a lot of health problems, though initially not serious and the kind of thing people usually shrug off or take over-the-counter pills for, like the flu or allergies. However, these illnesses were chronic for him, causing him to stay home from school a lot. As you might expect, being inside all the time led to a habit that would haunt him for the rest of his life: overeating. Before he was even in high school, he had already dealt with a serious weight problem due to stress eating. It was also during this time he developed an interest in things like comic books, video games, and Dungeons & Dragons, which, though harmless on their own, certainly didn't help him to go outside more often. Meanwhile, his father's constant smoking and drinking, when paired with their increasingly stressful domestic situation and his exhausting job, was taking its toll on his health. Eventually, he suffered from a major stroke, one that left him basically immobile and unable to function. He was no longer able to hear and struggled a lot with communicating after he developed a stutter as a consequence of the stroke. Now, with just one parent to take care of him and his siblings, Boogie's support system was even smaller, and his binge eating severely worsened. It's tough enough to be raised by a single parent, but as his dad moved out of the picture, his mom's abusive behavior took center stage. Usually, in the absence of a healthy and nurturing home life, people seek refuge in their peers and community, but this wasn't an option for Boogie either, since his classmates did little besides mock him for his weight and appearance. Things were dire, and Boogie's future prospects looked very dark at this point in his life, but thankfully during high school, he was given an opportunity that would turn things around. Upward Bound is a federally funded pre-college program designed to give high school students a better opportunity at attending a university, targeted specifically at those in low-income or rural areas who may be less likely to seriously consider higher education. While participating in this program, he met others in similar situations to him who shared his interest in nerd culture. He bonded with a girl in the program over playing video games, which marked a silver lining on the dark cloud that had been his childhood up until this point. By the end of high school, he had friends and even a girlfriend, and upon graduating, he enrolled in the same college as her, the University of Virginia. But shortly thereafter, they would break up. And since this was his first serious relationship and one of his few sources of happiness, it hit him hard, sending him deep into a depression which affected his academic performance. His grades were so bad that he had to drop out, and once again, he was directionless. But thankfully, his brother took pity on him after he noticed how much he was struggling and decided to offer him an opportunity to move away and start from scratch. Boogie took him up on that offer, not that he had many alternatives to pick from. While in Arkansas with his brother, his life once again saw improvement. More nerds in the area meant making friends wasn't going to be difficult. Soon, he was participating in Dungeons & Dragons and Magic the Gathering sessions with his new social circle. On top of that, he learned how to code in HTML, which led to him working as a freelance web designer. One of the downsides of this was that he'd have to take clients he wasn't particularly excited about, such as seedy, not safe for work websites, but then again, it was still better than unemployment.
So I started using what I learned to start coding for the web, and I started doing web design, which was really fun, even though sometimes I ended up with clients that I didn't like working for who did kind of dirty stuff.
He was now a young man with a stable income and a healthy social life. However, he was still getting sick, and he was depressed very often. He never properly dealt with his childhood trauma, and because of that, he also never stopped binge eating, and the resulting weight gain worsened his other issues. At around this time, his father passed away from cancer, and his mother broke her leg, a combination of events that condemned Steven to a period of chronic depression that lasted a total of 7 years. During this time, he rarely left his house and was, for all intents and purposes, a NEET, not in education, employment, or training. As his motivation to work dwindled, the coding market became more and more competitive, causing his source of income to dry up quickly, a fate that was soon after met by his savings. Also, due to not leaving the house, his social life stopped existing. After all that he'd been through, he found himself back at square one, with the only significant change being that he was significantly more heavy. At his heaviest, he was just shy of 600 pounds. While his roommate financially supported him out of pure pity, YouTube was debuting as a video sharing platform. This early on, it was still mostly populated by home videos and vlogs, with the occasional viral video peppered throughout. While it was rudimentary, it was more than enough to pique his attention, and soon he started posting content of his own. 16 years ago, in the ancient times of ye old 2006, the first video was uploaded to the Boogie2988 channel. It was a simple, short clip of a 31-year-old Boogie playing D&D. The videos kept coming, and because he appeared in them, his appearance itself would become a topic of conversation in the comment section. Since at this point he was used to people making fun of him for his weight, he made videos playing into the joke, such as, "Fat guy eats McDonald's french fries."
This is damn food, I shouldn't eat so much of it. Shouldn't be eating at McDonald's, but I am.
Eventually, one of these videos saw a surprising amount of success, especially for early YouTube standards. The aptly titled The Incredible Bulk had Boogie ripping his shirt off, showcasing his M1 Abrams frame. Overall, people were very sympathetic towards him, as he embraced the mockery of his weight and seemed to be a kind and down-to-earth guy. But even at this stage, Steven's intention was not just having fun. He wanted to build a following online. Since back then the term YouTuber didn't exist, and the thought of building a brand out of your personality was ludicrous and far-fetched, Boogie uploaded many different kinds of videos to try and get some views, such as this hypnosis video, which was seen over 5 million times. For the first few years of his channel's existence, he slowly built a community, with series such as Rambling About Nothing, where the only purpose was to engage with the viewer.
Magic the Gathering plane chase. The people are really excited about it. We've been watching the Zendikar spoilers.
In 2009, his channel hit 3,000 subscribers, which once again at the time was a respectable amount. Soon after, however, he uploaded a video explaining the absence of uploads, where he reveals his mother had died. But, unlike his previous bouts of complete inactivity due to some kind of tragedy in his personal life, Boogie came back with a vengeance and began playing a character. Francis, the living and breathing, though struggling to do so, embodiment of the basement-dwelling gamer stereotype, complete with Mountain Dew stains all over his shirt. In early 2010, Francis took a prominent role in Boogie's channel, partly for comedic purposes and partly because Boogie enjoyed trolling those who were unfamiliar with his content into thinking Francis was a real person. Eventually, a Francis video was featured on Ray William Johnson's Equals 3, which was the early 2010s equivalent of having Moist Critical react to your video. Essentially, it meant you either were, or soon will be, really popular. The video that Ray showed was titled, "Francis Gets His Warcraft Account Hacked," and honestly, it's pretty tame compared to a lot of the stuff we see nowadays. Regardless, it was entertaining enough that nowadays it stands at a whopping 5 million views. This sets a precedent for Boogie, and in the following years, the Francis character would be the channel's bread and butter. The channel grew tremendously, to which Francis reacted.
Yeah, been a pretty exciting day, I guess.
The channel surpassed 13,000 subscribers, and a few other classic Francis videos also went viral, such as Fat Guy Destroys Xbox. However, despite how central Francis became to the channel, Boogie continued to also appear as himself because he genuinely enjoyed interacting with viewers, regardless of how out of context it seemed alongside the comedy videos. While he did try a few other characters out, such as redneck stereotype Jesse, Francis retained his position at the top of the hierarchy. By the end of 2010, Boogie had 40,000 subscribers and had amassed 10 million views. In 2011, Boogie did a series of Let's Plays of Minecraft as Francis to capitalize on the growing gaming trend on YouTube, which at the time was at its very beginning. But along with these innovations, Boogie continued to post the tried and true format of Francis freaking out, such as, "Where's my Mountain Dew?"
Do you see my glass? I'm raiding in here, and I don't have any Mountain Dew!
Like, I saw some Mountain Lightning earlier.
Where did you hide the Mountain Dew?
With the extreme success of his channel becoming profitable as YouTube's ad revenue mechanisms became more functional, Boogie moved out of the apartment he was living in and into a house with his girlfriend, who helped him record the videos and even quit her job to help him out with them. Part of the reason that it was so easy to play Francis as much as he did was because Boogie was indeed very passionate about things like gaming news and internet culture. All he had to do was play up the fits of rage while he spoke his mind, and he was consistently met with hundreds of thousands of views and decent money to go with. After successfully proposing to his girlfriend and opening a gaming channel called Boogie Plays Games, he hit the milestone of 100,000 subscribers. It's also around this time Google Plus integration was implemented, which forced people to use their real name to comment on videos and led to a general uproar on the platform, with Francis pitching in his 2 cents.
This is not better, this is worse! How did they make it worse? I didn't think there was anything worse than the Google comment section!
But since this was a more serious topic for him that he felt passionate about, Boogie also spoke on it out of character, and soon after, he was once again featured on Equals 3.
So recently YouTube changed their comment system where now you have to sign into your Google Plus account before you can actually comment. Now personally, I don't really care. I don't read comments that often, and frankly, it's just YouTube. Who gives a shit? But I've noticed people freaking out like, I gotta sign into Google Plus? What is this, Nazi Germany? But this guy Francis has this rant about the topic that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
By the end of 2013, he got married to his girlfriend, he had a better camera, and had grown a proper fan base of 1 million subscribers. In early 2014, he started appearing on TV shows and commercials, which marked the peak of Boogie's career.
I had a guy tell me, "You're too fat to be on the internet. Kill yourself now."
He was now officially a mainstream YouTuber, not just a viral gag based on Francis. He had a genuine fan base, a real community. A lot of people watched him because they genuinely liked him and considered him a kind, level-headed person with reasonable opinions. This persisted for years, with him receiving acclaim from every YouTuber under the sun, and many looking to him to weigh in on some of the biggest dramas from 2014 to 2017 with his opinion. An opinion that, at the time, people did value.
So let's start by talking about what happened to Felix, because I think everybody knows what happened to PewDiePie. PewDiePie made some very tasteless jokes that I did not personally find all that funny.
He would also talk about more serious issues, like when Matthew Santoro posted a video detailing physical abuse he suffered in a relationship. The fans put 2 and 2 together and figured he was talking about Nicole Arbor, who was also widely hated on the YouTube platform at the time. Boogie posted a video expressing his sympathies for Matthew and also detailed abuse he claimed to have suffered.
My sister got taken.
Through the Francis character, Boogie was funny. Through his more personal videos, he was seen as thoughtful, introspective, and a voice of reason amidst all the madness of 2016 YouTube drama. He was someone many looked to for a good take on unfolding situations. But as time passed, many began to feel as though this reasonable demeanor was a facade for someone with an extreme inability to take any criticism or stand up for any ideal. Thus begins the fall of Boogie 2988. At this point in time, Boogie was the Mr. Rogers of YouTube, and antagonizing him was so unthinkable that Low Tier God made a video doing just that for almost 2 minutes straight, precisely to try and be controversial. As anti-fat phobia movements cropped up, his stature once again became a topic of discussion, and after a long time of just accepting it as a fact of life, Boogie spoke publicly about how he realized his obesity was actually a product of his mental issues not being properly dealt with, and that he wanted to improve by getting a gastric bypass surgery to lose weight. After the midpoint of the 2010s, anti-SJW channels and the skeptic community were at their peak of relevance, and their spats with feminists and other groups were becoming increasingly publicized in conventional media. One of these feminists was Anita Sarkeesian, one of the main focuses of the online discussions for her belief that video games somehow encourage sexual violence. Though people online hated her, she had enough mainstream support to get herself a panel at VidCon. Another content creator on that same panel was Boogie, who was still seen as a good guy. During said panel, Sargon of Akkad and other skeptics decided to attend, sitting in the front row. Of course, conflict erupted when Anita noticed them, and it would soon become one of the biggest dramas of the year.
Boogie, I think we all know, is one of the nicest guys who there is on the entire of the website. There's not really a guy nicer than him.
This perspective was echoed across many videos from skeptic and commentary channels alike. Boogie himself eventually spoke on what happened, revealing he was extremely nervous during the panel, and that after his closing statement, which was pretty mild overall and tried to minimize the static in the air, Anita came up to him and began berating him for saying his piece when she didn't have an opportunity to respond. This led audiences to criticize Anita, saying that she was an awful human being who had been mean to Boogie. Boogie then tried once again to de-escalate by saying that, though initially confrontational, she ended up having a reasonable conversation with him behind the scenes, and they hashed things out respectfully. However, this attempt by him failed, as people noticed how uneasy he was while talking about it, and began claiming that he was cowering away from being completely honest about the situation. This exposed an issue that would later become much more glaring: Boogie's fence sitting. Following the fallout of the Anita situation, Boogie's attempts at being a centrist who called out both sides was becoming more and more transparent, and people were seeing that he was interested exclusively in appearing to be the moderate good guy. Whenever he spoke about it, it was to say saccharine truisms about how making generalizations is bad, instead of addressing any element of the controversy directly. I get not talking about political things as to protect your brand, but why pitch in to say basically nothing? Or even worse, to say things you immediately contradict. Around this time, Boogie gets doxxed for the first time, which only goes to show what being in a 1-mile radius of any political community gets you, even if you try your hardest to offend no one. Another example of his fence sitting was the video he made about YouTuber Matthew Santoro plagiarizing lists from other websites, which he immediately took down when he noticed it wasn't having a good reception. On one hand, it's admirable to take a video down if you truly no longer stand by it. However, it seemed more that he was doing this to maintain his PR, instead of, actually changing his mind on the topic. This is just one of many examples of Boogie doing this. More recently, Boogie said that people who purposely misgender others should get hit with a misdemeanor charge and even possibly jail time if it evolves into hate speech. Regardless of your opinion on this, after the tweet was met with negative responses, he pivoted to talking about how clips of his live stream were being taken out of context. As the negative reactions continued, he slowly buckled to public pressure, saying no one should go to jail because of the things they said, and he just had a bad take. Another example of him firing off without thinking twice beforehand was when he was trying to handle the Vox media scandal between Carlos Maza and Steven Crowder. Though it began with a tweet asking for examples of people who were hurt by demonetization, it quickly detoured into him deriding both Steven Crowder and Vox in a really haphazard way, which, once again, both sides disapproved of. I don't know how he doesn't notice that doing this doesn't actually work and just makes everyone even more sick of his shtick. I'm not sure if it's some kind of pathological compulsion or if he thinks this is a smart strategy, but it consistently concludes in him getting harangued by everyone online. As a means of countering this narrative, he attempted to embrace it with pride, saying that he wasn't a fence sitter, but he was a reasonable moderate. While this approach did immediately save his credibility in the eyes of his audience, it didn't prevent users of subreddits, forums, and other sites dedicated to documenting erratic behavior from noticing it all and keeping tabs. What's crazy is that in the video where he talks about being a fence sitter, he outright admits that he doesn't care about many of the issues that he speaks on, which makes it all the more perplexing that he's still willing to. However grating it was to see, being a fence sitter was far from Boogie's only issue. Just as Boogie's image as the voice of reason began to fall apart, so did his marriage. In late December 2017, shortly after he got his gastric bypass surgery, he uploaded a video titled, "It's True, Wife and I Are Getting a Divorce. Here's What's Next for Us," where he goes into detail about how it went down. Based on the information given by Boogie in this video and other instances where he spoke out, it was an amicable separation, so much so that despite it already being in their plans, his wife waited until he fully recovered from the surgery. But things certainly weren't as friendly as they were made out to seem. Later on, Boogie himself admits that their divorce agreement included a non-disparage clause that he asked for, presumably to prevent her from saying negative things about him in a public space, which could damage his reputation. Now, in fairness, relationships are often messy and emotions can come over reason for those involved. It's possible this was a reasonable cautionary measure to prevent any unnecessary reveal of information that isn't necessarily career-ending, but may be embarrassing if it were out there. But on the other hand, considering she was barely even a public figure, it made many question why the contract was needed at all. Immediately after after his divorce, he began dating a sugar baby. If you don't know what that is, it's when a man, usually a wealthy one, offers to date a woman from lower economic rungs and showers her with gifts and whatnot in exchange for dinners and sex. Later on, he denied that this was the case and tried to beat around the facts that he did this, claiming their relationship was organic and totally not a sugar baby situation. We know these to be lies because there are images of his profile on Seeking.com, a website dedicated to sugar babies and their sugar daddies, respectively. Eventually, he did come clean through an alt account of his on his own subreddit. About half a year after the divorce had been filed, the person he was dating, Lucy Fox, came out with a video called The Truth, which was promptly shared on Boogie's subreddit, and though the original is no longer up, mirrors of it are pretty easy to find. In it, she claims that Boogie was verbally abusive to her whenever she tried to be independent in any way. Besides that, apparently Boogie didn't even hold up his end of the arrangement. Not only was he failing to pay her for her services, he was keeping her from doing any kind of work, though it seems this wasn't out of jealousy, but because he wanted a caretaker around him at all times so he could keep complaining about his life and victimizing himself to her. When this information became public, Boogie went on Drama Alert to defend himself, and since him and Keem were good buds at the time, Boogie had an easy time controlling the narrative about what happened and claiming that Lucy was his girlfriend and a gold digger, as opposed to being an unpaid sugar baby. He went pretty much unchecked by Keemstar, who tried to take a more neutral approach, but thankfully at this point people were already realizing that Boogie was the definition of an unreliable narrator.
She said the only way she can make money is if she's at home doing her cam girl stuff, right? And that you wouldn't like let her leave the house. Is that true?
But she didn't live here. Like she lives at home, or she has her own home.
But Boogie pretending to not have hired a sugar baby is extremely lightweight compared to his other offenses in the cap department. What other offenses, you might ask? Well, given that Boogie lied about this, people began digging through his more serious stories to try and find what else he may be lying about. Given he had always been very vocal about his rough childhood, some began comparing his multiple accounts of the abuse he had suffered at the hands of his parents. We can start with his mother. Despite occasionally praising her as a strong single woman who raised 3 children and took care of her invalid husband, in a Reddit comment he says the following: "I've never really gone into detail. Both my father and my mother were sexual abusers who were both sexually abusive to me, along with one other family member who's still alive, so I don't feel comfortable calling them out directly. So I'll wait until one of us are dead. I've discussed it mostly on live stream and only a little bit in videos. Sorry that I'm not comfortable going into further details." Later on, while streaming, he specifies that the sexual abuse meant molestation, but not rape.
How do I respond? My mother never raped me. My mother did molest me. She never, like, forced me to have sex with her, but she did molest me. It's a simple thing. I don't know why people are like that. What the heck?
In another, he claims his dad did rape him. In this tweet, he also claims to have been raped as a kid, and notwithstanding, claims that some good came of it, whatever the hell that means. Then, in another tweet, he reiterates that he had indeed been raped and that he'd forgiven his rapist, which, if we're to follow the things he said so far, would be his dad, since he claimed in a tweet that his mother had never raped him. He goes as far as saying that his sister was molested by their dad, followed by the claim that his sister was gang raped in foster care. However, in a clip of his stream, he specifically says that his parents, plural, had raped him. In another of his Reddit essays, he follows the claims that he'd been raped with stories about how his mother stabbed him, his sister was almost beaten to death, his dad punching him, among other things. It's strange because, while sometimes he says things that range from suggesting to outright affirming that being raped was a common occurrence for him during his childhood, in other instances he claims it was just once. Under normal circumstances, we don't have any reason to doubt or excessively scrutinize stories of this caliber. But at this point, Boogie was raising a few eyebrows with his increasingly extreme retellings. Eventually, a more complete and precise statement of the nature of his abuse was made to Reddit. "I was molested by an older sibling, female at a young age. I remember very little of it, but enough to know that this wasn't just further stuff related to my Munchausen syndrome that my mother was famous for. Certainly inappropriate contact was made between me and my older sister several times when I was 3 to 4. Beyond that, my mother insisted something happened with another family member. I have no personal recollection of that, so I've always presumed that my mother was lying. But as I get older and more evidence rises to the top, the more I believe there is truth in it. What's even more complicated is that my relationship with my mother was certainly inappropriate, and those details I will take to my grave." His sister, who is on Twitter, denied that this took place, while Boogie doubled down on saying that she raped him. Now, keep in mind, before you doubt these claims, it's not uncommon for victims of abuse to be confused about what exactly they suffered since the memories are so traumatic. But to misremember and misspeak as extensively as Boogie did led many to believe that he brought his abuse up as a way to garner sympathy whenever he felt the need for validation. Some thought he was changing his story when it felt felt more convenient to get more sympathy. Now, I would never go out and say that he lied about being abused in his childhood. For all of that to be lies would be genuinely reality breaking. But there's a reason why many question his reliability as a narrator. In this and many other cases, he couldn't get his story straight. This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to his documented contradictions or barrage of backtracks and word redefinitions. Remember a story about how we used to do web design for seedy websites? Well, that's what is typically called a massive euphemism. The truth of the matter is, Boogie ran porn sites, and not just in the distant past, but well into the late 2000s, when he'd already begun doing YouTube. In these sites, Evil Squared and CFporn.com, to name a couple, Boogie advertised for all kinds of adult content. He also used his online space to give his thoughts on things, as he would later do in his vlogs. One recurring theme was nothing other than his fleshlight, and I quote, "I think personally my fleshlight is a bit better than being with a woman in some ways. No offense, I figured I'd list the reasons. 1, it's tighter. 2, it sucks without complaining. 3, it swallows at least as deep as it can go. 4, when you're done you can lock it in a dark place and it can't complain. 5, no need to reciprocate, but ultimately I just flat out think it feels different, and in some ways better than the real thing. Honestly, there's nothing like it. It's like the first time you pop Mary Lou's cherry at 18, or sinking it into your girl's butt for the first time. Not too tight, but oh so right. For your safety and mental health, no image will be attached of the thing he's talking about, but rest assured, it's about as graceful as you can imagine. Another gem from Evil Squared is this anime villain tier self-description from Boogie. The fact that I'm crazy is no stranger to the good staff at Evil Squared, nor is it a strange concept to anyone that reads this site or has viewed my videos. I am, for all intents and purposes, batshit crazy. The past week or so has been different for me. This next week will be doubly so. Out into the real world, looking for real work at a real workplace, hopefully landing a job this week. I'm excited. At the same time, these normal activities remind me exactly how insane I am. I wonder if the people interviewing me know what's going on under the surface. While I'm applying for a job, entering your data, or taking your orders, or speaking to your customers, do you know that during the previous weekend, we all got together and smoked weed, drank, and fucked? Does she know how many orgies I've been to? Or arranged? Does she know how many girls I've watched fuck? Or fuck myself? Does she know that I'm a monster? Does she know that I have internet sites that are so disorienting that it would make Satan blush? Does she know that I film more sex than she's likely to have had? On YouTube, Boogie was wholesome and reserved. Now, a lot of people are different behind the scenes than they are in their YouTube videos, and I wouldn't blame them. But it's hard to even believe that this is the same person as the one in the YouTube videos. Boogie2988 really wasn't him. It's now 2018, and while he's past his peak, Boogie still has some footing in the YouTube community. But it's at this time that money became a big talking point across his various platforms. Along with a few other sob stories at the time, Boogie often mentioned his financial situation with an air of despair or concern. For example, in this tweet, he acts as if the money that he'll be earning in the next year will be his entire savings, since, as he prophesizes, his career is soon to be over and he'll go back to working retail. And this would be a very scary prospect, but it doesn't really add up. Mind you, at this point, he's been successful on YouTube for a decade and has over 4 million subscribers and owns his own home. He may have some more savings if not for his Funko Pop video game and toy collection, but I digress. In his many videos centered around promoting his Patreon, he says the donations are contributing towards his family's peace of mind. Again, I'm the last person in line to judge someone for wanting to cash in, but it is a little annoying when people cash in while acting like they're not doing it and are just making enough to survive. In reality, Boogie himself admitted that he made 6 figures yearly in his upper middle class. So at the time, he definitely wasn't in line to get a job at Target anytime soon. But what really does it is the fact that he bought the same overpriced shit box that every mouth breather online influencer also buys, a Tesla. Yes, the madman actually did it. To make matters worse, he excused his decision to do so by saying that, despite AdSense paying him poorly, which he's probably lying about, his sponsors pay well and he can easily afford a Tesla. A week later, however, he was back to portraying his impoverished persona, acting like he bought a car he couldn't afford and regretted it. Later on, when people started throwing this at him when he tried to play poor again, he would simply pretend like he never said he bought it. Can you believe the gall you need to have to do that when you know people can print the things you say online and keep track of them? Yet another topic he's blatantly and consistently lied about is his weight. For example, during a 30-day clean eating challenge he did to lose weight, about halfway into it, he's seen eating fried foods and candy. In a stream clip, he claims this is due to the fact in the event he was attending, no healthy food was available, which most certainly was a lie. Seriously, in the late 2010s, with insane amounts of money and a phone with internet connection, you can't figure out how to get yourself food that isn't sugar-coated or deep-fried, and if there really is nothing else, you can just eat after, or leave and come back. In late 2018, he posted an image of his scale showing that he was at 350 pounds. Then in January January of 2019, he claimed that he's now hitting 350, and this is somehow an improvement. Either he somehow faked the scale's numbers in 2018, or he's lying to his audience in January, acting like he's still improving and losing weight. Keep in mind at this point his YouTube earnings already paid for a weight loss surgery, and his fans are cheering him on the whole time. Why even announce this weight loss journey if you're not going to follow through or even attempt? What's noticeable is that he could just keep these things private. He never even had to announce his weight loss journey. Instead, he deliberately made it public for everyone to see, only to lie about it for what seems like no reason. In countless different instances, he can be seen drinking things like milkshakes and sodas despite having sworn these things off. While he occasionally admits that he outright failed to eat like he was supposed to in order to lose weight, he also often says that eating less makes him literally suicidal, and he has no intention of actually diminishing it to any significant degree. In between the multiple glasses of soda per meal, pizzas, and cookies, it's evident that Boogie doesn't care as much about fixing his diet as he pretends to for inspirational videos on YouTube. A fitness YouTuber even tried to help him lose weight, only for Boogie to make snide comments on Reddit about how he's only after his clout and money, with more excuses about how being 350 pounds is where he's comfortable at, and statistically where he's meant to be, whatever that's supposed to mean.
And I have authenticated it, so I'm going to read from it, and it goes like this. So a ton of people linked me to the video created by Every Damn Day Fitness. I'll even link it here. Much appreciated, Boogie. Videos like this are not helpful. They are harmful.
In a clip from a later stream, he outright tells the people concerned about his weight to go fuck themselves, and that since it's his body, it's his business, as if he hasn't made project upon project and pity post upon pity post, trying to get some community support for his weight loss plight, only to completely dump it and act like he never wanted to do it in the first place. It's one thing to struggle with weight issues, but Boogie struggles with treating the stragglers who, for whatever miraculous reason, still give him attention and money in pursuit of his weight loss. In December of 2019, Boogie began making a number of accusations about a subreddit to people via Twitter DMs, painting them as swatters and dangerous people who are trying to destroy his livelihood and physically harm him. He said, "Get away from that hive mind. They are sad, scary, dangerous people. They have swatted me, attempted to destroy my livelihood. They bombard my fans and sponsors with hatred. They have done awful, terrible things. They lie to you and tell you that they want the best, but then do the worst. If they wanted the best, they'd leave me alone. Trust me. I've been swatted twice this month already. They letter bombed 2 sponsors already. They contacted a friend of mine on Facebook and tried to convince her to stop being my friend because she was a female and I am a rapist." With tales that tall and claims that dramatic, it piqued people's interest. After all, Boogie already had a reputation for exaggerating things at this point. The subreddit in question was r/SalmonTolkien, regarded today by many Redditors as an invaluable archive for all sorts of shady shit various e-celebs have gotten up to over the years. The sub acted as a sort of Kiwi Farms on Reddit, documenting internet drama for all. One of the site's biggest threads was the Boogie criticism mega thread, titled "The Hidden Truth Boogie Doesn't Want You to Know." Within this thread, they detailed his strange blogs we read earlier, interactions with his ex-wife, his alleged sugar babies Lucy Fox and the Grave Ghoul, and many other accusations. They point out his association with Kid Behind a Camera, who this thread calls a known child abuser.
Boogie2988 just gave the least hard-hitting interview I've ever seen in my life. He glossed over abuse, allowed Michael, aka Kid Behind the Camera, to make excuses for himself and deflect from the questions that were being asked of him, and even coach Michael into making himself look like a better person.
Now, to keep things fair, this entire thread does frame some lesser or honestly negligible defenses in the worst light possible. That being said, I think the key takeaway from this is that regardless of the less hard-hitting criticisms, the Boogie on YouTube was hardly aligned with the Boogie portrayed in that thread. He was a completely different person away from the camera. It wasn't even close to who he let on he was in his 10-minute rants. But regardless of that criticism, Boogie was now claiming that his subreddit and its users had swatted him, not once, but twice in 1 month. Curious as to the validity of these claims, one of the people who runs the subreddit by the name of Haberdasher A went through all of the moderation logs for the month of December to see if he could find any evidence of the claims that this subreddit was involved, but to no avail. When he asked for any evidence of Boogie's claims of swatting, his story did what it always does when pressed for veracity. It started to change, with him now claiming he didn't know who in particular had swatted him, while still insisting that it did happen. Obviously, I have no idea of knowing who swatted me and never said I did, just said I got swatted twice last month. Once when I was away at the Game Awards, and another over Christmas break. This is true. 2 times, cops came out with a partner and an ambulance. Seeing as Steven has still failed to provide any actual evidence for the things he was saying, Haberdasher decided to look into Boogie's local police station's publicly available logs to see if they'd ever been to his house. Fayetteville Police Department's public dispatch logs showed that no officers were sent to Boogie's place of residence in the entire month of December. When they confronted Steven with this information, he claimed that he had made an arrangement with the Fayetteville Police Department to purge the dispatch records after a welfare check in July of 2019. 2019. I think it should be clear to anyone with half a brain that this was another lie and that Steven is just shooting himself in the foot trying to cover up a lie with another lie. And if that wasn't enough, the Fayetteville police had dispatch logs of a welfare check in November 2019, nearly 4 months after Boogie had claimed that they stopped keeping records of welfare checks on him. When he was informed of this, Boogie responded by saying that the police had made a mistake and that he didn't know why there would be a record. It should be noted that the state where Boogie lives, Arkansas, has state law that requires that records be kept of all dispatches, so even if he tried to get such an arrangement with the police, he wouldn't be able to. It's against the law. Did Boogie 2988 get the governor's permission? When asked via email, Fayetteville police stated that under no circumstances would they not have a dispatch record of a visit to someone's residence. For Boogie to not be lying about the users of the subreddit in this situation, the only possible explanation is that the police station doesn't follow the law about police dispatches, lies via emails, and has a secret deal with Boogie to not make record of welfare checks to his house so that internet trolls will not be able to bother him on Twitter anymore. Not only that, but Boogie, in all of his infinite wisdom, would have to leak the news of this secret deal with the police in which he would be implicating himself in order to prove that he was telling the truth. You see how these things don't quite add up? And it's such an idiotic thing to lie about. Once again, he made completely unnecessary claims that he did not need to when he could have just ignored the sub altogether. But I guess the craving to make yourself out to be a victim is too hard to resist. After being caught with this mountain of evidence against him that pretty much proved that he had been lying, he finally admitted to lying about the whole thing. But of course, he couldn't do it the right way and be honest that he had been, lying, because if he did that, then he has to admit that he did something wrong. And not in a disingenuous way, in a way that would show some actual humility and maturity. Basic human being things. Instead, his statement was that all of this had been part of an elaborate master plan to bait his critics into thinking that he was lying and go after him. He claims that he intentionally falsely accused his critics and his local police department of committing a federal crime for fun. Let's see what the master manipulator wannabe had to say. So I always have a bunch of people tweeting at me for attention ever since I talked to one critic this summer. So I took advantage of that and slipped into DMs a few weeks back and filled one guy with misinformation I knew he would leak, mixed with the truth. I'm a terrible liar and reading it back is so cringe. Claimed I dated a 43-year-old woman for almost a year. Said I was writing a book, half true, and all kinds of other stuff. Was hoping it would keep them busy. It sure did. It was like they discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls. One of the things I said was that I got 2 visits from the cops in December. Now that's not so much of a lie because I got maybe 4 visits last year. I just shifted the dates around. Had no clue they would latch onto that one like they did though. To prove me wrong, they literally looked up my home address, then cross-referenced it via police records to try to discredit me. But in the process, actually proved I got swatted 3 times last year, providing the dates making it easier to find my address. By the way, I mean they literally violated Reddit policy by making it easy on a thread to find my home address. It could even get their subreddit shut down. Absolutely insane. What's even crazier is that they try to make it seem like I blame them for the SWAT. I didn't. This was of course horribly manipulative and something I would normally never do. I have a friend in PR and she recommended giving the misinformation, and I figure I have nothing to lose at this point, so why not have fun with it? But wow, did they take the bait. I'm sorry if this disappoints you, but after years of being harassed by these people, I just wanted to take some control back. I just can't believe how awful it made them look. Doxing me, then spending hours going through police records to discredit me. Horrible obsession gone awry. I feel really dirty and awful. I don't like lying and I don't like manipulating though, but I figure if they were going to call me that, I may as well take that and use it against them. Nothing in the world more dangerous than someone who has nothing left to lose though. I recommend watching out. It's textbook misdirection. You see, if you try to do due diligence on the lies he spins, you're actually the weirdo for being obsessed. When this was pointed out as extremely reckless and irresponsible behavior, he DM'd someone on Twitter saying he wasn't afraid of potential jail time for pulling the prank he did. In response to backlash from even his own fans on YouTube, Boogie stated that he was glad he lied about swatting and is willing to keep doing it if it makes his critics look bad. If it hasn't become clear to you already, allow me to spell it out to you. Though he might not have the most malicious of intentions, he is clearly very unstable and unfit to be on the internet, as it seems to exacerbate every problem he has. I know it's technically his job, but if the way that he responds to criticism is by lying to such an extent that it ventures into the realm of criminality that could land him in actual jail, I think it's better for him to miss out on whatever money he could make on AdSense by staying online in order to preserve his liberties. However hard to believe considering how insane things already are, there's even more to this story. Not even a day after he tried to pretend that he was on some kind of elaborate operation to troll the trolls, Boogie's Twitter profile name was changed to Period. Meanwhile, his profile and banner pictures were removed. Shortly after the bizarre profile change, Boogie posted to his TikTok to say that his Twitter had been hacked by that hate subreddit. Now obviously it's rather suspicious that a hacker would get into Boogie's account, presumably where there's a lot of information stored in Twitter DMs, and then proceed to do nothing other than delete a few tweets and leave his account alone. Especially given his previous day of lying for hours on end to save face, most people on the sub and even in his general Twitter following were skeptical of the story. One person on Twitter took him to task on it. Why did they leave the channel link, stream promotion, and literally everything else? How isn't your Gmail compromised? Dude, just stop. To which Boogie replied, if I was faking this, I would have absolutely deleted those things. If I was faking, I would have left a breadcrumb trail to Kiwi Farms or elsewhere. But they want to frame me as a liar, and you took the bait. Basically, he immediately gets defensive and tries to act as if it's somehow obvious that the supposed hacking couldn't have been his work. Of course, he doesn't provide any proof that he was hacked. He just goes around Twitter getting into petty slap fights with random strangers about how he's definitely not lying. A day later, Boogie claimed that he got his account back and made a tweet claiming that the hacker used the streaming app Mob Crush to hack into his Twitter account. He also posted the IP address of all the recent logins in order to prove that he had been hacked from the app. Mob Crush then made an official statement on Twitter stating that it was impossible for a hacker to gain access to a user's Twitter account in the manner Boogie was describing, and that the IP Boogie had posted was from their own AWS servers, showing that Boogie had indeed lied about being hacked. In typical Boogie fashion, he claimed that the people on the subreddit were lying, and that he indeed had been hacked, but that he could not actually prove his own statements, and all evidence pointed to him being wrong. Came back to Twitter for one thing. Why would I fake a hack to remove those tweets if I was making a video admitting to the thing I deleted? Still no clue how I got hacked, but use your brain. It's pointless to hide a tweet about something that I'm uploading in 24 hours. I mean, he's right, it would be extremely dumb to fake a hack to remove those tweets about something that you're posting within a day. If you really want to talk about what's the most probable explanation to this incident, it's much more likely that Boogie faked the hack in order to have something to make the subreddit that has been outing you as a pathological lying freak look bad. There's something called cui bono, which is the principle that in order for a conspiracy to happen, there must also be someone benefiting from it. Look at who may benefit, and you probably have your culprit. The only person that could possibly benefit from this harmless hack was Boogie himself, since it would only make the subreddit look bad. If there was any compromising information about him that got leaked, then that would cast doubt on it being Boogie at all, because why would he leak that, right? But if there's no compromising information, it's just a hack, the only evidence doesn't seem to add up, and the only account of it is coming from Boogie, well, you can probably guess where it came from. To top this all off, he made a video called Boogie2988 Exposed, where he claims he's working with the FBI to stop the harassment.
Jebeni general Andedova, bomu pas mater. Gledam. Baš u pičku mate. Vidio ga, oni nisu mrtva bre. Obično kad ubiješ nekog bossa, svi minioni koji su spawnili su mrtvi, ali ne, kosturi, ne. Odbili da umru. Pičku mater. S.W.Frost. Load duration by 12%. Skoro ne pita. Steady. Dobro. Nisam došao ovdje da se borim s kosturima, ali... Ste bio negdje u posjeti, nekom viziti? Ti, možda kod sestre.
sam ovdje jebate. Za mikrofon isto.
Tko znam. Ne sad, nego ono... Nisam te čuo jedno 2-3 sata.
Pa da, pa nisam bio brzo zabrati kom.
A to je... Aaaa! Bio si na mitingu. Kažem, bio si na mitingu.
A je, sigurno.
Uvaćen si, Šojić. Uvaćen si.
Welcome to my channel.
Ovo je ulaz u mine. Sam ubio 2 bossa. I dole ima još nešto. Daš u pičku materinu. Možeš.
Campaign on him. When people started laughing at this attempt at intimidation en masse, he deleted the video, but luckily for us, it has been re-uploaded. These lies being exposed also called upon another situation that, at the time, nobody had thought to question. In June of 2017, Boogie appeared on the H3 podcast. There, he told a story about how someone on the deep web, in his words, put out a Bitcoin offer to have him assassinated.
The address that gets leaked the first time, you eventually get my address right, but the address that gets leaked the first time is my neighbor's address, my friend's address. And so when they put the assassination hit on Tor Network, they sent it to my house. Then to show, like they sent an email to me, hey man, you need to see this.
Given everything we've seen so far, I'd say that's a likely story. It was at this point Boogie got himself into a situation he never expected, and one that gave him the opportunity to be the victim he desperately desired to be seen as. In the middle of 2020, YouTuber Frank Hassel began interacting with Boogie's account online, mocking him for having blocked him and generally being a nuisance towards him. At the time, it seemed like Boogie had no idea who Frank even was. Eventually, this pressure on Steven mounted to the point where he and Frank went at it on the kill stream, which resulted in an extremely one-sided battering on Boogie's pathological lying. In what looks like a desperate attempt to get Frank to relent from attacking him, Boogie DMs Frank saying that he's welcome to kill him as long as Frank doesn't hurt his family, friends, and dog. Frank's trolling campaign on Boogie only became more extreme as time went on,
Alien
posting
gathering.
a picture of himself in front of
Welcome
Boogie's
to
house
my channel.
saying, "This is my house now." Boogie calls his bluff, saying that he won't show up because he's a coward, while simultaneously suggesting that he shouldn't show up because he would be shot. Eventually, as most of you probably already know if you have even a cursory amount of knowledge about Boogie or Frank, eventually this confrontation took place in real life. Frank showed up to Boogie's doorstep with a GoPro strapped to his forehead, insulting Boogie in whatever ways he could think of, and Boogie came out with a revolver. After a couple of minutes of them going back and forth, Boogie shot a warning shot, and Frank left. Though thankfully both parties came out unharmed, Boogie shot a gun in a school zone, which landed him in county jail, which he was bailed out of at the tune of $5,000. When it comes to assessing what happened here morally, there's a strong case to be made that Boogie was unjustly harassed in the situation. But for most people, the ends justify the means because the entire thing was just too funny to ignore. This whole situation made Boogie back away from social media, but this was only temporary, as in June of 2021, he returned with a video about his arrest. Despite everything that had happened, from being arrested, charged for his reckless shooting of a firearm into the air, and the amount of people making fun of him, Boogie had finally managed to recapture some semblance of relevance. This video has more than 600,000 views, which is the best he had done in a while. And for once, he was a genuine victim. He didn't have to lie. He had something real to complain about. This was a
No!
moment for Boogie.
No,
He was being
mamu
talked about
ti
by
jebem.
Slayers, Drama Alert, and every
Nenormalno.
internet news outlet under the sun. He could either spin this story into another wave of popularity by making some genuinely great content now that he had all eyes on him, or repeat the mistakes of his past and once again fade into irrelevance.
Never.
As you can probably guess, we didn't get a good ending. For the past half-decade, Boogie has had a pretty dedicated group of observers going over all of his controversies and compiling information about him. Apart from Sam and Tolkien, which was banned, many of these guys congregate on the typical lolcow sites. After the subreddit that talked about Boogie was shut down, the discussions were relegated either to lolcow itself, which was far from being as easy to access and normie-friendly as Reddit and Kiwi Farms. A lot of people treat the farms like they treat 4chan, as an evil boogeyman that does nothing but harm. PR-wise, Boogie had it easy, as his most fervent opponents started out with the massive disadvantage of being known as the gathering spot for the scum of the earth. Much like 4chan, for every good and informative post that's backed up by evidence and well-done research, there's 3 or more posts spewing absolute nonsense. But if you're in the business of researching eccentric, esoteric, and otherwise extraordinarily screwed people, as I am, you're condemned to sit through it with the patience of a Buddhist monk. As it turns out, the Boogie thread on Kiwi Farms
Šta? Shooting range. To ima... To glasina neka ili klip ili post?
Klip i post.
Mislim, verujem ja tebe, ne verujem kritiku. Aha. Aha. A stavio si, ok, pogledaj čim izađem iz ovoga rodnika smrti. Brate, šta je ovo? Oho. Oho. Mako ti jebem. Mrš! Ja s tobom boksovat. Ne sam zainteresovana. Op, 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 op. Ode mi strla preko glave. Brm. Jako chill igra, verujem. Znači možda, ono, ako baš hoćeš server neki, razumeš, za PvP, možeš da, ono, trolaš ljudi, a možeš i, ono, ideš da loviš bossove. Bossovi su dovoljno sjebani, razumeš. To je, ono, mini challenge, ima oko... Koliko sad ima bossova? Ima oko 20-30 bossova ima. S tim što su neki, ono, jednostavni, a neki su malo nenormalni. Većina ih traži jači gear ili drugačiji spell ili neku taktiku, razumeš, nešto. Uglavnom je... kajtuješ. Znaš, ono, udariš i bježiš. Sve tako. Gdje će se... To tu. I... Sort. Tu. Ama. Baš. Oh, brother. Ovo je seme. To mislio ću umreti od žeđe, nema šta si poslao. Opa! Ajde vidimo. Toxic Pancake, da. On je dosta validan, čini mi se. Ne znam odakle da bi informacije, ali...
On je najbolji za ves.
Ti znaš da se te lutke jedva vide? A znaš?
Spot for the scum of the earth. Much like 4chan, for every good and informative post that's backed up by evidence and well-done research, there's 3 or more posts spewing absolute nonsense. But if you're in the business of researching eccentric, esoteric, and otherwise extraordinarily screwed people, as I am, you're condemned to sit through it with the patience of a Buddhist monk. As it turns out, the boogie thread on Kiwi Farms is gigantic, with over 1,200 pages of nothing but people dunking on the guy. Personally, despite all I've covered, I don't hate him as much as I feel pity and annoyance, but that's besides the point. More recently, a development from the site has been the idea that Boogie is currently running sock accounts to get back at his haters. It all started with Boogie Truth, a Twitter account that has collected content that criticizes Boogie for quite some time. As you can see, it's relatively small and doesn't get a ton of engagement, getting 20 likes on a tweet on a good day. Enter this post on Kiwi, where someone is remarking that this account, NightlyGirl4, is responding to the Boogie Truth account saying, well, maybe if it weren't for the hate sites and stalkers, he wouldn't have to worry about staying off social media. We also have a reply to Shoeonhead saying that, now if we go to Twitter to take a look at this account, we can see that the only thing they do for the most part is interact with Boogie. They retweet all of his stuff, they compliment him, they insult anyone who is critical of him, and they have a particular hatred for Frank Hassel, who at this point was seen as Boogie's arch nemesis. They tweeted H3 trying to get Ethan's attention to talk about Boogie, and they weirdly insult Boogie's dad and call him a rapist. This is quite unusual, since people were already heavily doubtful of Boogie's stories about his CSA, to the point where the thought of anyone calling him a rapist based on the things Boogie has said was far-fetched. When taking a look at the bio for this account, we see she describes herself as a cute goth girl just living her life. Now, if we look at Google Images and simply type in cute goth girl, this is one of the first results, so this obviously isn't her. Whoever made this account just ripped it and used it as a profile picture, but that's not abnormal, right? A lot of people use pics that don't belong to them or pics of other people as their profile images. But let's be honest here for a second, what person self-identifying as a cute goth girl would be a fan of Boogie2988 of all people? And not just a fan, mind you, an obsessive fan who does nothing but talk to and about Boogie all day. Sure, anyone can make a Twitter account and claim to be whoever, so it might be some anon that's a Boogie fan pretending to be a cute goth girl. However, who has the motivation to be a steadfast defender of Boogie in modern day besides Boogie himself? This incongruence was accentuated when another similar account began popping up, this one called a Busty Girl 69. This account was suspended, but from a screenshot we can see that it was made the same month as the other account, with the same super basic bio scheme as well as a picture of some random chick from Google Images with a flag for a banner. One noteworthy interaction from this person was that when someone messaged them, being admittedly pretty mean, they took it very personally, sending back an image of Goatsy accompanied by the following message. Fuck you, piece of shit, scrotal-faced hate stalker. Fuck you, Kiwi Farms. Fuck Frank. You guys cause me more stress and I hope you die. Get blocked. This sounds quite like a certain YouTuber we've come to know and despise. It almost reads like breaking character, clear as day. Not only because the reaction was so angry, but also because Frank and Kiwi Farms are explicitly singled out, which just reeks of Boogie being extremely salty about having his good guy persona picked apart so brutally by them. Another account, this one called Nocturnal Walrus, was created a month apart from the other two, also following the same format, with a typical praise for Boogie and fixation on his haters. Someone did the diligence of comparing the times of interaction on the Nocturnal Walrus account, and we see that on April 29th, Boogie's first tweet of the day was at 4:24 p.m. Coincidentally, the first tweet of the day on the Nocturnal Walrus account was just a few minutes later. Boogie also went out of his way to respond to them specifically. Now, it's worth noting that the account posting this then goes on to call Boogie a morbidly obese pedo, only half of which is true, but the screenshots are certainly compelling.
Ma vamo ses.
Kod...
Ali je demetmiş.
Brother. Oh, brother.
Oh, brother.
Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood.
This is followed up with a more compelling post comparing the dates, and we see that this is a trend for this account. They always respond to Boogie, they only respond to Boogie, and the times always line up. The more people looked into these patterns, the more similar accounts turned up. Eventually, word of this made its way around Twitter until it found its way back to Boogie, who decided to respond with his usual spiel, claiming that people will believe anything anyone says about him and claiming it's ridiculous to think he would ever pull such a thing, when he obviously would pull such a thing given his track record. People out here believe that anyone who says something positive about me is just me on another account. Prove them wrong and say something nice. This is yet another example of Boogie's not so competent attempts at doublespeak. Here, while he does imply that the account is not his, he doesn't actually claim it. Instead, he suggests that people begin saying positive things about him to prove that he isn't the only person who could say good things about himself. Clearly, he's begging for some kind of validation from fans who now were more scattered than ever since the guy they were a fan of was self-destructing in front of his own audience. Some people bought this defense from him, but I have to say that, if you did, then you either don't know much about Boogie or you're desperate to believe in this nice guy narrative. All in all, for whatever qualities he may have, Boogie is severely terminally online and has been for way too long, which is bad enough if you have no mental issues. He's been known to lie very flagrantly for weeks on end to make himself look like a victim in situations, and I honestly believe that he's the one running these sock accounts. It's either that or someone is trying to frame him by making the accounts, but at this rate, we have a boy who cried wolf situation where, even if Boogie isn't the one pulling the strings this time, his rep is so bad that it will never be figured out. Even if he has lied in the past, I don't think he would accept defeat this quickly. It doesn't really make sense to me. Furthermore, Boogie specifically sought out the replies of this account to respond to this person, accusing the account of being an alt rather than address it publicly. You would think that with all the hate he gets, he would be able to just ignore it, but he has consistently shown himself completely unable to let go. real. Time and time again, he compulsively has to go through the replies, expose himself to all the vitriol, and engage with it. I mean, even if there was a troll doing this, they would have to be the least intelligent troll ever. What is the point in pretending that Boogie runs alts to respond to people? What actual damage would that even do when you compare it to the massive list of other lies he's told? This pales in comparison to the swatting. But the overarching truth of the matter is, it actually doesn't matter at all to anyone whether the alts are his or not. Well, to anyone except Steven. He needs everybody to know that in his free time, he's definitely not making fake accounts to pretend that he has dedicated fans, who all happen to be super hot cutie 3.14s, by the way. One of the most revisited parts of Boogie's backstory is the fact that poverty is something that looms in his background. From growing up dirt poor, to living in his brother's apartment in his early adulthood, to being on disability for a total of 3 years from age 34 to 37, Boogie has always had issues with money. After he began making some off of YouTube, this issue was soothed to a great extent, but as it turns out, the problem isn't just with money itself, but with the mentality he has when it comes to finance. In 2017, about a decade into his YouTube career, Boogie took an interest in cryptocurrency. That January, Bitcoin's value broke the $1,000 barrier. It then doubled, tripled, and by the end of the year skyrocketed to over 19 grand. This immense growth led many people to become millionaires overnight. That included some YouTubers, of whom Boogie became quite envious of. He tweeted out, "Remember when Bitcoin was 800 bucks? I had 10K in savings at that time and didn't invest because I didn't believe it would increase in value. That would have sold for over $200,000 today. I hate myself." He then lamented that he'll never be a millionaire now, which is probably only true if he's talking about liquidity, because if we're to consider his house part of his net worth, he's most definitely a millionaire already. Many were quick to point out that his hesitancy to invest was a good thing, as you shouldn't invest more than you're willing to lose. To Boogie, however, all he saw was that other people got something that he didn't, and he was unwilling to hear a second opinion. Though no one can know for sure, it's perhaps that goal that led him to treat these investments as tools for gambling. After seeing how much he could have made on Bitcoin, Boogie bought a small amount of Ethereum at a friend's recommendation. They told him it was projected to grow 10 times in value. It was priced at $120 at the time, which places his purchase in May of 2017. Ethereum grew throughout the year, reaching over 1,000 by January 2018. This meant Boogie made 8 times his initial investment, a massive relief during an otherwise stressful point in time. You see, just weeks prior was when his then wife filed for divorce. Though Boogie got to keep the house and car, she was given half their savings. While this still left him with more money than what a lot of people see in their lifetime, it pushed him into a midlife crisis. He claimed that during their marriage, he spent next to nothing.
Why do you ask? Minja jedna, sram te bila. Pa sad, ćeš da pevušim ili tako nešto?
Ovo me pita. Ne moraš da me guši.
Si bio na mitingu ili tako nešto?
Ja sam.
Pa to, zato nisi bio tu.
Ja ličim.
Zato nisi bio tu.
Ja ličim.
Na kuma, da, ti me ličiš na kuma. Ajmo sad da istražujemo još.
Da, po onoj kiši da ih...
Ma boli me kurac za to. Ah.
Kaj bre vuče?
Vučiću. Na.
Vučiću.
Vučiću mu ljutu. Opa! Najmo pecat ribu.
Ovo će ovo. Ovo. Ajde ga i nije headshot.
Što bi bio headshot? Hoćeš napismeno.